No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies. The government got capital road, small, road, big road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Times. Where's woman? And she could not even display or intellectual pedagogies among the mania. Manda! Sayo! Fidel Castro destroyed them. Sayo! Benya, we are told to now. Benya! These were the elements who were ostentating and pontificating around to be the so-called false aristocrats. The block of people like us who spend time reading materials in the country, educating young men and women in this country. And before back before you and ask you simple questions about governance, why is government in a society where you have AI? And you are dead, desecrating, not only desecrating, but misrepresenting the women of Liberia, disgrace the country. But we say this to them. These historical misfits, there will be a time where we provide tutorial for them. They need to come to our school of political education. They need to be educated in advance for operations and political education of the Revolutionary National Union of the Coalition for Democratic Change. So, Alama Fida. Alama Fida. Thank you. We offer free service to the madam. We offer free service to the madam. You do not need to pay an entrance fee to fetch from the repository oasis of governance. We are the intellectual revolutionary mitochondria. We have the capacity to teach more youth, puppeteers, vested age. So when you vituperate, when you vomit unsolicited innuendos, when you ingratiate yourself as a self-star scholar in this country, a simple thing that government can destroy you. Simple definition. What is government? How can destroy you? Somebody historical geography have themselves. Unless you know one political amphibian on the radio that were most inconsistent tabula rasa. The president is not aware of what's going on. But we have enough time to deal with that. It's a sad distraction to us. We don't focus on the creatures, on the creators. Article 50 of the Liberian Constitution is perspicuous. 50 is perspicuous. Article 50 is clear, conspicuous. Article 56 of the Liberian Constitution is clear. Head of government, head of state, commander-in-chief, president appoints, dismisses, appointees work at the will and pleasure of the president. And in order to advertise your ignorance, you take to social media. And who gave you the people platform? Those are the overrated people you have in our country. We have to
our leader.
The man behind the revolt was a little-known American talking charmer, Charles Taylor.
I have told all of these men that we must be able to make a difference. We must be able to bring back what we all wanted.
Liberia's president, Samuel Doe, was losing his grip. Doe had cracked down, jailing opponents, eliminating rivals. It all came to a head on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve 1989, when a man called Charles Taylor emerged in the northern jungle, declaring a revolution against Doe's regime. If Doe opened Pandora's box just a little bit, Taylor, ripped off the lid.
This is not a military coup. This is a pure civilian uprising.
He was very slick, kind of used car salesman slick. And not particularly threatening or overbearing, but not the kind of person you'd buy a used car from either.
All I want to do is to bring back some sanity, some fair play in the country.
A evil, venal sociopath who was charming, glib. I knew he was a criminal, that he'd absconded with almost $1 million, that he'd mysteriously escaped from jail in Massachusetts. He was a very unsavory character.
At the time of the uprising, Taylor was running from the law, accused of embezzling nearly $1 million from the Liberian government. To pull together his guerrilla force, he had cozied up to several dictators in Africa, including Muammar Gaddafi.
Libya, we knew at the time, was a very pro-revolutionary country under Gaddafi, and they were training Africans to be guerrilla fighters. And we had all sorts of intelligence informing us about that. And so Taylor and other Liberians whom he could recruit went into training there.
Newly trained, Taylor launched his offensive from the north with a small ragtag army with little to no combat experience.
you would have rebels advancing with their AKs held above their heads, just firing randomly down the road. There wasn't a lot of marksmanship. There was a lot of firing in the air. There was a lot of running away.
They were not in army uniforms. They were in like casual clothes, wearing wigs on their head, having some white chalks on their body, claiming it was some protection against bullets. They were weird looking, really, but they were mostly kids.
These young fighters wearing fright wigs and shower caps and women's dresses and bathrobes and shooting wildly and wearing juju, the talismans of Liberian witchcraft.
As Taylor's army in masquerade wound its way towards the plantation, Elizabeth Blunt, the BBC's correspondent for West Africa, made a trip to Firestone to find out if the managers were concerned.
We were invited to Sunday lunch. A couple of other journalists and myself, we went off to Firestone, and it was beautiful. It was green, it was peaceful. We had lunch in the clubhouse. I think our hosts were working very, very hard to persuade us that everything was normal. I don't think it was as normal as they made it look. And I think they were hoping that if the rebels did come, that they might be able to carry on.
And for a while, at least, they did carry on.
It really didn't affect us much until we knew that they were getting closer to Monrovia and therefore obviously closer to us. I was hoping that actually the rebels would go around the plantation, not come onto the plantation, and we would be able to continue to operate.
There was a lot of political turmoil. Conditions were pretty good then, even under the circumstances. So we expected that if a civil war did get to Liberia or Monrovia, that it would be very quick and things would return to normal.
For the expats, life on the plantation was enjoyable.
We actually had a 9-hole golf course. The greens were oiled sand. Certainly during the rainy season, the fairways were nicer than they were in the dry season. You would have at least the length of your...
So folks, welcome to the Closing Argument Show on Truth 96.1, and we're also live on Kia Radio in Central Monrovia. This is how I'd like to welcome you to the Closing Argument Show. At times we have to take your mind back to the 90s, some of the things that happened in the 80s. And then just to take your mind back, the older folks, some of the young folks who did remember some of the things that happened. Not every time we discuss present day politics or present day information. At times we tease you with some of these past teasers, past clips, so that some of you, your mind can go back to say, yes, as this is playing, my mind starts to run back in the 80s, in the 90s, when we were still around, doing one or two, when we were around, trying to put some things in order, running from this place to another. These are things that run to some Liberians' mind, but howbeit, welcome to the Closing Argument Show. We are roughly about 20 minutes past 9 o'clock in Liberia from our end here. So at times, we have to educate the people. We have to inform the people. Like, not many of the young generation these days listen to some of these clips, listen to some of these videos to know some of the history of our country. What are some of the things that happened back in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 50s. Not many of them would listen to some of these clips. So at times when we are playing them, I think it's necessary to some of our parents out there to call some of the children, tell them, come and listen to some of these things. But let me see where I can play it a little bit again for our follower. Let me see where I can play it again.
We would stay in each other's houses so that All golf teams didn't have anything to worry about. Clubs would be open for the evening for the ones that really liked to party. And there also was a fishing club there that nearly everybody had a boat for. And we'd go deep sea fishing, have fishing tournaments, etc. You'd have a boat boy, took care of your boat and all that good stuff. And it was fantastic because off the west coast of Africa, some of the best fishing in the world. Wahoo, marlin, tuna, sailfish, everything is there. It was fantastic.
For Taylor, it also had the makings of a perfect base. The plantation center was in Harbel, named after the company's founder, Harvey Firestone, and his wife, Ida Bell. It was strategically located, only 45 minutes away from the capital, Monrovia, and right next to a key regional airport, Roberts International.
They were just such tempting targets. They had everything that a rebel army would want. They had fuel supplies, they had generators, they had communications, they had food. And they had nice facilities. They had clinics and they had really nice houses. So it was a very, very good base to operate from.
I would say whoever was going to run Liberia needed Firestone. And I think Taylor felt that he was going to be that man. So yes, he needed Firestone. Let's say we were very influential on what happened in the country and what went on in the country.
The story of the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company of Akron, Ohio, begins in 1900. By the Roaring '20s, the company was a household name, and Harvey Firestone had become one of the top industrialists of that gilded age.
There are few people who realize the importance of rubber and what it means to our commerce and welfare.
With its auto industry booming, the United States was consuming around 70% of the world's rubber, most of it imported from British colonies in the Far East. Harvey Firestone was determined to find his very own source of rubber.
And I urge upon the United States to get relief by investing in a country under their own control. This can be accomplished in Liberia.
Liberia was ideal. The country was an ally of the United States. It had a large untapped labor pool and miles of land for planting rubber trees.
The 90,000 acres was divided into 45 divisions. Each division having hundreds of trees, about 12 feet apart by 15 feet apart. So you had 8.5 million rubber trees, all in rows.
In 1926, Liberia offered Firestone a chance to develop up to 1 million acres of land at 6 cents an acre.
The Liberian negotiators were not knowledgeable about these things. So Firestone got the deal that said they would rent huge acres of land for small amounts for a long period of time. But I don't think that the original deal was in the very best interest of the country.
The deal was controversial from the start, but for the Liberian government, it marked the beginning of a convenient business partnership.
Firestone was huge in every way, and the revenues were absolutely crucial. So what would happen would be that the government, when it ran out of money, would anticipate the revenues. They would get Firestone to pay future revenues up front. So the government was always in hock to Firestone.
It was a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Put a spell on you.
Firestone eagerly courted Liberia's elites, holding parties like this one, where management invited Nina Simone to sing. That's Harvey Firestone's son, Harvey Jr., on the right, next to the guest of honor, Liberia's long-ruling president, William Tubman.
the country had been ruled since the 1930s by a man called William Vicanarak Shadrach Tubman Jr., who smoked cigars at war Hamburgs and appeared at official functions in tails.
President Tubman was an Americo-Liberian, a member of Liberia's ruling class, many of whom were descendants of the freed American slaves who founded the country in 1847.
Liberia was one of the very few parts of Africa that had not been colonized by a European power. It was settled in its more or less modern configuration by freed American slaves, and this group became known as the Americo-Liberians.
The Americas had established their own.
Okay, so folks, welcome back. Welcome back. We'd just like to play some of these teasers for some of you who are watching, who are listening. It's been a while now. Not many of you will have the time, will have the opportunity to listen to some of the. So guys, welcome. So sincerely apologize for that little breaking. So like I say, not many of you will have the time to listen to some of these clips to know the past that happens. So like many people would like to know, the person that is talking is not someone who were born in the 90s, in the 80s, or wow, sincerely apologize for that. But I'm working on something tight here. But Javier, welcome back. I think it's much better now. So Mr. Pewee, welcome. We just try to talk on some of our past issue within our country, like some of the past leaders that have served our country. And then we were playing some of the clips from Charles Taylor time, William B.S. Tubman time. We have Samuel Kando time, and the list goes on some of the past leaders in the 80s, the 90s, the 70s, the 60s. But let me welcome you first there, and then before we go, I think you are driving, and then let me welcome you.
Thank you, Myean. I'm almost just came get something quick and almost home. But I came in, start following a little late, and I didn't get that. But you know, it's important sometimes to actually always recognize most of our past leader. You know, the legacy of the country. It's important that we maintain these things, and it's good. You know, it's just quite unfortunate we don't have most of our past leaders still around. We only have two of our past leaders, if you will, constitutionally, two of them. And I think most of, I don't think, not two, even though most of those that served during the transitional or interim period, most of them are all, I think, all gone now. We don't have two of our past leaders that are still alive and in the country. I hope people will say, "Oh no, it's not two," but so we have one of our past leader is currently in jail, in England, and we just want to extend our heartfelt sympathy to him and his former wife and former First Lady, Madam Joa Howard Taylor, for the untimely demise of their son, Philip Taylor. Is, I think, news started really circulating yesterday on the internet that Madam Taylor and Mr. Charles Taylor, also their son Philip Taylor, died yesterday in Liberia. It's quite unfortunate. When I got this news, a very young man in his very early 40s will just succumb to death in these kind of circumstances. But again, what we have to say is that may his soul rest in peace, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to Madam Taylor, the former vice president of the Republic of Liberia, and the former president of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Charles Ganget Taylor, who is currently in jail in England. I think this is a massive, and I know that it's a massive blow to former Senator and former Vice President Taylor, because this is her only son, if you will. This is terribly disappointing and devastating, if you will. So we just want to extend our heartfelt sympathy and basically wish her well in this turbulence and very devastating time. I mean, it will be a very turbulent time for her. And again, from the perspective of, we all from the Yeda perspective, again, we all family. And I would love to personally extend my best wishes to her at this time. It's a very difficult time. I do understand that the former First Lady of the Republic is going through a very extremely difficult time. I can imagine her pain, and it's going to be unimaginably very difficult for one to absorb this kind of a thing coming up. But I know the cancellation for her would be her grandkids, Philip's own children. I'm told he had 3 biological children. That would be some level of cancellation for her, but it's going to be a very tough turbulence time for her. So I mean, it's good thing, Myean, that we get some of the information. But Myean, quickly, before we can get into anything, I'm seeing a lot of congratulations coming. I didn't follow that. I'm told they appointed Corina Kra, the Deputy Minister, the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, as Minister of Labor. Is that correct? I mean, as Minister of Youth and Sport.
Minister of Labor. Yeah, Minister of
Youth and Sport.
Youth and Sport.
Exactly. I know. Is I was pushing. Her father is the current Minister of Labor. I was saying, but yeah, she was appointed Minister. So where did they carry the current minister?
He was appointed as Executive Director at the Liberia Refugee Repatriation Commission, rather.
Okay.
Yeah, the Repatriation and Settlement Commission.
Yeah. The LCCC.
Yes, exactly.
Something not right. I think that's a kind of a
from being a minister, you came down to
he was something not right, and I believe that and again probably it's the beginning of everything. But again, but Myean, just go ahead. Give me a couple of minutes. Just go ahead, please.
Okay, so thank you all so much, Mr. Pewee. And then before Mr. Pewee come on, let's now continue the discussion, and then maybe probably Friday, hopefully, or some other days, we'll take time to have a full show on this issue, discussing some of the issues about our country, Mama Liberia, because nowadays we will look at some of the past events and then looking at the current now, because nowadays the young folks will sit and say the older folks always tell us that back in the days, during that time, they have some educated people, they have some wonderful time, they have some good things going on. And then now looking at the young generation, not many people would like to criticize the young generation and then allow the old folks to go away. So basically, let's now look at the issue about Liberia then and now. Because if we're saying Liberia then, we looking at from the 60s, we're looking at from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and then let's look at within that range some of the things that were done from that time. So let's firstly look at
You said, well, what are you trying to look at? You looking at the 70s, the 80s, but then you were around?
I wasn't around, but I'm
just,
a historian. I'm a student.
Yeah, I just trying to pull your lesson. I just trying to pull your lesson begin. But
yes.
Go ahead. I want to listen to you do some 1980s analysis and all those things. Yeah, it's a good thing to look more deeper into history. Go ahead. What I said that you wanted to talk about?
Okay, so firstly, we're looking at the 1960, and then firstly, we all as Liberians, we knew that during the 1960, the president back then were William V.S. Tubman, and then during the William V.S. Tubman administration, one of the things I've read on and I've analyzed is that during his administration, the issue about stability, the issue about unity, and then there were a lot of things going on within the country. But with all of the things that were listed, all of the things that he did for the Liberian people, I got two or three major things from that: the issue about stability, the issue about unity, and then lastly, the silent equality. Like all I would say, people are silent, but they have equal right to do things, the freedom of movement, and what have you. So not many people would take note of these things because during the 60s we have Liberians, we're all united, we came together, we do things together, and then we have the issue, the country we're all stable, people doing their normal businesses, people going around doing their normal things. But then we look at the positive achievement within this entire issue about William V.S. Tubman. We are going to outline some of these past leaders of our country who did extremely well, and then some of the things that we will say that they have some missteps in between. Basically, we are just going to outline it because during that regime, there are some things that did, and then we cannot allow it during this current regime. So during those days, the people in the 60s, the people in the 50s, the 70s, they saw it. Some of these things they saw it to be bad for them, whilst others saw it to be some good things for them. So basically, looking at the political power, how the people in the 60s control political power, how they elect their leaders, how leaders come to power, whether they use the rightful way or they use the other way. There are a lot of things that went on during the 60s. And then people said, one party democracy they were using, and then limited political freedom during the 60s. For those of the folks who are out there who are listening to our older folks, many of you who know about the history, during the William V.S. Tubman administration, they were only using one party system, and then not many political freedom. Wherein sometimes if you come out to say, oh yes, I want to become probably a president, and then probably for their regime in the 60s, it was somehow risky for them, wherein for someone to just come out and say, yeah, I want to overthrow the president, where now within our young generation, you see people overthrowing speaker, try to overthrow another person. That was suppose you could not do it. People say likely within the 60s, and now we are seeing it to be very common because we are specified, we have made everything look common to Liberian people. And then some of these issues that we will look at, the positive part of it is the issue about the national unity. Like I said earlier, we have peace within our country, we have people moving on freely, we have open door policy. It was during the William V.S. Tubman administration where we saw the open door policy. We saw a lot of things within our country, infrastructure growth. We saw roads, we saw schools. That's the time people started to get access to road, even though the road were not up to stand up to what we are seeing nowadays. But at least during those days, the people used to bridge their farm roads. Farm means to get to the horse farming, to get to the villages, the various location. But there are a lot of things that went on during those days. So let me move forward to the 70s. So I'm just going to outline some of these things, just key points. I'm just going to outline them, and then we will just move on. Then we get to Mr. Pewee because he's moving on. But maybe Mr. Pewee, if you have one or two, you can just chip in, and then we can move on. But let me move to the 70s. So during the 70s, for those of you who never knew the president during the 70s, I will not be specific to give you the time frame because I'm just going to give you the entire summary of the year they served. But during the 70s, the president back then were William Tomalin Jr. And then some Liberians will say William Tomalin did extremely well for Liberian people. Where you see nowadays we see the AB Tomalin Road, that's the same family. We see other Tomalin residents all around our country. That's the same Tomalin. So at times, some people, when I call my name, some people ask me, "Are you Tomalin?" I said, "No, my name is Torgbean, not Tomalin." So at times, people take people name to be very, very difficult because they take you to be people who from the 70s, and then during that year was William Tomalin Jr. And then during the William Tomalin Jr., what I noticed, what I read, is that the Liberian people had a hope that the country would be better. The Liberian people had the mindset that yes, we can see something good within our country now. Even though there are a lot of things that went wrong, even though there are a lot of things that were going on, but during the 70s, the Liberian people saw hope, they saw reform. They saw there are some things that people from all angles, like people say, there are some things that they were putting into place, putting some structure into place, putting some things into place, wherein you couldn't see it in the 50s, in the 60s. So when we got into the 70s as a country, and then when William Tomalin took over the country, we saw hope, we saw reform, and then there are a lot of things that were going on. But then the Liberian people, they still saw hope. The issue about living condition, people have free living condition, people could afford to live within the country. Even though I cannot tell you what was some of the money they were using back then, but what I've read, what I know is that people could live on so many things. And then the issue about living condition, it was okay. Even about the rest issue, but then the rest exposure in the 1979, where I did not read deeply into it, but then there are a lot of people who know much about that rest issue, that rest exposure in 1979, where there are so many things that went on, Mr. Pewee. So sometimes when I sit and think, I say there are a lot of things have gone on within our country. Even though not many people who were living in the 70s, in the 80s, that could still remember some of these things about our country. But basically, you can follow history, you can read on some of these things to carry your mind back to some of the things that went on, because some people were still small, some people were not born. But if you take history as something that you want to read on, to know much about your country, if you see other countries, people living from other countries, reading about our country, getting to know more things about our country more than we do. Sometimes I sit and think, what are we doing as a country? What are we doing as Liberians? Because with that rest issue in the 1970s, I did not have the opportunity to read much on it, to have more insight on it. But there are a lot of deep information that requires Liberians to know. And then we saw recently, I would say recently because I wasn't that born by then, but the rest riot, we also saw the rest riot. And then within the Tomalin region, we saw public trust. People trusted people. People trusted some of our leaders and say, yeah, this person can deliver. So I think we can trust him with power. I think we can trust him. Even during those days, what I noticed is that during those days, if you trust a person with a committed leader position, that person is going to manage it well. That person is going to use it wisely to see how best he can make some impact, significant one, in the life of the Liberian people, in the life of the people that he or she serve. But nowadays, we don't see these things. Looking at the growing tension between government and citizens, we saw some of these things back in the days that we still see it. The issue about tension between government, the issue about tension between citizens, we saw some of these things. Like, I wasn't born, but I will just put it in the sense because we as Liberians saw some of these things back in the days, and then nowadays we, the young generation, we the young folks, we are still seeing the same thing. And then we have a lot of things to be able to know about our country, because the Tobo administration, they did a lot for the Liberian people. They promoted African identity, wherein if you are African, as long you represent an African wherever you go, if you come to Liberia, they respect you, they promote. As long you are African, you come to our country, they welcome you as an African, and then they do everything together. Let me see who is in the back here. I think, okay, Hami is one. So, welcome.
Thank you, Myean. And is that the honorable diplomatic Pewee that should actually be at the UN Security Council representing our country?
No, the guy, the people that are there. But I thought you said you were one. I thought you said you were one of those appointed. No, I'm not. I'm not to Security Council.
Is that the great Pewee?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Bad man, we here following developments in Liberia and in the US now. Now we are actively involved in US politics. We now understand what it means to have a US president. So we are monitoring both sides of the aisle.
Oh, you contesting for one of the representatives? See, they come in November.
I'm trying to. I've been having series of conversations in that regard, but I'm looking at my schedule. I got a couple of things on my hands and stuff. You know, these meetings take long and stuff like that. So I'm still waiting it. I've gone to one, I think, number two of them. I've not been definite in terms of that, but that's the prevailing political situation require consideration of these things now going forward.
Are you a Democrat?
What's about you?
Are you a Democrat?
Actually, I've registered all along as an independent, but I've had more. My mom is a Democrat. She's a sitting member of their party, so I've been pushed in that direction. Of course, I don't know yet, but I'm independent. I'm registered as independent. Yeah. What about you? What are you looking at? What are you doing?
Focus on Liberian politics.
I think it's important for those Liberians who are here, living here, intend to be here, to engage the politics of America. You know, it's going to be part of what happened here, and you can engage the process from the community level and build up wherever. Fortunately, you can actively be involved in Liberian politics and also be involved with American politics. The law in Liberia allows you to. So there's nothing wrong with that. Except to become
Like
president.
the law allow you, but there's some exception though. If you want to be president, vice president, certain area. Let me. I'm trying to. I just got home. I'll join you guys soon. You continue, please.
All right, Myean, what's going on, bro? Update me with the situation back home. Myean Tabasi. I think Myean said, "Oh, bro. Myean, you there? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry,
Yeah,
I
so
have a
what's the
little.
update? What's the update in the country, in our beautiful land of liberty?
So I
Country.
think I did not text you the update, but it's in the chat room anyway.
Let me take
But
a look at it, but you could just summarize it. Let the
okay,
Liberian
let me
people who
just try to
don't have access
summarize
to our
it.
chat room.
Yeah, let me try to do that. So there are so many training news within our country where today we saw the president appoints some leaders which he arranged, or others will say to swap. He took the minister of youth and sport from his position and then sent him to Triple RC, and then took the assistant minister Kura from her position and then made her minister of youth and sport. And then we also saw today former district number 8 lawmaker Akara Gray issues strong warning to the ruling party, saying that if the Unity Party takes Georgia, to quote the former president, to quote, the entire country will shut down because former president, former president, I mean, that's the president, Bwaka will not be at a resident, rather, they will go after him, whatever place he will be, they will go after him there. But again, within the same headline, we saw the government of Liberia introduce life and medical insurance package for officials of the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency, where we saw too many things going on within the LDA, and then the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency wants to carry on some changes within the LDA, which the OIC was on Prime FM today, and did made that statement that they are going to change some work within the LDA. And then fourth, we saw Sano County Senator Clinton Duncan call for nationalism, wherein he's calling on all Liberians, calling on Liberian people to decide who to choose, not to look at whether you're from CDC or Unity Party, but to take the rightful people outlined that during the Weah administration, prior to him being a president, we are never had the kind of compound he have right now. And then when he has acceded to that position, he allegedly loot the country resources, and then he calling for audit or investigation. And then within that scene, he did mention about President Bwaka that prior to getting to the presidency.
Do you have that? Do you have that video?
Yeah, we have it, but it's kind of long, so I'll try to go through it.
Okay. I mean, if you
Yeah,
get,
I'll
if you
try to
get,
go through it. If the others come on, I'll just try to go through it, and then just carry it to that specific part you did mention. And also mention about President Bwaka on this issue about the FOIA project in the FOIA project that is in Lofa County, the presidential palace that is in FOIA. And then he's calling on Liberian people to question President Bwaka, how did that project is going on within that area. So all us Liberians are looking at his statement for both sides, saying it how they see it to be like. And then with the issue about the alleged NSA director or deputy director, Liberians are still questioning this issue, even though he's in jail. But now the family is still voicing out. There are a lot of folks, like over 3 persons, who escaped the scene, and then they are still calling on the Liberian government, still calling on people to see how best they can come to the aid of that young boy who's in the hospital. His family members are still calling on the Liberian government. But basically, I would just like to stop them, Mr. Hamid, and then you can take over. You are muted. You are muted.
Yeah, I think we should first and foremost, perhaps when the rest of the guys come out, to convey deepest condolences to the former Vice President, Her Excellency Jewel Howard Taylor, on the passing of her son. You know, it is a painful thing. It is my understanding that that is her only biological child who have had record of being very controversial. But over the recent years, he had transformed his life. He went to Ghana. He graduated, I think, import management or something, and you know, he was on a track of being what his mother always wanted him to be. And then, you know, to just hear that he passed, I know it's really heartbreaking for her, man. And so, you know, we just want to extend our own deepest condolences to her. You know, it is heartbreaking for the parent to bury the child. You know, I mean, it's tough. Wherever she is, we hope that the God Almighty will provide the strength, the comfort, and everything. You know, so I'm sure Pewee, as one of the co-leaders, co-owners, co-chief moderator, will convey on behalf of the closing argument our deepest condolence. So now that he's back on the show, we surround our commenting to him and see how he drives the program today.
Thank you. I don't know. You call me co-owner. I'm not a co-owner. You don't be political. You can be political on someone that is politically savvy himself. So I'm not a co-owner. I'm just one of those panelists come on the show like you do. I have absolutely no ownership. I don't even know if they buying share into TCA. So so many people will ask you to buy me some share and buy. To co-own something, meaning the guy got but on a serious note, before this time, before you even came on, you know, I got some other family line with a distant family line with Madam Taylor from the perspective of Yela. We happen to come from the same time in Lofa. I mean Yela. So when I heard this yesterday, I heard this someone associated with the family called me early yesterday morning, our time, Eastern time. And at that time, the news was not even out yet. It took like 2-3 hours before the news started spreading on social media. When I got this information, I tried to reflect on and to just a little bit. You know, I was very devastated when I got this news. Part of the reason why I was devastated was that I tried to imagine her current state of affairs, and I know her only child. You know, it is just very painful and sometimes unacceptable. It's not something that you can accept easily. And I will imagine that the kind of emotional pain that she's trying to endure currently. And I know it's going to take some time. It will take, if not, it will only be erased during her lifetime. It will really be devastating. But the only consolation, I would say, as I was saying, first and foremost, is the 3 children he left behind. That would be the consolation. Basically, his first son, I think, almost leaving for his teens, or in his teens, if you will. It's a direct replica of Philip himself. His first son, then all of his children even. So that would be a kind of a consolation for her to now focus on the surviving children and her grandchildren. That would be a kind of a comfort zone for her moving forward. Madam Taylor herself just celebrated her birthday, and then this unfortunate situation Kamara's death of just getting into a new year of a birth. So it's very devastating for a mother of a child. Even mother of 5-10 children will be devastated when they are still alive to see one of their own, one of their children to leave in the way and manner he did, to die very, very, very much early, to precede his parents. It's a difficult thing to endure by any parent whatsoever. So I understand her state of affairs currently is difficult, but as time unfolds, the Almighty God would console her. That's the only person that can really console her. And part of that also, her grandchildren will be part of the source of her coming back to herself and getting some sense of a coverage to live again. Other than that, if there's no reason why she should even want to be around, but the significant reason why she want to be around because of those children now. Those three children will be an other adopted children that she got, and that will be part of the source of her happiness moving forward. She's a strong woman. She been one, so I think she will endure. That's part of the very devastating time. It's difficult. It's traumatic, but I want to believe she's going to go through this issue. And so, on behalf of the TCA, I did before you came on. I want because Ben Sanvee is also founder of the TCA, and Ben Sanvee is like a son to her also. Ben Sanvee is like a son to her, and maybe the presence of Ben and the rest of the folks will also help in consoling her, and that's one of the reasons I was very pleased when I even got this news earlier yesterday. One of the first person that I placed call to was Ben Sanvee, and at the time he didn't confirm this, but he said that he was not doing very okay. He was not okay. He was critically ill in the hospital, but he couldn't confirm that he was dead. And then, but what Ben said to me that it was very critical at the time when I already got the news that he was. And Ben told me that he had already booked a flight on United for Liberia. So I don't know if Ben is already in the country, but I know that Ben should be en route to the country. If not currently airborne, then if not already there, he should be airborne currently for Liberia. So Ben will be in the country as a mark of helping to console the former vice president and former first lady and former senator of Bon County. I think this is very traumatic and it's devastating. And this kind of a thing we would have to wait and see. So I think by the grace of God Almighty, she will. And she's also a believer. She's a fervent believer. She's a church woman and a Christian. So she's going to read the Bible, and the Bible will help to console her. But today we have a lot of other discussions. Ahmed, you've been up the show quite recently for a few time now, but today we will be looking into some there are a few other things. Myean sent some headlines about Boakai appointing Kehleboe Gongloe to head the Liberia the Liberia Refugee Repatriation Commission, the Ultra Piracy, and then a lot of other things. We also have about issue about former Moserala County, and that's one of the things we're going to look into. They say Carlos Gray may have allegedly made some statement. I don't want to call it allegedly because if father is on record of that, he said an attempt for the ruling Unity Party to ever take George Weah to court, the entire country, if I were to quote in quote, will shut down. And President Boakai will not be at his residence on court. So basically, Akara Gray is saying that an attempt for this government to contemplate taking President Weah to court. Was that a statement, taking him to court or arresting him?
Taking him to court. Taking him to court.
Taking him to court. Please cue that thing. I want you to play it so we can get informed something. So if you get it now, get it and play that aspect for us, please. Yeah, it's critical.
Yeah, let me try to work on it.
Yeah, when you're ready, just signal. The entire country was shut down, and President Joseph Boakai will not be at his residence. I don't know the interpretation of what he meant by President Boakai will not be at a residence. I don't know that. We'll be looking forward to seeing if he could come and answer some of the discussion for us. And then another thing we're going to be looking into, because the government of Liberia introduced life and medical insurance packages for officers of the Liberian Drug Enforcement Agency. I don't know why only those people I don't know if we have one for the AFL or we have some also for the police. But I'm hearing that it's good for the drug enforcement entity, life and death insurance, medical and death insurance, no, sorry, medical insurance. Only medical insurance for officer of the DEA. So I don't know if the institution buying that for the officer. I don't know if it's the Liberia government or the institution, because the officer in charge, the OIC, is the one disclosing this information. And as a matter of fact, the OIC is doing a very good job with that institution. And then Sano County Superintendent, Sano County Senator Creighton Duncan calls on the the naturalization of foreign-owned concessioned companies in the country. I don't know what he meant by that. We need to get the full summary of this. Myean, something that is not very clear. And then the last one is this guy that's allegedly engaged into this the sodomization of the 40-year-old boy, Peter Bon Jadat, agent of the National Security Agency, that was accused of sexually assaulting the young boy. Case surfaced with another motion before Criminal Code C for separate litigation. So probably his lawyer and other things putting in now for separate litigation, separate trial, if you will. That's one part of the issue we'll be looking into, Ahmed. So that's part of what we're going to look at, and with the rest of the folks join us, we're going to go more deeper into that. But before that, I will start with this issue. We just got some news today that the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Ambassador President Joseph Yuman Boakai, appointed Madam Kromah. What's the first name again? Myean, is it?
Colina.
Sorry, yeah, Madam Colina Kromah. I just leave the name. Madam Colina Kromah. I was almost about to call her Mrs. Tupa, but I learned that she's no more Mrs. Tupa, so it's now Madam Colina Kromah. Yeah, no, I was almost about to say. That's why I got stuck. I was in the issue of midst of saying Mrs. Tupa, and then I thought to not say that, and I went back to say, oh, so I've missed the correct name. Miss Tupa, the former deputy minister, or the current deputy minister, sorry, of the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, for administration at the executive mansion, is now the Minister of Youth and Sport designate, and that appointment came out late this evening in Liberia, and we're seeing a lot
so
of.
Mr. Pewee, if you're ready for that, I can't great statement. I can play it for you, but if you finish, if you're ready, then let me know.
Yeah, okay, I will let you play the Garguah statement. Then we will. Okay, that we'll finish with this. We'll finish with the coroner craft, and then you play the Garguah statement, and we'll go to that case. So just hold on a little bit. So my trial was appointed today, but I mean my point quickly before I can let you in on this, and we'll exhaust it, and we'll bring the Garguah situation. That she was appointed great, but the current youth and sport minister, why did they remove him? They said that I know. Can we make this clear? I abandon clear here that is within the powers of the president to appoint his ministers. To be emphatically clear. So it's Article 54. He got the right to appoint them, and 56 they serve at his will and pleasure. But my point to you, Ahmed, why do you think the president took him to a less significant institution than controlling the Ministry of Youth and Sport? Because that ministry got some huge responsibility also. You handle youth development, all those things. Do you think it's something that he was incompetent and underperformed? That's part of the reason why the president may have brought in Colina Kromah to be the next minister?
Well, I wouldn't want to use the word incompetent on the guy, because of course I think he
underperformed.
He actually will possess all of the qualification, and I think a lot of experience through having been in particularly in the youth development sporting arena for a long time. But what I do think is that I think the president wanted to get rid of him. For what reason, we don't know. I think it might have been by a grace of some Hall and Pool that might have drafted him to LPRC, because the first thing is he was demoted, saving him from promotion, saving from
For
dismissal.
dismissal. Mhm.
Yeah, he was demoted. He's now an executive director under the Minister of Internal Affairs, coming from a cabinet member, a ranking member of the cabinet to a position.
Let me sorry. Let me seek this clarification from you again. Does the LRRC falls under the Ministry of the Ministry of
Internal
Local
Affairs.
Government?
Yeah,
No, it's
the
no
local.
longer it's no longer Internal Affairs now. It changed from yesterday. It's not the Ministry
Okay,
of Local Government.
okay, yeah. So on a local government, but the point is that he is, the point is that I think it might have been some other intervention that prevented a dismissal. As to
Okay.
why that is the case, why could he have been dismissed? Why could he say? It leaves a lot of room for speculation. In fact, I was reading on Facebook some speculating that speculation. These are not my thoughts. I do not buy into that. There are speculations, some of which include that he might have been transferred because of how the council meet was handled, some dragging it as far as down to the loafers scenario, all of those things. But the truth is, for Cole as a person, I see that transferred as a one of the emotion, and I would think understanding Liberian political play, power struggle there, I would think he was getting the axe, but then Hall and Pool, and then since that play was vacant, it had been vacant for a time, they demoted him to that position. So I think that's what happened. Regardless of all the fine writing they put behind it, but the truth is you can't take a man from a cabinet job and take him to being a subset of another cabinet job. The two don't really add up. They don't really.
Quickly. What are some of the writing they put behind the appointment?
Well, they indicated, according to the executive management, which reflect the sugarcoating approach, that in order to transform and streamline and revitalize the LRRC, they were sending him there.
And why couldn't he send the deputy minister of administration of the presidency to revamp the place?
That's what I'm saying. Look, the truth is that player has been vacant for a while. I think it kept giving a heart, and that would have been a tear. That should be the tear executive director since Boaka became president for that place. Yeah. The first two had to deal with some corruption issues, so he's going there as a chairperson. In other words, in my calculation, looking at how long it has been, it was never a priority of the government governance structure. LRRC now became a major focus. Of course, I mean, even though it basically they deal with repatriated Liberian, resettlement, those things, and mainly most of the funding to those things are international driven, and not much activities in that regard we're seeing around right now. So of course it wasn't a major consideration to that, so it doesn't really form a strategic aspect of the government priorities. That's what I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought you brought some significant point here. And quickly to go back to the role of that institution. The institution was more vibrant during the time we had the civil crisis, and then at the time you have more donor funding directed at the institution. When donors started pumping in more money because they needed to repatriate, resettle, the Liberian returnees and other things, those refugees coming from other countries to come displaced, coming as refugees in Liberia, so they were there at the time. The West African basin was marked by a lot of trouble and disruption. So you had situation from Sierra Leone, folks from Cote d'Ivoire, all trooping into Liberia at the time. Some Liberians themselves across the region needed to be repatriated. The institution there at the time focused on them. The institution during the Taylor days, that institution was more vibrant than even now that we have peace, on a serious note, because there was more support from the international partner, particularly the UNHCR gives a lot of money to them. The International Migration Organization, IMO, put a lot of money into them and other things. So a lot of money went into that institution before. Currently, the institution has lost significant portion of our function, if you will, because we have no more RDP, internally displaced folks in the country. I don't think we have any refugee now that's known in Liberia. I don't want to believe that from both Sierra Leone and that of Cote d'Ivoire. Most of those guys, folks called resettled or reintegrated into the country. Some of them that.
So one area they started focusing on, quote unquote, was what they call non-state actor or non-state people who they're not too sure of the nationality. And then another area of concern was the influx of Burkinabes coming in the Grand Jida era. It is my understanding you got a huge number in that region there, and there, you know, they come into the country, no document, no, they are not documented. They're just in there in some part. So there's a huge number there, but you struck a very important point with regard to what is the actual, now we'll say, what is the actual function of those people, considering that, and we have a lot of interwoven. So you get I think they got the emergency relief organization, they get so, you know, by the time you put all these things together, sometimes, you know, when you look at it, like, if government could just streamline some of these things, I think it will save a lot of money. But I think Bangalu Ko, he's a cool guy, you know, very respectful. He's not a controversial guy. Whatever that could be, it leaves room for speculation. And then it comes back to something fundamental. It is my understanding. Is it true, just before I go further, that Women Pay was renominated somewhere?
No, I didn't hear that. That. I know for the record fact that Women Pay to removal was instrumental, and the vice president was very instrumental in ensuring that he engineered. That's what I want to say. It was engineered by the vice president to ensure that there was this gossip from some sources close to Pay and that of the vice presidency, and even the current finance minister, that Pay and the current minister of finance they were like Allah, right? There was some deep consultation unfolding behind the scene. Because the finance minister, it is alleged, I don't want to be the one definitively stating here, but it is alleged that he's nursing or harboring some presidential ambition. He haven't spoken his mind on this explicitly about this process, but he's been talking to folks behind the scene about this thing. So he was aligned. He was very aligned with P, and then the vice president didn't like that and news that again. And Women himself was not as proactive as he was expected to be as Minister of Mines, and so the news that to boot him out. So I don't know if he was appointed. I don't know where that information is coming from, but I know today that Ko Bangalo got his appointment and part of that. But quickly, before we move on to the show to get this thing out, the appointment, and that's what we're looking at, the LTPRC function is Tomalin, welcome.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, good. We're looking quickly at the function of the LTPRC. Currently, the LTPRC responsibility is not as we anticipated at the past time. No, seriously. So I agree with you, it's a demotion. And again, I would say if I move to Tomalin quickly on this one, that's the structure of the country currently, Ahmed. It is difficult. There's no job availability in the country. So most of the time, now, there are certain folks that would be a professional setting line that would say, hey, Mr. President, thank you. I will move on, right? I will move on and go in the private sector or go focus. He's a lawyer. If I were in his shoe, I would say, thank you, Mr. President. I will focus on my law activities and do that. But again, as lawyer if the law business is issues in the country that are vibrant to say, Lord, we have a lot of them there still struggling and other things. So again, even if they were to take someone as minister and appoint them deputy minister, they would sometimes take the job. It's just quite unfortunate. But Tomalin, welcome. We're discussing a few other things we've been discussing today, but we started first and foremost with the news that Coroner Cooper Kra She has been appointed as a matter of fact, information. She's the current deputy minister for administration at the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. She's been appointed by the president as the Minister of Youth and Sport, replacing former Minister Jerome Gayman, who of course is being appointed at the LRRC. I don't think we got refugee. We're not going to know these people in Liberia again. I don't know. But anyway, and that institution has been racked with too much of news of corruption, malfeasance, misfeasance, and the rest of that. Two of the past appointed executive director were all dismissed due to impropriety on their part. And then now the president is saying that Kobanga is going to reform the place. So then we'll start. Then we'll move quickly to the statement that Akara Gray made, and then we'll start with that and move on. But let's hear from you on this issue about co-removal. Was it a demotion, or you think it was on the basis of incompetence on his part that the president had to send him there?
Well, first of all, let me say it's good to be back on the closing argument. I'm under the weather today, so
yeah, we're gonna see from your voice.
Yeah, I'm under the weather. I pray we're gonna attack it because I traveled
in Virginia or Maryland.
So, but anyway, it's good to be back, and let me say welcome to all our viewers, our fans, and supporters around the world. But the former chairman of the opposition CDC, Councillor Jerome Gayman, one of the founding members of the CDC, former national chairman of CDC. I consider it a demotion. I don't care how the try to put listed on it. A demotion. The man just organized a successful county meet, and so successful. I got a huge crowd on Sunday. The president was there. He did a kickoff. Only to come and a few days. But mind you, now I heard a few days ago that he was going to be removed. Though I heard that. So the my source were lying. You were removed. But what it tells you that what I gathered, a lot of people in the executive branch, the president, the advisor. You got to mute yourself at the noise. The thing is that a lot of fighting is over there right now among the people. Okay, that's the reality. I got up. Somebody was telling me just today, that they have various factions divided within in the executive branch there, and so because the person that told me that he was going to be removed was a senior official of government that told me, because I was discussing something. He said the guy they were going to remove him, and exactly what the person told me that what the president did today. But people are asking whether it's the first time you have a father and daughter as both a cabinet minister. The first time happening in our country, because the nominee for this position, her father is the minister of labor, and then she's now the minister of designated for youth and sports. Whether that the first time, what is now a crime, not a violation of the law, we don't know, but it was just coincident that the president, her father is a minister, and she's a minister too in the same government, and so. But again, it's an unfortunate appointment. I won't consider. I can't anybody try to make it look good. It's not good. Other demotion, the man went to cabinet meeting no more. The cabinet is the official form of the president. The cabinet. So imagine you control a budget of a couple of millions, and then you bring it down to control a little budget. It's a demotion. But again, the Constitution gives the president the prerogative to appoint anybody as they serve as a way and pleasure. But like you said, Pewee, Gongloe is a smart guy. He's a lawyer. But if he really feels that it was demotion, he won't accept that appointment. It's nothing but party loyalty, or party discipline, or party mandate, or the party remains supreme, all that stuff. There's nothing but it. You're demoted. You're demoted as from minister. You meet director of LRRC. I see the office way beyond somewhere man mentioned that. When I open the guy there. You just order the ministry, just got a budget increment, and then they take you from there and give you to somewhere where your guys are signed the borders. All the guys on Ultra, most of them are signed the borders. If there's any kind of disaster, any kind of problem, like any kind of unfortunate situation, that when you guys are activated and so forth. But it's a demotion, and but again, the president has the right to appoint who he deems necessary. And I'm told that Boga is about to appoint some other people too. We want to see what happens. But just to end, it's clear that there's a tussle between the Minister of Justice and Minister of State right now about what's going on in the put bill and all kinds of stuff. But it is confirmed that they're having issues within the executive branch, and it's glaring now. We're getting to see it. So we just sit and watch what happened. But I think it's the most important.
Yeah, thank you.
Pewee, you want to move on, but I just wanted to come now. I just want to just make a comment on the person who's going in that job.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead. I will recall what I want to say. Go ahead.
Okay, a little profile. You know, Cornelius is a political person. She's a political operative. So sometimes too, you know, you want to look at the person appointed, and then perhaps you could speculate on what direction we want to take the youth and sports. She's a very active political person. She ran as representative. Of course, recently she chaired the quote-unquote purchasing of the UP headquarters, the UP, December 6th day. She served as the party, I think, vice chair for something in there. So the question is whether the government now is trying to redirect the youth and sports sector in a way that it become more political. It become one of a recruiting ground. It become one that it gravitated towards a bigger political play. So, you know, all of these things come into question as to why would it be a Cornelius going to head that thing, even though there haven't been significant record of her own involvement in the youth and sports community. She's been an active political operative. So we wait to see what happens and what the outcome. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, that's important also. And being an active political operative does not bring any material value to sending someone to youth and sport that don't connect, that don't have the social connection across the country with young people. Being a kind of a political operative that been divisive in terms of, from the time she started, she was part of those people that were pushing to dismiss and a lot of young people, right? So that I don't see what that's going to do in terms of bringing any political value to bear. But if it is meant to please her because of most of the political things she may have done in the past, is to reward her now. It's a reward that will go into that. But quickly to your point before we move on, I don't think this is not tantamount to nepotism because the father didn't do the appointment. The president did appoint the both of them. So there's no violation here. It's possible the president can appoint her husband, wife in separate part of his government. There's no violation. It is not nepotism because the father was appointed by the president and she was also appointed by the president. So it's clean.
Historically, it's the first time in our country happened, right?
No, it's not the first time, but I can't just recall the exact one. It's not the first time.
Are you leave the past where you have the autocratic regime in our country before?
It's not the first time.
It wasn't. You know how the daughter and father of minister are doing the two party town.
Yeah, father and child.
Yeah, father and child. Yes, it happened. It happened in the history of the country. It happened. You had a husband, and wife. You had a husband and wife appointed in Eddington. That did happen also. Other things. So it's possible by the president. But you see, it will not be nepotism if the president is appointing her son or daughter or her daughter husband. Now, it would have been nepotistic on the part of the president if she was linked to any of the president's children, if you will. Then we'll bring the sense of nepotism. But no, she's not. And she's not even linked to any of the, I don't know if they want to think that the person she's currently linked with socially, if that person is related to the president, then you will link that to that issue. But I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, the Clara is not, I don't know if what you say is true, but if by that.
But do public.
Okay, no, but that, if that.
Well, is Clara Massacre related to the president?
That's the question. No, he's not related to the president.
If the MC, that's all.
So he's not related to the president. So it's not nepotism, actually.
Yeah.
Now, Myean, please go ahead and play the voice of former Representative Moses Akaras Gray. He said today that he said if an attempt for the government to take former President Weah to court, there will be the whole country will shut down and Bouaka will not even be to his house. So go ahead and play that so we can listen. Then that will be our next discussion.
Happy talking to me?
I've been talking to you, Myean, for the past 45 seconds.
I think, okay, yeah, I got it. Yes, yeah.
You want to buy your time. Okay, go ahead. You say, guys, another 30 seconds. Okay.
Okay, you see me on the page? Okay.
The former role go to the courthouse on that day. What? The day they take on the court, President Bouaka believe. Arrest Fanatikofa in making mistake. He himself will not sit down rehab. I can tell you that for sure. He himself will never sit down rehab. Go to the courthouse on that day. What? The day they take on the court, if President Bouaka believe that a CDC headquarters is moving to, or you are recording, or you're moving to go arrest Fanatikofa in making mistake, he himself will not sit down rehab. I can tell you that for sure. He himself will never sit down rehab. I've been playing with you, Julius. I'm telling you what I know you do. Bouaka, I want you to look in my face. This is Akaras Gray of 2005 and 2011. When I spoke of Liberia and we now with a bike, I voluntarily decided that we'll lead and help this PR arm of the CDC. Not only that, the militant brigade of the CDC, the Unity Party formed militant brigade during the 2023 election. That militant brigade and battle cry men will reactivating everything, will stand up for our rights. This will be the last of it. I take full responsibility for
Police are just moved in.
What police?
I think that's it there. Pewee, are you there?
Yeah, but I take it on now.
Myean, you talk about Weah. That's why on the headlines when you said Weah, we didn't hear Weah. He talked about Fanatikofa.
No, he did talk about Weah. Let me see if I can play it back so you can hear it.
So we didn't get that part. Everyone really
okay, so let me try to do that.
So what the actual story? That what?
He actually appeared today on Judas Jet show. And I think, and apart from what Myean explained, we heard that he said that an attempt for the government to arrest Fanatikofa or take President Weah to court, the whole country will come to a standstill, will shut down, and President Bouaka wouldn't even be at his residence and all thing. But I wanted to find out first and foremost, is there any plan to take the former president to court? That's the first thing. And I would say yesterday on this show, we were very full-throated about it, and I personally was very full-throated, stated abundantly that an attempt for anyone to weaponize the court system to target their political adversary would be a very dangerous precedent to set in the country. It's not a good thing to do. You are a ruling establishment today, you don't know where you're going to be tomorrow. And we all discussed yesterday on the issue of the former First Lady and the Women for Hope era she got on the martial rule. So today, again, this is coming. I don't know where that's coming from, but I will start with you on this one, Tomalin. What do you think is the reason of Akaras coming out of this? You think there's smoke somewhere that he's coming to say an attempt to take former leaders of the former ruling establishment, the former speaker, the former president, to any attempt to do any of those things, the country will come to a standstill, and the president himself will the whole era of where he lay will be disrupted, and he wouldn't be at his home. What do you think is the reason behind his statement? Is this statement fair enough? Is it inflammatory? Is it kind of an inflammatory statement coming out of a former lawmaker of the country? Or you think it just...
The former role go to the courthouse on that day. What? the day they take on the court, if President Boyka believe that a CDC headquarters you moving to, or you are recording, or you moving to go arrest Fanatikofa, you're making a mistake. He himself will not sit down rehab. I can tell you that for sure. He himself will never sit down rehab. I've been playing with you, Julius. I'm telling you why I know you do. Boyka, Julius, I want you to look in my face. This is Akaro's grade of 2005 and 2011. When I spoke of Liberia and we now with a bike, I voluntarily decided that we will lead and help this PR arm of the CDC. Not only that, the militant brigade of the CDC, like Unity Party form a militant brigade during the 2023 election. That militant brigade and battle cry men will reactivating everything, will stand up for our rights. This will be the last of it. I take full responsibility for any application in the court.
Police are just moved in.
What police? Julius, the police. Not me just pass the police. No, let me just tell you this. Julius, do you think the police want to take care of the entire Monrovia? In every quarter of Monrovia, do you know the number of police? Do you know the number of police in Liberia? Julius, we shouldn't reach that level, but I can guarantee you that President Boyka dare not go there. And never ever will he go there. I can tell you that. When I sit there and fall hand, look at Joseph Boyka. Let me tell you for your friend and give it to your wife. And she just launched a $30 million project program. $30 million. Okay, I listened to her when she went Gambia for the First Lady Conference. She spoke about that. Now I'm going to build a play for $30 million. So when we come to power, we should take Ottoman Boyka Foundation. When we come to power, we should take Joseph.
Okay. So go ahead, Jaji.
Okay. The first thing is that Liberia, we have laws in the country, right? We are governed by laws in the country. You rarely see a former president being charged. You rarely see that. He has a lot of immunity, except where you have evidence, you have proof of, like, as a crime was committed, something was committed, like you got evidence that the president, former president, or somebody committed a crime. You got the evidence, and you go to court, and the court say, yeah, they gave the order to take certain action. That once, I mean, you show the evidence, you provide it, the person, you do that. But I don't see a point where they will ever try to arrest former President Weah. I really don't see it, because you must have reason to do it, and if you don't have reason to do it, and you want to do it because of politics of some weaponize the system against him, I believe that there will be some reaction. President Weah, he has a large huge following. He's a he's an international icon, and he's a very popular person, very popular politician, and you won't easily, especially so, if you have much, the reason you arrest him or you want to arrest him, if it's not something that justifiable, it'll be a tough thing to do, first of all. But if you say, well, okay, like you got evidence, you have evidence here in the public, then that you're supposed to issue arrest. And I'm sure if that's the case, yeah, I don't think he will. If he found that, okay, the law will take a course, he will cooperate. You have to be arrested. You invite him, but I don't see it. I don't see a situation where President Weah will be arrested during the administration. If that's because I'm yet to see you accuse him, you have provided evidence that he committed a crime. But if you accuse him just based on mere speculation, I don't think his supporters and the partisans were allowed to happen. Now, but Akaro's comment, I mean, Akaro's had legitimate. I'll be honest with you, when the Supreme Court ruled in favor of former Speaker Kofa, that was legitimate. You had legitimate reason to resist or to obstruct whatever happened, to come in the street and say the Supreme Court have ruled, have made issue a ruling, and we're going to stop. You're going to force the government to comply with the Supreme Court ruling. Okay, that was the time I thought when I had a meeting with the various parties, you would have come out and say, well, because the law would have backed you. Even in ECOWAS, the National Committee would have backed you. I say, yeah, but the Supreme Court, the highest in America today, you found out that what's keeping this democracy strong is because of the rule of law, the judiciary. Every time they put Trump in check, they ruling against left and right, and now got him, they restraining him. But Akara's comment he made today about the first, like Judah said, what will you do? And they said the police go on you. All we have seen since the government came to power, all the protests and so forth, when the police come there, they run away. They hit you with water or with kind of stuff and so forth, and then you take off and go. You see, I remember you told me a story. He said when they issued the ruling against in favor of Kofa, he said he told the CDC post, look, we got reason now to really do the protest, legitimate reason. But the CDC post said, man, we won't get involved, we won't get anything here, they can't help for nothing. So they drew back, and he got weak, and he said he just let it go. He left and went. So I think for me, I'll call you a mere bluff, because if the police tried to Kofa was arrested, okay, the police kept Kofa at the ministry at the police station for how many for all day, from in the morning, and 6 p.m. arrested him. Okay, at that moment you would have done, because you would have said, okay, let me react, but you didn't do it. They charged him. And so when the Supreme Court ruled in his favor, I thought that time you should have said, well, Supreme Court have given the green light to resist anything that the government tried to do, but he didn't do it. So right now, I think it's just a mere threat, And I don't think he has what it takes to do it, because I've seen it. Since if there have been times where the government have been error, and CDC, the opposition party would have come in strong force and react, but we've seen it. No protest have been successful against this government. You see. And the fact of the matter that the UP, led by other parties, still a successful protest against this government, the CDC government at the time, why can't you have reason to do? Why can't you do it? But you have not done it. And the police, when they said the chairman of CDC, you saw it. He did nothing. They just took him and put him in a pickup, trunk him and threw him in a pickup. That was your national chairman of the party national chairman. That time you should react and say, well, the man, what the man did. But you just condemn and talk. So I consider it just mere bluff, and I don't think it's an empty threat. I don't think he have the capacity to do anything if they try to do it. But it's a difference when it comes to the former president. If they say you have tangible charge on him, legitimate charge, you have to go to do that, because if they come to arrest you or they say inviting you, well, he's the one invite, and you politely cooperate because he's a man of you honestly respect the law. But if they try to weaponize against him for political purpose, I can see it. His supporters and partisan will resist him being arrested. That's so. But now Akara's plenty about a character. Kofa, he will do this one. I don't really believe he can do anything.
Okay. Ahmed, on this one, because we do have a law in the country that spoke about incitement, an attempt to incite. This is some violation of our penal code also, because that is due to the national security of the country and the sensitive nature of that. And it is also clear, and I'm playing the devil advocate here, and I'll ask this question. I need your honest response to this. There's this saying also that no one is above the law in the Republic of Liberia. As we do, nobody is above the law. If someone is taken to court, does not give room for people to come in, for the room to say they will disrupt the peace of the society and the rest of that. Do you think Mr. Gray's statement is tantamount to incitement, and do you also believe that no one is above the law in the Republic?
I mean, of course, even Gray that made a statement knows that. But the truth is that Gray's statement was one of passion. It was passionate. It wasn't one that of incitement, because there is technically nothing happening. There is no indication that the former president will be arrested. There is no indication that he's being called for any charge. I would think that Akara was speaking as a politician. He was speaking passionately. He was speaking into the future. And of course, you cannot then create a charge on the basis of that. Perhaps if the government was saying, we call the former president for XYZ, and then Akara's come out and say the former president. But again, to be honored to Akara's statement, he also seemed to be saying that yes, indeed, the former president will go to the court, because he said the number of people that will go accompany him to the court. If you listen to the statement in detail, he wasn't saying that, like, okay, if the former president were ever called to court, he will not come, we'll ensure he doesn't come. But rather, he was saying we will accompany him, the number of people that will go. It wouldn't be like, according to Gray, like
then one would say, one would push, because I'm here, what balance, one would push also that, but what does that have to do with the presidency? The resident of the president not sitting home. The court is not where the president lives. And he said even the president would not sit at his rehab residence.
That like I said, that was in the expression, in a passionate expression. You know, he tend to make those statements because, of course, you know that, except there is an issue of resurrection, which then becomes a crime, and then you have the police and the army who are responsible to save the state. But of course, whether we like it or not, inviting George Weah to the court for crime, quote unquote, whatever that will be, that require a lot of security preparation, because whether he says it or not, there are people who are worshippers of Weah, people who love him, people who support him. Of course, you will see them gather at the court there, and you talking about when it comes to Weah, it are not happening before. We hope it doesn't get there, but you're talking about people being able to come up between 3, 4, 5, almost 5,000 persons or more every day to go to the first day. It's going to be electrifying. I think it was on that sentiment that Gray was, that imaginary sentiment that Gray was speaking, because there isn't any charge on the president. There isn't any reason for which he should be called. And what, there isn't any.
If you listen carefully to his statement, from the end of the statement, he was referencing the wife of the president. I think he will link what he tried to link that also to the current first lady, that she was in the Gambia. She did something. She's doing something of $3 million and other thing. Because the government yesterday, we discussed that yesterday, and I myself spoke vehemently against that the government, the state should not weaponize the judiciary against political adversary or political opponent, if you will. Quickly, before you can come in on this one, there's this saying yesterday that the Criminal Code A subpoena the management of the Cloud Weah Foundation in Marshall to bring all financial documentation and other things, and also how they acquire the property. And I was saying this is tantamount to witch hunt. I will hope it should not be that way, but it should rather, because Cloud Weah did not use government proceeds to build that foundation. It was a foundation that she used her own personal rapprochement outside of the country and within the country to build. So is that tantamount also, is that what he was talking about? Is it, if you were to hit the wife of the president, is that tantamount to also hitting the president?
I mean, technically that's his wife. Of course, if you were to call his wife to court, you expect him to be there, and provide the support, provide everything, of course. Yes. That's his wife. So while it is true the law would not be charging him for her, you know what I mean? But here's the thing, though. Has there been any charge?
Absolutely nothing. There
haven't been any charge against the Cloud Weah something. I think the government still building its case. Cloud Weah Foundation has every right to refuse to provide evidence against itself. I mean, you cannot self-discriminate according to our own law. So all they need to do, write a code, because they are respect the court, and tell the court, say, we are not at this time want to provide these documents. If the court want to charge them, then that's a different thing. If you charge them with a crime, then on the basis of that, you get evidence to go and prove them otherwise. Other than that, I don't think Cloud Weah, and listen, there's where I was talking about. Some of these things do not require you speaking as if to say we don't have the intellectual capacity to deal with these things. The laws are there. You cannot force me to provide evidence against myself. Simple. And the good thing about it, I like the fact that Cloud Weah is using the law, the very law, to respond. It is by understanding that her lawyer, I think represented by Jonathan Masakwe, have said to the court that at this time they are not prepared to provide any documents. So it left with the people who that's a fair response. It left with the people to say, look, we're charging you for illegally getting property. Then it become a different case. Then she understands her charge. It is on that. It's on that now to the issue of Katumu, Boak and stuff. When we know the charge that is being applied on the Klawia thing, for example, if you get charged up because you own a foundation, then of course it means you have set a precedent that every person who served at that level will be one day charged for owning a foundation. If you charge, I mean, like I said, depending on what the charge will be, but for now, I don't think Klawia is being charged for anything. She's not under any obligation to provide any documents for herself. If you think she committed any crime, any fraud, charge her for the fraud and take her to court. Other than that, I see all of those things as just showmanship and flexing. But I conclude that nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law. You seen the Brazilian president was charged before. You seen Donald Trump was charged before. You see who had votes, who had people, the MIGA supporters, crazier. But Trump went through the case. He went through court. You had Lula from Brazil, and you also have what the other Zuma. Zuma, they all, Zuma, they all went through. So technically, nobody against the law. But I think, and I agree, the worst thing the government would do is try to weaponize them. Okay. If they have clear evidence against any citizen of the country, use that process with dignity and respect and proceed. But to be harassing people every day, you say, bring your document, it's like people, you own your house. And government, even if you work in the government, you own huge property. The government, you could be doing your core water business on the side. Your wealth money could be what bid it her. Or other something. So if government think that you corrupt to bid it her, let them charge you for that corruption. Let them provide government evidence of corruption. Then probably when they can prove that you corrupted money from government, then restitution can forfeit maybe your house and all that kind of stuff. But to just see the man or woman because the government said, hey, your house here, show me all the means by which you build a house, I think that's a lot of overstepping. I really do think so.
You're right about that. No one's above the law. That is correct. Judy Bryant faced that before. The current former president of Brazil, Bolsonaro, is currently also in prison. The rest of that. But the point that Georgie, what basis did the Criminal Code A even subpoena Klawia Foundation to show all financial transactions? What's the legal motivation here? So that's the basic question that many people are asking. Was it motivated? Is it a political motivation? So that's the basic. Because I'm saying something that the lawyer is saying, hey, we have nothing. Because I believe is it the Assets Declaration team that's behind the Klawia Foundation? Is that correct?
Yeah, the asset recovery team led by and Councilor Clark Marty. Now, you know they have when they started when they roll out, they started to make some blunders, I think, and they saw they had to go to court and all kinds of stuff. Now they targeted Gracious Rye. Gracious Rye, they targeted, and I still don't know what all come out of Gracious Rye. They were pursuing Gracious Rye. Now they're targeting the former First Lady Foundation, the Klawia Foundation, the State of Hope. But the first thing, that foundation is being run by a management team. She has, so if anybody will go to court, that's not her. The management team, those who the management of that entity will go to court if you're having a problem. But I believe that for some reason they're trying to really justify why they're in existence. Because since we went to the 10 year, the asset recovery team, I don't know whether they restore anything. They have got anything, other thing they accuse people. They yet to show say, yeah, this is what we got from our job. This is what we got. We got it from John Brown. We got his amount of stuff, his house he built. He couldn't show proof how he funded that house. They are yet to show anything. And people believe that they are targeting this to politicize the thing by targeting the former First Lady. And I don't think it's the right thing to do, because there's no way you can easily bring a woman to disrepute. You can't do it. First of all, her management team was the place. The foundation is not run by her directly, no. Okay, her name is on top of it, but we go after the management team. And the problem is that the Unity Party Rescue, they made during the election, they said they're going to do a lot of stuff. They said they're going to go for the auditors, those who killed the auditors, allegedly killed the auditors. They're going to $16 billion that were missing. And we have seen, yet it's 23 years. None of everything have come to fruition. So you're trying to find a way by all means, either tear here and say, well, we got to do something because time is going against us. If we don't show people that what we run against, we say we're going to do, they come on us. So right now, I think that's what they're going through. And I just feel that the former first lady you should not try to go after her because, I mean, tomorrow, like Tiliki said, somebody tomorrow will say, well, you do foundation, you do a foundation to help people, they come after you. Why they want tomorrow say, okay, something, you want to building your ticket, I'm gone. Okay? Now, with the government running the way it's been run presently, were they funded, where they been funded? No, you know that. So I think they should tread very carefully and should not try to play politics. You know, take it or leave it. Those who supported it, who agree the CDC and the former president and so forth, they will support it. But you will be objective and be an independent free thinker. You will understand that they have to tread carefully because you must have tangible reason with evidence to say, yeah, the reason why we're trying to go after this project because we got the evidence in our possession. Okay. You will hold it, you're going to hold it until you get to court. We'll see, but I think they should just tread carefully. And all the cases that you say you're going to go after, open the cases, go after them and see what they get the facts on it. But you have not done that.
So Pewee, so for the purpose of our listening audience, this is where the context, the asset recovery went through the court. I'm sure you know, and the court, quote unquote, use Liberia criminal procedure law to subpoena the foundation. The foundation lawyer have moved in to ask the court to drop the government request subpoena, to drop it, quash it out. So I don't know. I think the judge may listen to that argument in the next few days because 2-3 things. The strength of the argument is that one, the strength of Class Riad's lawyer. One, there isn't any public money that was involved with the foundation. Two, the asset recovery does not have the legal authority to investigate the foundation. So those are the strength of the argument. Now is before the judge. If the judge proceed to say, if the judge say yes, the people don't have any right to submit document, then the asset recovery case, or you don't have that authority to go there, then the case die. If the court upholds the request of the asset recovery, thereby demanding that Claudia should submit her funding. But here's the thing. While all those things are in the confines of the law, and why people can sometimes say it's weaponizing, I mean, I would think it would have made some sense and make it easier to reduce political tension if the government had already built a case, as it could have documentation and facts that they are prepared to go. But to use the subpoena aspect, it is legal, yet it becomes weaponized because then you technically, in my view, of course, a non-lawyer, but in my view, I see it as being made to surround evidence against yourself. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. I mean, there's using the law is in the law context because, of course, our procedural law gave the code, criminal code aid, that authority to subpoena these things. Yes, we agree. But I just think that, sometimes, look, the law must be on the basis of also common sense, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm not supportive of anybody who commit crime in the country. No, I don't stand to support that. I don't care. But I'm just saying when you have a intense political tension, then you become smart in applying the law to avoid tension. So, for example, it's a different thing if the asset recovery goes to the court and say we have evidence to prove that government funding was used in this. We got access to prove that while we have received money on behalf of the Liberian government and use it in your foundation. These are the evidence. It makes it a lot easier. But, you know, to use the law to make somebody incriminate themselves, sometimes I just think, you know, tense political environment like that, you know, you want to be careful how you do it, you know. So the law is there, but of course it can be weaponized.
Absolutely. Dr. Peabody, let me say welcome to the closing argument.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see the stranger sitting over there. Is he a special guest? It's true, being a special guest today. Oh, you guys, good to see him. Good to see you, my man. Good to see you.
Yeah, before we can go, before we try to hit this, go a little bit on that, I will seek your input on that, Peabody. This is a development story I was just seeing here on Yahoo. I just put my computer on. I was not finding the news today too much. I listened to some, you know, the president of the U.S. is currently in Davos, attending the World Economic Forum, where world leaders are currently meeting. He threatened to put tariff on 7 countries, including the Denmark and other countries that, according to him, that are giving security enhancement to Greenland. But the breaking news that coming up is saying that Trump says agreement reached on Greenland canceled new tariff on those countries that he threatened to put tariff on. So he said agreement have been reached. That's a good news coming up again. We'll balance international war trade and the rest of that. That's good news coming up. So we'll go into that a little bit to the show. So that he said that's going to be a thing, and the deal that will be struck will be in the interest of the United States and all NATO members and the rest of that. He took the decision after meeting the Secretary of NATO, if you will. But the point that the people that we were talking about before, if we were to quickly reabreast you with what we've been discussing, our major issue headlines topic today. The president, not the president, remove or dismiss from his position as Youth and Sport Minister, Kehleboe Gongloe, and the president then re-nominated him. He was dismissed as Minister of Youth and Sport, and then appointed as the executive director of the LRRC, and then appointed Madam Corina Kra. Yeah, Madam Corina Kra. She's no longer Corina Kra Topa, and as the Minister of Youth and Sport. And before then, she served as the Deputy Minister for Administration and the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. And we will start with that first, the appointment of Kehleboe Gongloe. We want to hear from you on that. Then the next thing, if you want to also talk about that, would be the statement from Moses Akaro Gray, where he stated today that in an attempt to take the former president to court or his wife, there will be the whole city, the country will shut down, and even the president will not be at his rehab home. So we'd love to get your points on this, your thought process on this discussion tonight.
Look, the president has the prerogative to appoint and fire. It is within his purview that he can appoint and fire his official. So today, the statement I read didn't appear that Mr. Gongloe was fired. From what I saw, he was asking him to go and serve, that he will be capable. He will be the person who can change that place and elevate it.
He was fired from position as Youth and Sport. He got out. When you are under that job, you fire.
Well, but officially, the statement did not appear as being fired. It appeared as the president wanted him to go to another department to really bring that up. Maybe it was a professional firing, you know, or demotion in a sense. He was demoted in a sense, but the official executive management communication says that that he was asked by the president to go to another department where he's going to elevate it and bring it to a new level, and the president congratulated him for accepting the position. But we all know that if you are leaving from the Ministry of Youth and Sport as a minister to go serve as a director to a little agency that really don't have that really don't even have $500,000 budget, That is like nothing. It's a demotion. So I mean, the president has the right. We see a lot of issues that have been unfolding at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. You know, we had some issues and stuff that have been going on. So I believe the president saw it fit to remove him. You remember that this guy name came up some time ago, and where people were holding him, you know, accountable for some stuff. You know, I hope it didn't have to do with the McGill issue as well and other stuff. So even though McGill was exonerated, they probably should bring McGill back to his job. You know, but it's within the president's purview to hire. He has the prerogative to do that. He served at the will and pleasure of the president. So, you know, in regards to, you want to move to the next one? Or,
yeah. Go ahead.
Look, Sylvester, I think was the asset recovery just going too far now. I think it's just too much to actually go to the stand of. You want to indict somebody? Why not tell them? Why not indict them? Say this is the proof we have. Why are you asking them to bring their registration, the document, and all those kind of stuff? I think it's just intimidation. It's provoking. I mean, it's just too much. I think they just going too far to actually go to the first lady and try to intimidate her for the beautiful work she's doing. Madam Weah is doing a very good work with that Cloud Weah Foundation. They are doing an excellent job. I applaud her for the work she's doing. Other people will pack the bag and be out of Liberia and go there and visit. But as I said yesterday, you want to give the first lady hard time. UP government not being in power for until Judgment Day. They're not going to be part of Judgment Day. You don't want to start something that's going to end up on you. Because if you start something and another government comes to go after you, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's respectful to the president. And I think the basis for which asset recovery is trying to do that, I think is complete nonsense. Leave the president alone. Leave the first lady alone. If you have evidence against her that she took money or she misappropriated government funds, then take her to the auditing bureau, conduct an audit, and let them find her that she misappropriated funds. Don't just go after her, citing them. They should come to court and produce the document, all those kind of stuff. I think that's nonsense, and it needs to stop. That's a complete disrespect to the president and the first lady that serve. We are served with dignity as first lady of the Republic of Liberia. We need to give her that respect. Stop mixing the president others. President, we are willfully, peacefully give power, turn over that government. He is not been involved. They have not charging in any crime or investigate. He's not on an investigation for anything. So leave President we are the first lady chance. People, CDC, don't forget that CDC have thousands of support in that country. There are thousands of people who still love President Weah. If you want to disrupt your own country by trying to go after the former first lady of the Republic of Liberia, then do it. But don't forget, no party stay in power for the rest of their life. If you starting something now on the first lady, somebody going to go behind you. Somebody going to start that with you. You don't want to disrupt the country, okay? You don't want to disrupt what you already, because you have this government, the United States, they really won't care if those people get on the street and you disrupting the country and there's something that they really don't care. So I think what we see going on, I think is complete impunity to the first lady. I think she should be treated with dignity and pride. She must be respected. And I don't think the action that they want to take, I don't think it's in the interest of anything or in the interest of the country. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly the point, because we've been talking about this yesterday. We had some very long commentary on this, that the current ruling establishment should stop doing that. Because listen, if you were to push this thing and recklessly and unfairly go against your political adversary, if you will, opponent, in the need of trying to prove that you are fighting corruption, that would be a stupid decision to take, because trust me, other people will come after you tomorrow. And the matter come one day, and no one should think that, oh, this person is already old and other things. There are people that are pushing, that are engineering most of the things from the back. It may not necessarily be the president. If he's that old that he cannot be prosecuted or anything, or they cannot wish hunt him also, there will be other means that they can target other people behind him, right? So there's a lot of things unfolding. We have to be very mindful of. He's still got his children that are young, of age, and if you wanted to do this tomorrow, they can go after your children and just link something there and prosecute them and embarrass them, right? So this is even his wife also. So I mean, we ought to, and this does not negate the reality that we should preclude folks that are liable, that are being suspected of doing wrong in the country. Anyone that is suspected of doing wrong in the country, if the government got probable cause to go after them with probable cause, reasonable probable cause. If that's not the case, don't do it in the name of weaponizing the judicial system, of just trying to target these people in the knee-jerk way, or the mere show of bluff that I'm fighting corruption. But Tomalin, this is a growing concern now in the country, and as we move up to the new year, I mean into this new year, there's this growing concern saying the Unity Party folks, they pumping some money, and this whole assets recovery team, first and foremost, they did while we're about entering the country in November of last year. We heard that they unleashed an indictment for Fina. I think I got that story even on the flight Aska when we're about to leave from Accra, that they are unleashed on some indictment for Fina and her daughter, if you will. And moving now, we're hearing that they seen people trying to come up with something linking to the first lady, if you will. Do you think, and ever since that time, even the same assets recovery team, most of their members, most of the people that were appointed resigned from the team and accusing this very head of corruption and the rest of that. Do you think it's time that the president or the minister of justice put some time into this and review? Because I think this asset recovery or operational function is, the minister of justice can look into that to really find out if there's a need to continue this institution, or this institution is just being a kind of a nuisance to the government.
You know, as I said earlier, they one of the campaign mantra they used. They ran that they were going to prosecute. They accused the CDC government of corruption and so forth. They ran that they'll go after them and they'll put them, they'll prosecute them. And I think they're running against time, because since they took power, the cases they got just recently disbanded the jury with the arson case, the case involving the former finance minister. It's all in limbo. We're seeing it, and all the things they said during the campaign they were going to do, it's catching up with them, because you should have the facts. You have it was a smooth transition, so you should have these facts to so okay, based on what we have, we'll open any cases. Then we're gonna go after them. But apparently they believe that their time is against them, and so they want to catch up. So they go for high targets and so forth. But like you said, I agree. If you have reason to prosecute someone or indict someone, no one will stand before you. Okay, no one will stand before you. But you have to have reason to do it before you do it. If you don't have the reason, do not weaponize or try to score political point on your opponents. To use vendetta on them, to go after them. That's not fair. So I believe that they are playing catch up, and let's see what happens. But I don't think whether they try to get from all of this, we all know tangible evidence. We have the evidence to do it. Don't embarrass yourself, because if you don't have enough evidence to go after this Prayer Foundation and the case fall flat, you give a CDC more political leverage on you. They will say, you see, you guys are ran on lies. They ran on lies, and all the lies are caught up with them. So they are treated very carefully, because they come out to hunt them, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ahmed, the whole thing is that the CDC were in power for 6 years, and we didn't see the CDC actually witch hunting and then pass the United Party official on a serious note. We didn't see that. There was some attempt for people to go to court, but what the prosecution team did, those that even attempted to bring up the court, was the then defense minister. He went to court and they brought some evidence against him, and he was found liable. And then eventually the very same CDC government pardoned him. What we are not seeing here is that it's the United Party on a fishing expedition. That just trying to prove, are they just on fishing expedition in terms of this whole thing? Is it a fiasco, or they're trying to pretend to the Liberian people?
Yeah, but before I answer that question, I think we need to make some clarification on something Tomalin George said for the integrity of the
yeah,
network.
go ahead, please.
The 12 case is not in Squamble. The 12 case is at the Supreme Court. 12 filed for them to re-hear the motion because when the judge had said that the case could proceed because he did not enjoy, quote unquote, as presidential immunity, thereby that would have cleared way for the case to now proceed in the court. 12 filed a motion for re-hearing at the Supreme Court, and the case is at the Supreme Court waiting to be adjudicated. And what is in that situation is this: 12 wants the court to, 12 is arguing that he enjoys presidential immunity and as such he cannot be prosecuted for actions he committed while performing national security duty. The court, the prosecutors are arguing no, he doesn't. The presidential immunity does not extend to any other person besides the president. If that decision is made at the Supreme Court before then they proceed to the hearing of the case. I just thought to provide that clarification because of the integrity of the network. Now, with regard to my position on this matter is that while it is true subpoena and all those things are covered under our law, but sometimes we must use common sense. What is the common sense? Well, and I'm not just saying it in order to say preferential treatment to anybody, but when you understand the dynamics in the country, then you evolve a smart way to approach it. The country is tense. The country is highly divided. Seeking judgment against, prosecution against the form, it is better, in my view, to cross your T and dot your R effectively, so that when you proceed with these things, even people who tend to support the president or independent people say, no, we think this is they require some form of judgment. Anyway, it is in the court on the 23rd of Friday. The judge at Criminal Code A will listen to the argument from both sides. And what is the argument? As a recovery is asking Claudia to provide evidence, quote unquote, in my own words. They have legal terms for it, but in my own words, to provide evidence against herself, financial record that include donors, funding, and all this stuff. Claudia's lawyer is saying no, they do not want the asset recovery does not have the authority to go after them. Two, they didn't use government money, and as such, they should not be made to provide any evidence against them. That is what is before the judge on Friday, the 23rd, at 10 o'clock. He will hear the case. With regard to CDC, look, I strongly believe CDC should have gone after people who looted the national covers of our country when it took power. I strongly believe it should have done so. We set up an asset recovery of Serena Sivers and how you call the guy, or Johnson, or whatever his name is, the most educated Liberian lawyer. What is the guy name? I think he's 12th lawyer now. We had our assets recovery. We just came up.
Arthur Johnson.
Yeah, Arthur Johnson, CDC, the asset recovery CDC announced that Liberia had an asset around the world of close to $2, $3, $4, $5 billion. Even Kamara was put on notice. When they started, I think we should have effected some of those things, not as a form of witch hunt, but as a form of setting a standard for the country. So, a part of me cannot outright reject a push for accountability in Liberia. I cannot outright consciously reject it. I would just always say it should never be done as a means of witch hunting anybody. Because look, if we do not reach at a point where we uphold these things in the country, where are we going? You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways and say people corrupt, and in another way you say people should not be held accountable. And not in specifically in any of this case, but in the general context of all, everybody every day talk about, oh, people corrupt. So how do we deal with corruption? We deal with corruption by confronting it in the court of law. Court of law. So like I said, they can go after anybody, but to use the law that make you produce evidence against yourself, in my view, that is a form of weaponization. While it is true, it's a form of weaponization, particularly so in a country that is highly divided. We want to fight corruption. Corruption must be fought. Asset recovery is a necessary instrument of our government. It must exist. People must know, because listen, when we establish this precedent, it becomes a pattern for our country. 6 years from now, all those people who running around now stealing government money understand that they will also be caught. So if we do this perfectly, and it goes right, it means that another form of check and balance. And to the extent that I think there is a law that the law is pushing also that says they should now remove the statute of limitation from just 5 years to at least 10 or 15 years. Because 5 years, all the men need to do, soon Bwaka appoint him today, he's still, before Bwaka turn over, the statute of limitation cover the next government you can prosecute him. So I think the corruption now should become unlimited. Once we found reason to prosecute you, we should prosecute you. When we do that, brother, eventually, gradually, we'll try to see how things of this nature can come. People must be held accountable. We can't have it both ways, brother. People must be held accountable, and we must all advocate for that. Except that we must stay against it when we think it's being political, it's being weaponized. But we must stand for that. That's my position on this, man.
Dr. Peabody, you think the government should also show, because normally when these kind of a situation are unfolding in the country, we believe that the president will have to take some action with things. You think it will be the best thing for the president to exhibit here by starting to see, pointing out some corrupt practices within his regime, taking some major action against these people, and those that were even allegedly dismissed for some act of impropriety or malfeasance, they should start looking at the possibility of indicting some of them and then use those people as precedent moving forward. That will strike the balance for folks that will be on the other side to say, oh, this thing is only targeted at his adversary. Should we now begin the process of looking into some of those guys that were accused of malfeasance? And then, like, we had some folks that were dismissed from LRC for misappropriation. When are we contemplating on, as a government, prosecution to say so we'll start to indict these people to send in the court?
Look, I don't think they should just use it as an example. It's good for them to use it as an example, but it should not form the basis of persecuting people for crime they commit. People who commit crime need to be persecuted and punished by the full weight of the law. This government ran on the mantra that they were going to fight corruption, and President Bwaka had his own slogan that he always said that they will fine you, they will jail you, they will do this. But it's been almost 2 years or 3 years. I still remember when the guys from LRC were fired because I was one of those who went to Ghana on the Bujumbura refugee camp, who provided live video, who provided over $20,000 worth of food and water to that camp. And it was through the Vice President Jeremiah Cohn. I remember the first time I went to Liberia, and Tomalin had asked me to go and see the Vice President. And I went up to the Vice President, and the first thing I said to him in his office, I said, look, those people in Ghana on the refugee camp, they are suffering, they are dying. And if you guys don't do something, it will be a bad reflection, and those people bloodstain will be on you, And I still remember the vice president writing down in his a pocketbook. He had a little book that he wrote in. He said, I got a meeting with the president this evening. I'll bring that. And to his credit, after about 2-3 weeks, there were buses on that camp to bring the refugee home. And all the money and things that were allocated, I understand the guys stole up to 70,000. That's why some people are still on that camp. They haven't come home yet. They are still there because after the first trip, they didn't go back. The LRRC ate the money and whatever they did with the money. So I think is, let him start with his own people. We have seen a lot of people that he has dismissed and forwarded them to either the Liberia anti-corruption or forwarded them to court. It has been almost 3 years and nothing has happened. Nothing have taken place. You've heard nothing about these cases. These people don't even seem like they're going to be ever persecuted. Anything going to be done. And then now you're going after a woman who is even bringing more change to the young people of the Republic of Liberia. That foundation, as I said, people said that she may have gotten money from government, but most of the money that she got from that was from outside support to support that foundation. When you vice president, when you president wife, you president son, other people want to do certain things. They go through you, and some of those things, some people want to meet the president, they'll go through you, and some of the things they donate to your foundation and things like that and stuff. So I think what they need to focus on their own internal corruption. That's what they need to focus on. If you can focus and punish those people in your government, then and go after everybody will say, wow, they got they got it's not for joke and stuff like that, but he's not, and of trying to just bring a cloud because she's a public figure. Oh yeah, they've done nothing since they asset recovery took over. They've done nothing. All they're doing is 1 minute they'll say, oh, they indict the other person, they seize the other stuff, and then after 6 months, nothing they've done. Really nothing they've done. Okay? So they're trying to, even the head of the asset recovery team, or what's his name, Martin, he got some dirt on him too. There's a lot of dirt on Councilor Martin himself on some stuff that he did, that he was involved in. So what credibility you bringing out there? What credibility you bringing out there going after other people on your own self? You think anybody who really got dirt on them will ever be serious to point at other people? It's very difficult. So the thing is, they are going after this first lady. You should not do that. The first lady of the Republic of Liberia, you want to. I'm not saying if the first lady are involved in corruption, but in the word, you're telling this woman to bring her own evidence and bring it, and then you will seize it and look for something in it, and then you begin to punish. You say, oh yeah, she died and did that. If you show why you calling her, then show the evidence to Liberian people. Liberian people want to see, but don't tell me, oh, Dr. Peabody, bring your Liberian Mission 5013C, a registration and everything. You should have records. You should have records to access these things on how the organization was founded and things like that. Freedom of Information Act, right? We got the freedom of information. You can go there and try to get a record. But don't tell me I should report to you with all my documents. For what? I'll tell you what the people say. I say H, no. Hell no. I don't think she should comply with that. I don't think it make any sense. They're just trying to go after her.
Yes, it's interesting. But again, like we all say, we hope that they will follow the law and not politicize the job, because you just want to prove to your people that, oh, I said I would do that and what we're doing, because I remember some people used to say, no, Joel be with hang on Joel the point, hang on to the point, all this stuff there.
I want not possible.
No, that's happened. And so So you're wishing all the wishes were taken. And you should know that you can't just do it. He's not an ordinary person. Or you just come and say you will just take him and carry him. No, it's not possible. I mean, I agree with Akara that if you go into the police station, you won't go there alone. You go, thousands of supporters will go, and sometimes will go with him. Okay, but in order to come up with such a case, you must really cross your T's and dot your I's. You have everything legit before you do it, because if you make a mistake and you on a false with no much substantial evidence, the repercussion will be very devastating for you. You know, so I know Clark Martin is struggling to make sure the budget he has been allocated, he make sure that he justify why he working like that, but don't do it at the cost of your political. I mean, at the expense of your political opponent. Don't do that. So looking forward to that and see what happens. But let's see what will happen. The judge will have issue a ruling now for the foundation lawyer responded. Let's see what happens from there. But I just think that they should be very mindful in how they tread with such a thing. What are the next topic? Myean? What topic? What next topic you guys have? I know before I came on the show, I don't want to recognize. I saw the president visiting the former vice president. You know, she lost her son yesterday. I saw the president visiting her home, and that was cool on his part to go and sympathize with her, identify with her. Losing a child is not an easy thing, especially your only child. It's a tough thing for her. And I know what she's going through a tough time. She needs all the support, all the prayers.
Tomalin, was he ill?
Yes, because I know prior to his death, I was put in a chat room I was in. They said that he was taken to the hospital, rushed to JFK, and he was going brain dead or whatever the case. And so they were trying to see how best they could save his life. But then before I look, after another 30 minutes, somebody told me and said, well, he passed. So yeah, I think he had, I'm sure he has some online medical condition perhaps. But you're a young man, just energetic to just drop and die like that. It's tough though. It's tough.
Yeah, very young man.
Very young. Tough. I mean, I know his father is the former president. He's in Switzerland, in The Hague. I wonder how he feeling right now. You know, it hurts.
He in London, not The Hague.
They're translating to London now.
Did I have always been in London?
Yeah, in The Hague, right? In The Hague, right? Seleke.
Say what?
What did I in London?
Yeah, not London, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, that The Hague, they had a code there. Okay, the trial was not in The Hague. Okay, so I don't know what he's going through right now. Wow.
Yeah, but tomorrow we're going to have a very special guest.
Reverend Charles Levi Martin.
Yeah, Reverend Charles Levi Martin will be here. He will be talking it all and saying it all.
Yes, no punch, leaving no punch. You're going to say it all.
You don't want to miss it. He's going to be talking. You know, he's going to be talking about other things that he's doing. You know, and he's going to be here tomorrow. So we encourage you to come join us tomorrow, Reverend Martin C. Levi Martin. If many of you don't know, Reverend Martin was one of the original founder of the Spoon Talk show. He was one of those when Spoon started. He was one of the first.
And he used to pray, right? And he used to kind on the prayer.
He was one of the first panelists on that show. We started all with God Can Bless Anybody, and then we went into the political show that is still the Spoon Talk. But Reverend Martin was one of the founder of Spoon Talk. You know, remember the famous Mark Jabatier story and all those things. So yeah, he'll be here tomorrow. We'll talk about it. But he will talk about his.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
We'll talk about his foundation. His foundation as well, and what he's doing. So you don't want to miss it, man. Reverend Martin's hot. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it at all. He'll be here tomorrow, so we can we can talk about what is unfolding in Liberia and what he's doing. So we encourage you to come. We'll have a flyer up. Come tomorrow. Let's talk about it. But Tomalin, it's we're talking about Kehleboe Gongloe. Why do you think the president reassigned Kehleboe Gongloe?
Especially so, the major organizer of successful county meets. You think that you'll be giving the man kudos, but instead the man was removed from his position. They use that kind of money yourself. They put the man, you know, the man organized that county be successful. Kind of money, they put the man.
Yeah, why you think they remove him, Tony?
Well, I think a few days ago, I was told by somebody in the executive mansion that they were going to remove him. I thought the person was just making just empty talk, but then the person told me say they're going to move him. I don't know why, but again, don't forget now, this government is about to do some major appointments this year. They'll be reconstituting the National Elections Commission. They'll be putting, so we know. At one point in time, I heard he was where he was going to go. So who knows? But I'm looking to see whether he will accept that job. Because honestly, there's no argument about that. They'll say where he as minister, and to leave that position of pointing to the ultra-piracy. No, my people. You can't tell me say that they want Anke had to try to sugarcoat it of play flower, we use the words. To say, yeah, this is this you organize all that stuff, security reason, all kind of stuff. No, you know, I know. Yeah, that's what you do so.
Easy on the show.
Yeah, the come and say, oh, the guy was the guy, and they put him there and to reform.
Another thing that was on my schedule today was the issue about the guy who has been alleged to have sodomized the boy. I don't know whether you get any new information in that regard.
So I heard what he said. He said he won't be tried separately, right?
Let me read what mine said. You get any update on that?
No, I know. I just saw something when he put that to. I don't know.
Yeah, he wants separate litigation. And Myean also quoted somebody I think is very important. I hope he could have played that video from Creighton Duncan.
What he saying?
Who calls for the nationalization of our mines and everything, like in South Africa, that we should national, put the mines and all the things under government control.
Yeah, but right now, today, the Senate was deliberating on the Metal deal, the bill, and I watched it for why I don't care what people say. They're gonna pass it. They're gonna concur. I mean, they just all that smoke screen. They'll say, "Yeah, we discussing it." End of the day, you won't hear say, "Oh, they send it back to them to make some adjustment on it, or some changes should be made on that will influence the Liberian people." They will just show voting right now. End of the day, they'll tell you say the Senate concur with the House, and President Boga will sign it, and they'll get a $200 million coming to the government in their account. That's what's going to happen, and that's the country we have. We got to accept what we got right now. Until we disrupt that country, we have the problem. We disrupt the country for you, then we'll set a new shift. But I can tell you, we will disrupt that country.
Tomalin, you thought them, but you.
We're not talking abstract here. We're talking. I'm telling you, we have plenty working hard. We disrupt this system.
You don't look like somebody who can do corruption.
No, it's the corruption, impunity, culture of impunity that has existed in our country for so long. We have disrupted it. It's a time we do it. Can't continue to live this way. People have their own way. Trust me, man. You think people? Why would say what's we making 150? Why? Huh?
Okay, so they said that. 2 minutes. Let's go. This what Myean was saying. We talk about Akara Gray warning. I think you saw that.
Yeah,
right? We talk about
Akara was just being passionate, man.
You said that, but But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you,
But the thing I can't say is it not true if we are is called to the court, we'll not have.
Oh no, like I said,
if so I can't just except that maybe he's said in a passionate way, but that's true.
If they're not doing it, if they're trying to just score political point or trying to go after him, just because they won't set up political score, I mean, it'll be a reaction. He's a former president. He's not ordinary president. He's a leading opposition leader in the country. There'll be some repercussions. It won't just happen overnight. But I can tell you, if there's, like you said, if there's something legitimate where you have some, okay, we have this thing where you are invited to the court, yeah, you don't have to go for arresting. He will go there and with lawyers and he entitled to whatever the case. If you take the man to court, if you got legitimate reason, you have your charges on him, you go to court. But if you want to do it, they say you want your goal is to put him behind bars or handcuff him, that'll be a sad mistake. You want to go that route, because I can tell you, he's not an ordinary person. He's not an ordinary politician. And people who are prepared to lay down their life for that man. So I'm telling you, they will not sit and lie you to just try to denigrate or disgrace him. It will not happen. So that's a reality. I hope that's true.
Yeah, also, Myean talk about the government of Liberia introducing some kind of insurance, life insurance.
But LDA, right? The Liberian Drug Enforcement. I think it's all it. Bro, people that you and I know, man. And in this country, like today, you're going to your doctor's appointment. You got insurance. Oh, you go. I was at my dentist, and I mean, we got all these opportunities we have here. Pray, like. You think anybody in Monrovia? How many people in Monrovia say they're going for dental work? They wouldn't have, maybe if they get tooth or something happens to their teeth and they go for hospital. But besides that, I mean, most of the people don't have it. And
right.
We got vision. Like I got a eye appointment tomorrow. Okay, you got your PCP, so you got it. You work for it. They take it from your pay. You know, you pay for it. And so you benefit from it. So people.
Yeah, but I think that whole insurance thing, many institutions can buy their own private insurance. So I think the LDA boss said it would buy insurance for their employees. So like the foreign ministry can get it, that money they can do. Every institution will buy insurance for their employees and other things.
Once the people, it should just be fair to the people, because don't call the poor money for the premium, and then when the time of the people to benefit, then you'll start dragging it, pushing it around.
No, I think every institution will structure it. You put it in your budget. Then you contact the auto clinic and hospital. You contact, they will show that amount. Then it's just a one-time payment, and it won't come for that. And I like how to do here. They will take no for that. They will budget it. It's in the budget of the institution. They just pay, and then you just benefit. You go and benefit when you. They will name those hospitals you can go to with the coverage you have. If you have dependents, where they can go also. I mean, in some institutions, remember the GSC would benefit from that and other things. Yeah, so that's what I mean.
It's needed though. It's needed, and it's needed. People to have health insurance is good, you know.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's overdue, but yes, with the peanuts that other people make, peanuts that they make, how much are you gonna take from the pay again?
I know, right?
No, they're not taking money from pay for insurance. No,
it'll be free insurance.
Oh yeah, those institutions pay for the insurance.
Okay.
Those
how when is that thing?
But it been a while. It's just like. Many government
you got.
They are insurance in the country.
And two
while with the GSC, the time I was with the GSC from 2009 up to 2012, I was on insurance. Of course, those institutions will pay for the insurance. It's not coming from your paycheck every month, no.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
And quickly, you were are you talking about the thing at Davos, Switzerland? Trump had no choice. The European leaders stood together. They stood together to resist what he's trying to do. They face it. So, and he under pressure, man. You are looking at cannot be attack on us and NATO. So they both stood together. They both said it's time that you saw the Congress guy, the Parliament man from Great Britain.
Yeah,
I mean, he went after him. So I mean, and people in the Republican Party telling him to man, you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't just be, you want to bully everybody. You can't do that. You affect America. You can't do that. So I think coming to it now. But where you come to see the fight will be that the spending bill, whether they will fund ICE still. I think the fight coming start. We have the partial government shutdown. I see it.
I think the vice president said on his way to Minnesota.
The vice president? Oh, he's expecting a 4th child too.
Yeah, they announced that yesterday.
But have they deployed the military there? I heard the commander speaking.
No,
not yet. Not yet.
Stand by.
Yeah, but gentlemen, did you guys watch that video today? A fire got in a place, and
people are looting.
I hope Myean's around where he could play that. I don't see him here again. I hope Myean is around. I don't see him on. Where he could play.
People again, you can't. You torso. They say torso. People are jobless. People are so they
in America, you have to the poor and loot.
I know. It happened in New York. They saw it.
When I just rolled, the criminal that go steal, they got a whole gang that go from store in New York and steal high class jewelry thing. Bunch of criminals.
Yeah, but in Liberia, you see the oil tanker fell on the road. I think 2 years ago. People got burned because they thought they went there and it exploded. People. I would not do it in Liberia. I don't care. I know everything. In Liberia, they say, "Oh, my man," they say money. They say one car was passing here. Money was falling from the car. You're not gonna run behind that car and say, "Oh, you know what coming behind you." You go there. You go do it.
But it's bad.
Go for it.
It's very, very bad because that's not a good precedent. Somebody's store is burning. How can people be motivated to even go invest in a country like that where when you have a crisis, everybody jumps in? We're not fighting
to put things under control.
We're not fighting war no more. We're not, for everybody to just jump in the store and start looting like that.
I bet you that store don't have insurance there. We get insurance that man person business will just close down.
Yeah. Or he'll borrow money from his man again because he knows he can make it other Liberians. He'll borrow money from them and go there and try to do it. But that's very sad for our country, for our people to behave like that. That's the one I can't understand. Why would they do things like that? Everybody running in the store. Why if they're going to die?
How?
What if they're going to die, though? They're running in the store. They're going there and robbing the people. You see? That's sad. I call him Myean. I'm not getting Myean. I wanted him to play that video. I wish I had it. Then I can put it on.
Which one is the video?
The video where people looting.
The video where the people were in the store, and that person did a good job.
What does it signify? What does it?
The people are struggling. The people in the hardship.
It signifies disorderly. Man.
So tell me, during the COVID, when people were busting the high stores in downtown Philadelphia and other places, they were in what kind of shape and they did that? People would just be, regardless of where they are. Sometimes for me, when people in America make the comparison, then I'll be a little like, are you saying you don't see these things happening yet?
Yeah, it's not around. It's not how you see what's happening today. You would actually law enforcement officer there today. You would have seen it.
But the core thing is about people stealing, right?
Man, don't try to make a more equivalence to the America here.
Well, I'm saying it happened there too. People break stores.
Just 2 days ago in New York.
People break store. What I'm saying,
person when they were gone and they robbed a store in New York, hundreds of thousands. Just 2 days ago.
Yeah, but this is not robbing. They went there and looted the store.
This thing about looting.
You got Zoko all in our country there. What you expect?
The situation I photo
every day.
The situation I photo yesterday that the Peabody, they took advantage of the situation.
Our country get from a point that is so.
Peabody, what they did, they took advantage of the situation yesterday and decided to do it, but it's not a normal attitude of those people.
Exactly.
But now, my point here is that the police in the red light contingent there. I thought. When you look at the 40, the first thing you do is that you deploy police officers. It's a commercial hub. I think the police delay in coming led to them ransacking that store before. And part of their reason is that this store is gotten already by fire. If we don't take it, it will get destroyed. That's how most of them were saying. Look at the other young girl that took the freezer, the mini freezer. She's moving with that mini freezer.
Evidence on her. She got on video. They will identify her and pick her up.
Why they play on burning to get where to help, so they will pay off something and tell the video back.
In full camera, we say I have that.
People were
stealing mattresses. I can say she brought it off and they put it somewhere.
Well, boy, ever see she steal, losing the play.
Yeah, so it's just.
She should approach Mason of at least. Yeah, you put Mason, you go do that kind of stuff. Man, it's sad, man. It's sad. It's sad. Very sad. It's sad. Very sad.
It's very sad for the country, though, for the world to watch it. I mean, how can people be encouraged to even go invest in a culture like that where people just standing by to loot, indicate just in the minor situation, they're ready to come by and start looting? How can people be motivated and be encouraged for that? So it's really sad. It's really, really sad for our country. You know, I've admired to play that, but he's still trying to get a tip, you know, because it was very interesting. Very, very much interesting to see that happen. Yeah. And so, yeah.
What's up with True In? Today I saw your post. They play the be on your own puzzle.
But that's the essence of conversation. You see, the difference is I do not put up view because I want to accumulate different likeness. It gives me an opportunity to identify the diversions of view, how people think. But more importantly, I put it there. Of course, the people that beat on our pod name more than five, and they're the same old people that will always beat on pod because the issue is in a disagreement. But
you're official of the party, you're national official, and you shouldn't. I agree with people. You can't be the one to do what you did.
But I didn't do anything against the party.
You call him. You say the word used. Take back our party.
Yes, of course. So as an official, I said take back our party. How is that against the party?
Yeah, what you trying to say? You trying to separate? Say they got sedition and reaction. So
there's none. In my definition, listen to me.
You saw the girl said they can't defend their position. Anyway,
thank you very much.
Tomalin Josh, I'm consistent on this position. Unlike you who will tear in today, now you were another disruptor.
I would not be, but as I'm being consistent, I'm an independent free thinker. Come on.
No, my man. Come on.
Your official, your national official, you say what? You're not national official.
I'm a national official, and part of my responsibility is to protect the integrity of the institution. The institution is CDC, one name, one people, one identity, one objective. It's important. It's important. I'm coming to you. I'm coming. It's important that we establish that. You have the Democrats, you have the Democrats, you have the Republicans, you have the Republicans. You understand? Today, coming. Wait for me. You know why it's causing a challenge in the Republican Party today? Is those people who are Republican and those who call themselves MAGA. The likes of Dave Cheney and believe that the Republican Party has lost its true value. It wasn't a party that chased strangers. It wasn't a party that did this. Why is that happening? Because a new philosophy on a new name has taken over the Republican Party. I'm afraid that if we do not reclaim the party, its citizens is a great party, its philosophy and vision, one of the best on paper with all of the political parties in Liberia. It has a breath, some of the best Liberia intellectuals. In fact, if not all, but more than half of the country were once called themselves seditions. They identify with the party. The party was a great party. Everybody today who's a major political thinker in Liberia or calling a shot somewhere here and there, they were before a member of the CDC. Yeah, what is happening? I'm coming. What is happening? I'm seeing the brand. CDC's strength is its brand. We must protect that brand. It is the brand that will transcend us. It is the brand that people will gravitate to. We are getting an era where, for example, if Joshua were to run for president 2029, he has no other running. What will stay beyond all of that will be CDC. That brand must be protected. It cannot be diluted. Perhaps that will be my final contribution to the party to say, look, whatever we do, the idea, the philosophy, the objective, the value upon which we establish this party must not transcend every other thing. It is based on that. A lot of people love CDC. A lot of people have no personal issue with the party. They believe the party is a great party because, like Jim Mason were to say to me, Jim Mason said, CDC represented the struggle they started in the 80s. It was that struggle that they believe transformed into what CDC was because it reflected the masses of the people. That's
not
what
the 80s, in the 70s.
Okay, in the 70s, yeah. Thank you for the correction. So I'm saying to you in my post that listen, you can have a mirror for CDC, mirror for that, but there should not be a division between CDC and this. There's only one party.
Okay, let
CDC,
me ask this question. Let me ask this question.
I stay on that. I don't care whether people.
Thank you.
I don't care, Tomalin, whether you or people go knowing that the truth, knowing that is the truth. The interpretation of the Wiashe, in your view, is when you say Wiashe, you think that it is a direct attack on you.
No, that's where my question. That's where my
that's
question.
That's what Tomalin think. I don't care.
But that's why my question is. Let me ask this question. How do you reconcile the first partisan of the CDC, former President George? Hold on.
Yeah.
The first partisan of the CDC, former President George Weah. How do you reconcile the statement of President George Weah that says they get CDC and they get Wiashe? How do you reconcile those two? That statement.
First of all, Weah is a sedition. Before we won any election, there was nothing called sedition and Wiashe. From 2005 up to 2020, I think 2018 or so, there was no Wiashe. Okay, now, as the party evolved, we expect different people to come and like and so on. That's fine. You can be Wiashe, but when you come in the Wiashe process of making it appear as if to say there exists two parties, one a sedition, one a Wiashe, then we must say no. We only have CDC and sedition as members of the party. If you are Wiashe and you define as people who dare to support just Weah, then I would think restrict your conversation exclusively to Weah and things that affect Weah. Do not get involved in the CDC conversation because then you are saying you are not part of the CDC, you have no deal with CDC, but you cannot be a Wiashe that define as people who love Weah exclusively, yet you want to influence and direct what happens in CDC. And then here's the unfortunate part. Sometimes you go out there and give views that make the party appear that people who think that, okay, this person talking that CDC, and so they put all together and think that it's CDC. But those of us who are within and we understand, we must be able to say, it's a hard call. I know what I was putting in. I know what I was saying. I know the likes of Tomalin Jordan will try to make it low like that. But somebody must say it. We must say to the Liberian people that CDC is your party. It's very tolerable with all of the intellectuals. CDC Garguah, it takes to lead that country again. CDC is a party that is as better and good as any other party. And so the extremists that come out of this
but that extinction, I have not seen that the extinction being made between Wiashe and sedition.
But
that you're just making it. You're just making it. You're one person. But the vast majority Hold on, let me finish. The vast majority of Liberians know that they are Wiashes and they are seditions. So people who, as you already stated, who are Wiashe go and speak as if to say they are sedition.
And that's where I'm
and the party has not been able to come up with a position statement on this issue. That's why the people are mixing the Wiashe and the sedition. You understand what I mean? The fact that CDC has not been able to come up with a position statement to distinguish itself from Wiashe and the CDC, you will always have this problem.
I agree with you. And part of the process of recalibrating is to identify the issues of challenges. Now, I'm not vilifying Wiashens. I'm not vilifying them. I'm not denigrating them. I'm only trying to do, as you said, separate that the members of CDC are seditions. Those who want to support George Weah exclusively saying they call themselves Weahshin. They are different from the party. Their views, their actions do not represent the philosophy, the values, and ideas of CDC. Because, for example, if somebody were to attack CDC and give a view, my approach to you will engage you from a point where I will dilute your argument in a more reasonable way, as opposed to coming out there to attack you, insult you. No. And that was not the party, that's not the party that I know. And we must claim that. We must claim that as we proceed. We must claim the brand. Like I say, a brand is very important. For example, a nice synagogue could be as ugly as maybe a synagogue or something else. With the nice synagogue have a higher price, and the other synagogue get cheaper price, but fine. But because you go to buy not synagogue, you go to buy the bread. You buy the nut.
Yes, Seleke, let me hold you there a little bit on this one. Now, a lot of political pundits and outside of those inside, both inside the CDC and outside the CDC and pundits are wondering and also suggesting in certain quarter that there's some very serious problem within the CDC rankings vis-a-vis relative to your own role you play in the party. You don't think as a party hierarchy to come up with that statement that we should reclaim the party, that means the party being hijacked by certain people, basically by the Senate bearer and supposedly those of his Weahshin group. And folks are also suggesting that got the proclivity of pushing aside the Weahshin that are more passionate, because the Weahshin sedition, the goal, the general goal of the CDC is to support the party and the party first Senate bearer or the party political leader of the way, and then contestation. So if we are still going to be the political leader of the party and the flag bearer of the party, it would just sound very unique and politically feasible and excellent that the Weahshin and the CDC always collaborate and see the party forward. But if you try to reclaim, that means the party being hijacked by a certain group of people. This one. And another point I will try to push on you again, there are a lot of folks that are suggesting, what is actually your role? Are you still active with the party? Now that you brought, are you still really active with the party? Because I'm getting in certain quarter, we are political people, that you've been excommunicated from almost all of the party chat rooms and the party issue. Is that true that you actually been excommunicated from all of their chat rooms? They say every major chat room of the party, they got you out. Is that really true? I'm wanting to find out this, but the fact that this discussion is out now, I really want to get this from you. Is it true that you've been excommunicated from the party activities, particularly you still hold your position? And the information I'm getting that they're going to call a special conference and a special convention wherein they will find me to replace you even moving forward. But is it true that you are excommunicated from the party?
That's false. I am a ranking member of the CDC.
Are you still in the chat room? Is it true that they remove you from their chat room?
That's not true. I'm in numerous chat rooms, uncountable.
The executive committee chat room. Are you in that one?
I am a senior member of the National Executive Committee chat room. I'm there. Okay. I'm there. Okay. So, but listen, Pewee. Chat room for me on Facebook is easy. I can form chat room. I feel comfortable with you, Tony.
Yeah, because I'm getting information that they remove it from most of the chat room. That's what
that's not true. But the most now. That's not
go ahead.
The most important chat room to me is the National Executive Committee chat room, of which I'm in. Other chat rooms, they do not engage in policy that direct the party. Yeah, they may go to chit chat.
Okay, let me just add up to what.
But let me answer this main question.
No, let me just add up to what you, because before you finish your answer, have you been removed from any chat room that has the semblance of CDC?
I can't really remember that. Because to be frank with you, I do not engage in all of the chat rooms, so I may not even know. But those critical chat rooms that involve party auxiliaries, party umbrellas, and other stuff, yes, I'm in those ones. And there are times some chat room, I would love to come up, but sometimes you go in chat room, then you get yourself out of it. Why the man leaving? Because
Do you know that there's a special they're planning a special convention coming soon? Do you know about that?
Yes, I have pushed. In fact, I do want CDC to have a convention. In fact, before now, when Molu was chairman, we were hoping to go to what you call the retreat that would have involved the conversation of convention. CDC, look, here's the reality. You cannot go to an election, lose an election, and you don't go for a mini convention. You go to a mini convention to recalibrate, and if that also requires you reviewing your leadership, you do so. Currently, the National Executive Committee, there are a couple of people who are out of the executive committee. They are either resigned or they found other things to do. They are very, for example, Fala was an executive committee member, Moru left. So there are a couple of positions there that must be filled up. That must be filled. Listen. It's not about a position. It's not about it. It's about getting the institution saying what is it hurtful sometimes. It's easy for me to just come out every day and just praise the CDC in-house, out-house, and just say, oh, I can easily do that. Many of the people who you see coming and being unrealistic and just on CDC, either they have the ambition that they want to run on CDC ticket and they think the best thing to do is to shout, no, I'm playing the highest, the most difficult part. And the most difficult part in the CDC is to highlight these things that are real. Now, people say, executive committee member, you can't come out and talk. No, the party view, not every CDC in chat room, not every CDC, Sonny, they want to understand. They are confused as well. And sometimes you must state these things. There's nothing wrong when Dick Cheney come and disagree with Trump. There's nothing wrong when McCain disagree with it. It didn't make them less of a Republican. We must prioritize the interests of the party, and to do so, we must take these things. Look, if the punishment, if the bad they remember from cities, do you stop me from being a Liberian to engage in Liberian politics?
No. Is that the business?
I've served citizens for 20 years. Of that 20 years, I've always been an executive committee member. Liberia, US, everything. There is one thing you can't change. I was one of the 32 persons that formed CDC, incorporated it. Technically, to be honest with you, I strongly believe that the CDC must not incorporate new ideas.
Let me ask you a question.
New ideas, new people must come in. We must infuse the executive committee.
What you are saying now,
yeah.
Don't you think you risk being ejected from the party? The reason, hold on, the reason I'm saying this, and I'm not going to call name, but I remember one of the founding members of the CDC. In 2005, somewhere closer there, the first election, when the first partisan was already in line to become the standard bearer of the party, he granted an interview and he posted and said, look, the first partisan cannot just ride on the wave to become the standard bearer of the party. We have to go to convention. The fact that he said we have to go to convention, he was ostracized. So what you are saying now, and I'm not going to call it, but he has reconciled with the first partisan lately, but he was ostracized. And everybody who knows this story knows that particular gentleman that I'm talking about. Your position now, don't you think you risk being ostracized too?
No, look, listen, contrary to the view that in CDC people do not express contrary view, is a myth, it's a lie, there's no reason, Riggs, because I believe that the party must go back to its original philosophy and vision. I mean, to think that the CDC will censor a person because of that view is untrue. People have expressed views that are even stronger than that one, and political party must be able to muster those kinds of things. We can have a single objective, yet we cannot often see the path in achieving our objective as the same. We must have different views. At my level, I mean, it's insulting to even think that at my level I will not have opinions on issue. I must submit my thing anyway. And then that's something NN knew. I've always been very clear as to my position on CDC, where I stay. I've always advanced. So it become uncomfortable sometimes for some people. I understand that. And so when I express this view, I should be prepared for people who disagree with my view to express theirs as well. But that's the reality. That's the reality. I don't see risks. I don't fear risks. I don't even think about those things. The only thing I wouldn't do is to try to undermine the party's interest. That is, for example, if the party was going with a candidate against Joseph Boakai, and then I support Joseph Boakai against the candidate, and those kind of person go to, those kind of stuff. But in terms of saying, look, I think the party approach is not the proper way. Let us approach it this way. That's something I'm going to stop doing. I don't care about risks. I don't care about that. I don't even care after what the CDC were to win tomorrow morning, and they say because they must. I don't care about that as long as they're doing the right thing to.
Do you think the party needs some major overhaul?
Of course.
Including that. Do you think there's a need to have a new standard bearer moving to the next election?
Well, I would think, you see, now here's the thing in terms of calculation. Election is electability. The position of standard bearer is about electability. It's not about just putting somebody there. I would think CDC, as part of the way of calculating its standard bearer, should calculate a standard bearer who they think can help them win the elections. Or we should find someone who can win the election. If George Weah present that capacity than other person, yes, then we can send him.
Do you think he still present that capacity?
I think right now George Weah remains one of the most popular Liberian in the country. He remains one of the most popular person.
Can he come back? Can he, from your perspective personally, can he come back and defeat Joseph Boakai? You think it's possible now?
In politics, anything is possible.
No, from your perspective as a politician and a political strategist, do you think the party should look into an open process?
You boxing him there in the corner.
No, he's not boxing me. He's not boxing me. But yes, my answer.
He's not clear. He's ambivalent. I need to get.
No, I'm clear. Yes, my answer. I told you.
He's ambivalent. He's not too sure that George Weah should contest, and he don't want to say openly.
No. Listen to me. As long as I remain seditious and George Weah is selected as the party standard bearer, I will support him. Whether he
will you vote to push him to be the standard bearer?
Yes, except I see somebody who can better perform than him in terms of winning the election.
Do you think there's someone that can do better job than him?
Right now, I don't see that person.
Okay.
In terms of winning, in terms of mobilizing, I don't see that person right now.
Oh, in terms of winning, but you think in terms of policy, there's somebody that can do better job than him?
Well, I cannot tell you that George Weah got monopoly of all the knowledge in the country. No, I can't say that. But I can say to you,
do you think he's a rallying leader or a divisive leader?
Well, the truth of the matter is that George Weah has been one of the most loved Liberians, and many people have gravitated to that. So perhaps if you see that, you could consider it as love and gravitating. A lot of people,
aside from that issue of the love, as per his leadership ability,
skills
within the structural leadership thing, you've been observing him for years now. Do you see him as a polarizing, divisive leader or a rallying type of kind of leader?
Okay, so there are two Weah to me. The first Weah I saw entering politics was a very humble guy.
Okay,
when he entered politics, okay. Weah was an institutional person. He wanted CDC to be the biggest thing. He was attending meetings. He was giving a suggestion. He was taking that the vote against him whole, and so they will not happen. They will not.
We need to go to other people quickly. So facts power.
No, let me answer this last question.
Yeah, he answered it. Their facts power. Yeah. You are humble now. Are we to, because
that's the point we're trying. That's the point.
So the institution, the individuals surrounding Weah, try to redirect him from that path, which is bad. Because listen.
Yeah,
they don't want to get at him dirty as seditious. They don't want to get at him connected to something, but they want to enjoy power and benefit. And you know the way they think they will do it. is to call themselves We Are Shen. Get the We Are. You don't need a party. The party need you. You are the biggest man. As a result of that, it has had some effect on the way he approached.
So it diluted his leadership ability.
No, I don't want to say diluted leadership ability. No, because that's insulting. I would think I'm not trying to insult the man. Why you got dilute the man leadership ability?
Okay, but in other words, those We Are Shen. Okay, if I will quote you, those We Are Shen now change his perspective as being a rallying type of leader. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah, but when you use the word diluted leadership ability, that's insulting, and that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, if that's what you're saying,
I think listen.
No, but if you're saying that God changing to change somebody, you diluted them.
I supported We Are for 20 years because in him I saw the ability to unite people. Let me tell you,
I will join the word dilute so that means the changing the problem may to be a good leader like before.
I never supported We Are because I thought he had all of the argument to lead.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll move on quickly.
Because I knew that We Are had the ability to unite the country. I felt he could reconcile the country and unite the country. That's the George Weah I hope to see and I want to see.
Okay, hold on. Before we move on, let me hold you. Hold on. Let me hold you right there. In your mind now, from 6 years of his presidency, do you think he did that to unite the country?
No, I think Weah's intent was to unite the country. Whether all of his action did that, I don't think so. But his intent, yeah.
So he intended to do it, but he didn't do it. So
no, I didn't say he didn't do it. I didn't say that. Listen,
he had an intent, but he didn't do it.
Weah has the intent to unite the country. He loved the country. He loved to see Liberia.
No, you said he had an intent to do it. You said he had an intent to do it. But he didn't do it.
No, I didn't say but he didn't do it. I said not.
No, but that's the interpretation of that.
No, that's not the interpretation.
Why that the implication?
That's the implication. That's the intent.
I said not all of his action. Not all means.
And let me hold you there for you again. And you also stated here that from the beginning he was humble.
Yeah.
And I got that very well. From the beginning he was humble. Now he's not humble because we actually diluted him. You see, but we'll move on quickly.
No, Pewee. If you want to qualify Weah as that, that's it. I don't think.
No. But you said he was humble. He was humble. Now is he still humble?
Listen. Weah.
But you use the word he was, my man.
Well, listen now.
At the English 400 level.
English, yeah. Was humble before.
Listen, Pewee, why are you trying to do that? Not English. That inference.
No. But you said he was humble.
That's what the law will do. That's inference.
Okay.
For me.
Okay. Pewee was humble yesterday, but today Pewee is not humble, right?
So what is the implication? That's inference also.
No. But my English is clear. You don't need to infer about it. Because I'm saying to you, George Open Weah is a very humble man.
Okay, he was humble yesterday.
Now you're saying he is a very humble man.
He's a very humble man. So what happened is the circle around him tried to present a picture that he's not.
You see, he's not going. So I mean, the circle around him, are the circle presenting him, or the circle making him to present himself?
So are you saying that George can make independent decision for himself?
He makes independent decision. He makes independent, but he could be best represented
by the circle, by the reactions. Okay. All right, I will hold you there.
Listen to me. No, listen. On day one, citizen formation. I don't know Joe Weah from anywhere. I only saw him out of the football. I met this guy, skeptical about Liberia's future. I just come down from Egypt to Liberia. The war had just gone on. Concerned as a young man, where my country was leading. The conversation about the next election was coming up. We opposed Ellen because on one basis that we tried Taylor with the hope that the man who brought the war would have fixed it. So we thought Ellen would just continue the scene. So we said, no, let us find somebody who could unite the country. George Weah qualified that cathedral that with George Weah, the Guillots and Manos, Mandingo and Crown that were fighting could unite around him. We could unite the country. That was the basis for which we rallied around George Weah. And for a very long time, all through I saw him wanting that to be the case of it. Eventually, we won power, of course.
So we'll end there. We got to move on, please. We'll end there. We'll have some time to do this thing. But let me just conclude on this note.
You can't conclude on me. You want to move on, because when you conclude and try to misrepresent my thing or clarify, so you want to move on. You can't conclude with your
Let me quickly say what was honest truth from the
No, why you honest truth? So why you honest?
What I got.
Listen.
What I quickly got.
Hold me for understanding. If you understand it the way I didn't say it, I can either clarify or you level you. Or you want me to summarize my position on the matter?
No problem. Thank you for at least you are a little bit you're very clear. We got the point. Mr. Weah is a very good leader. He was a good leader. I mean, he was a good leader. But the fact that he started associating with the Weah Shen, they diluted his leadership ability and all those things moving forward. So there's a need, and you said it in your post today that somebody just asked you about. So the reason why actually I see you now asking for the CDC to reclaim the party from those dangerous Weah Shen that are trying to turn the party.
It's not as bad like Ghana.
No. Ron, welcome. The message CDC should be reclaimed from those Weah Shen. And you said Weah Shen are the one that causing the problem.
If Timberlake want to be honest, yes, my man. If Timberlake want to be honest, he will agree that CDC is a great party.
But the Weah Shen are bad people.
My man, don't use the word bad. I said,
yeah,
but listen, somebody don't have to be bad for something to be great.
Okay.
I guess
somebody don't have to be bad for something to be great. I'm saying,
Raul, go ahead. We'll come out of you. We'll come out of you. Raul,
you have to.
Go ahead.
But then you have to. On one hand, though, I have to say I've been following the conversation. By the way, I'm off today. You see, I'm chilling in home. But in one hand, you have to put in context to understand who are the Weah Shens. So on the other hand, I think I understand what my brother Sadiq is coming from. But if you say that the Weah Shen, if the conclusion is that the Weah Shens are bad for Weah, then I don't agree with that, because in context, I think this whole terminology or description of Weah Shen came from the whole propaganda of the Unity Party that the CDC had become the party of Weah, and I think the CDC missed an opportunity to embrace that too early.
Robert, let me just provide this clarity. Former President Weah himself alluded to the Weah Shen and the CD Shen when he made a campaign stop in Tottenburg, Bummy County.
That was after the fact. Like I just said, he did not start the Weah Shen. It was a narrative created by the Unity Party, which was embraced. He mentioned that later on. And in fact, there were seditionists who were arguing against the fact that, from the Unity Party perspective, that the CDC was no longer the CDC or the coalition; it was the George Weah Party. And many of us argued that well, I don't think it's a bad thing, because it's a glaring fact that George Weah is a founding father of the party. He's the political leader of the party, and there are lots of people who may not necessarily agree with whatever the ideology of the CDC is, but they are personal admirer and supporter of George Weah. I mean, and so the CDC then begin to embrace the Weah Shen, and people begin to argue, well, if you think that because we love George Weah and we are part of the CDC, if that makes us Weah Shen, then we are Weah Shen.
Okay, now, so Robert, let me just ingest something quick.
There are people.
Robert.
I may we'll come back to you, please. Yeah.
Okay. There are people who genuinely love George Weah, and there are people who will continue to love George Weah beyond his affiliation with the CDC. I know one of those persons are my best.
But do you agree that we have Weah Shen?
I don't agree we have Weah Shen. I think that people.
But we are saying alluded to that opening, to be frank.
Yeah, but
Sylvester, that's what we are saying.
But Sylvester,
we are himself alluded to that.
And Raul, most of them can even call themselves Weah Shen.
Right.
We are accepted that.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I asked you, do you agree that we have Weah Shen as part of the party?
I don't think based on how that description was originated, right? a coin. I don't think that the CDC, within the CDC, I don't think that there's this thing between who is a Wiyashi and who is a sedition. I think that people who support George Weah are sedition, and the narrative that the opposition thought they would have control was embraced, even though late, by CDC, including the recognition of the president then. And so, but I do think that there are people who genuinely love George Weah, and there are people who are part of the CDC because of George Weah, to the point where if George Weah were to lead the CDC today, those persons will follow George Weah wherever George Weah goes. They can now describe themselves, Sylvester, as Weah Shin. And I think if we were discussing that based on that fact, one of those people who are Weah Shin will be my best friend, Sekou Kalasko. He's a Weah Shin. But does that take away the fact that all of those people who are diehard Weah supporter are also seditionists and have been part of the cause of CDC for all of these years? Of course they have been, right? And I don't call them bad, but to my point, to my dear brother point, there are elements within the CDC, and there are elements in all of our circle with the propensity to rear our whatever our character is. If that is, George Weah was a humble person, and I don't think George Weah is no longer a humble person, but there are certain individuals around the president who could hurt what people have always believed about him being a humble man, right? And try to isolate him and try to change that about him. And I think that's what my dear brother was talking about. But I don't think that George Weah has changed. The presidency changed anyone. Look at Joseph Boaga today. Look at Joseph Boaga. Whether it's in appearance, Joseph Boaga has never looked as good as he looks in his 70, in his almost 80 now. There's an element with I'm being honest. I saw the president the last time. I saw a picture of the president. I saw this same president when he was vice president, Sylvester. Look at how this president looks right now. So there's something about the presidency that brings the best, I guess, the best appearance out of people. But Joseph Boaga looks as good as he's ever looked, even when he was in his 30s. You know what I'm saying? But does that change his personality? To some extent, I think it has. Did the presidency change George Weah? Many would say to some extent, the president had to limit himself. But beyond that, you could see who George Weah really was. George Weah was still having lunch with musicians. George Weah was still out there dancing with his security, with his partisans. George Weah was still, people were criticizing him for being a Bogart dancer. Today, at rallies, we see these politicians relating to the people and they're dancing as well, right? But when George Weah did it, relating to the common people and the folks, they were mad about it. So, well, we don't need a president who is a Bogart dancer, right? But I think that was a way to relate to the people. And the best leaders in the world have a way of have this level of charisma that relate to the people. The reason why I'll close on this note, Sylvester, I'll take it back. I'll give it back to you. The reason why Barack Obama is loved today is not just because he was a good president. Some people didn't think he did. Some people still don't think Barack Obama did anything. But the fact that he was able to relate to people, even those who did not support him, even opposition, the Republican Party, there are people within this country, politics aside, who genuinely just love this guy because he is very relatable. And I think George Weah, politics aside, soccer aside, articulation aside, education aside, he has the ability to remain who he is. He has the ability to connect with people. And many of these people are people who are not considered part of the elite.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. On a serious note, but this whole debate, I come into you, Ahmed. This whole debate about the sedition and other thing, and I'm not the one that raised this debate. I've been on the side that we are going through this debate about what is unfolding about it. But again, my attention just got a little bit. Somebody have to mute. My attention just got very close to it today because of what the debate has started and what I've started hearing, particularly the debate about reclaiming the CDC. That is concerning. To reclaim something, that means something like a hard jacket, right?
That I agree with. I agree with
to
that.
reclaim the party.
So who said that?
The vice chair for the CDC vice chair for somebody help me now. Vice chair for what?
Well, why just tell the floor what to be?
Sylvester is a mess.
But listen.
So you call for the reclaim of the CDC?
Listen.
They said the party were attacking today for it. Yeah, but and because of that put that I saw, and I started having some conversation. Because you continue just now. It is because of that row that I asked the question to him, because I'm getting some from information from very close party source that because they don't trust him, but they will not expel him. What they would do, they will remove him in a special convention, but they have removed him from certain chat room of the party because he always going after to undermine the party. That's their belief. And number one, that's what I said. And I asked him that question and other thing. So because of the post again today, the party said the same thing, but they are planning to have special convention soon, and they will do everything to defeat him politically because they don't want to.
That would be a bad move, because they never. And I'll be honest with you. I think my friend here. Listen, I think that we have a tendency, Sylvester, of trying to box people. Anyone who think that because my brother here is being brutally honest on certain issues, somehow make him less of a sedition, or less of a Weah, or less of a supporter, an admirer of George Weah, I think they're wrong. And this is where we always get it wrong. Listen, everybody don't have to ask, you know what? Everybody don't have to sing praises of the president, right? For those individuals to solidify their support and trust of the president. And I think even when CDC was in office, behind closed doors, there have been people who never like my friend and brother. There have been conversations, but he remained a supporter of the president. And I will warn these individuals. Who are those folks? The people who benefited, and this is what pissed a lot of sedition off. The very people who earned the trust of the president and benefited from one ministry to the next ministry. Today, after George Weah left, where are they? They left. After George Weah left, they started to badmouth the president. Those are the people you should be worried about. You shouldn't be worried about Siddiqui. Those are the people you should worry about. People who are honest on certain issues relative to where the party is and where they need to go. I don't think you should be worried about. My only advice to him would be, and I'm not going to say all of this on the record, but on the record, my only advice will be, since he has, he's a member of the party, he's an executive member of the party. I think you cannot impact change from without. You have to impact change from within. He's already within. So I'm hoping that all of the suggestions that he have, I'm hoping that he's speaking on these suggestions and in showing that these things are changed, fundamentally, not just on this platform as a TCA, a panelist. But I don't think that because he has an opposing view on where the party is or what needs to change within the party makes him an enemy to the party or somehow undermining the president. I think this is where we always get it wrong. But I'll let him go ahead. Go ahead. But I don't think the party needs to be reclaimed, though, Siddiqui. I don't know what you meant by that.
I will come to that. But Sylvester, I want you to read on political communitarianism. Just read about that a little bit, and probably you put this into context. But let me say this, particularly to the people.
Let me remind you, before you continue, I'm a student I got a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science.
Oh, okay. So then,
of course, me to do those things.
Well, when I
acquired this degree, I got in political science.
Acquiring Sylvester as a means of conversation, but not as a means of instruction to you. But generally, that when people read those kinds of literature, of course, you as a political expert will understand where exactly I'm coming from when they read literature like that. But listen, the minimum question I wanted to ask some of those people who talk about we're moving from they were moving, how that then does it enhance it or put the CDC to achieving its objective? How is the strategy, the attitude of disengaging, moving people, how has that been an effective strategy in advancing the CDC from one point to another point? How has that been? How is it that you will see me as an opponent of CDC, quote unquote, because I think that the party have lost track of its values for which it was established. The party is a great party.
And you think the party lost its value?
Wait for me.
That's a very significant breaking thing.
That's a significant. That's a significant. That's breaking news.
Go ahead.
No, listen.
Are these your views, or this is? I mean,
no. Listen to me.
Imagine, there's a vast chance that the party lost its value.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Listen.
No, you just said it.
Pewee, you want me to explain? You want us to engage this way?
Okay, no, go ahead.
We have all agreed everything that citizen must recalibrate. Haven't we used that word before? Will I be the first person using the word that we must recalibrate? Where we are coming? Will you be
Can I just say this? Can I say a few seconds? I'm not trying to listen, my dear brother. I'm not trying to preempt you negatively whatsoever. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, but answer that.
Just conclude that statement. You said, what can we talk about parties that have lost its political?
No. I'm asking you a question. Have you heard about recalibration before?
No, before that recalibration.
Have you heard about recalibration? What does recalibration mean? Doesn't recalibration mean to go back to calibrate, to go back to status quo? Isn't that what it means?
But you're talking about lost its political essence.
I mean, I said citizens must go back to become the party it was.
Because it has lost its political essence.
No, how can it lose its political essence? I'm telling you, we must recalibrate.
But to be the party you want, meaning you've lost track.
No, of course we may have lost track.
This question: What is the definition of recalibrate?
Ask Pewee. You answer that. Because now to say go back to where you were, when people go back to where, tell me what is recalibration, Pewee?
No. I'm not going to recalibration. Recalibration can be even doing better than what you are doing before.
Okay, so
I'm coming back to where you said lost essence.
No, I didn't use the word lost essence.
What did you say?
Okay, you see, but first, before I answer you, answer me what is recalibration.
Listen.
Tell me what is recalibration.
Are they happy to get you checking the website of Fofana website? Are you checking? Are they telling you?
I'm getting text.
Are they checking? Are they telling you in advance?
Let me tell you
what
quantitatively. Let me tell you what recalibration means quantitatively.
No, but we don't need definition for you. We trying to hold you on your statement. You trying to push it.
I agree, but you using the word lost essence.
The party lost essence.
I didn't say that.
What did he say? I mean, you just said it.
In short, okay. Everybody on the go. Did I say lost essence? I said citizen need to go back to what it was before.
Okay, so go back to where you was before. That means you have lost
essence. It doesn't mean law. It means that CDC was a party of the Liberian people. Pewee, I saw the formation of the party.
Okay.
Half of the people that are in United Party today, or that were in United Party 12 years ago, whatever, they were all in CDC. I saw them there. Half of the political leaders in the country, around the country, were all part of CDC. There might have been reasons why they left. We must go back to ask.
Okay.
We must go back to ask.
That's a problem.
And I believe because the party was established and gravitated the country towards it, it was evident of our elections when we won 14 of the 15 counties. We won it. Now a small margin.
Okay.
So if there were reasons why the people are skeptical, then we must go back on a drawing board.
So there's a problem somewhere.
Of course, obviously there will be problems somewhere. We must go back on a drawing board. We must go back on a drawing board to say why. Because listen, here's my fundamental belief.
And you think the problem is coming from the reaction, right?
No. Coming from, let me give my fundamental belief. My fundamental belief is CDC is a great party.
Okay, and that's excellent.
I was there in the formation. I know the thought, the mindset, the patriotic thinking that we put in establishing CDC. I know what we wanted to achieve under and with CDC. I know that. I took pride in the history of CDC. For example, CDC took Tanapoli in the days of the Congo people. He will never become a lawmaker. CDC took my own friend, Fala, from the playing field to a representative. CDC took a nobody. That is the essence of the party. To bring the masses of our people.
But then when you talk, when you talk about recalibrating and going back to where it was, and the fact that some folks have left the party and they are now part of the ruling party, it's significant that you mentioned Fala, for instance. I don't think in the forward margin of the party, I don't think part of the recalibration must include everyone, because again, there are elements within the party that are who they are today because of the party and have not shown the same level of appreciation.
Okay, but
So
to
the
answer
party,
that,
one second. So when you say, well, there are people who were part of the party, who were part of the formation, and they may have left for whatever reason they may have left, we must deep dive into why some of them actually left. Fala for case
no,
in point.
but Robert,
Fala.
you're not doing fair to me. You're not doing fair to me.
Okay. Hi, my Ben. Hi.
Because
Well,
I did not call for a fire.
let me just provide this definition. Let me just provide this definition for recalibrate.
And use where we took Fala from to make him who he is. I said that was the essence of the party, to take the masses of our people, the nobody of our community, and make them somebody. I think
the party has done their own. Yeah, they've done a pretty good job with that. The same party took the
I agree. I said that
okay.
is the city.
Let me just say this.
And by the time, I believe now. Let me conclude on this. I believe by the time we go back to becoming the darling party that it was during formation, the legs of Tomalin Georgia will not be on his side. The legs of many people will not be independent. Do you know how many people who today say the forming party here, the forming party there, the Musa ability, then they did that? Do you know that there is a serious possibility that the golden ideology we established at CDC, if we are just able to recalibrate that, we can attract all of those people? Like, yeah, you are independent. You are independent. Perhaps if those values, all the things I hear you talk about sometimes, you want a country where people can be free to express their mind, where people can be there. Those were all the aspirations of the party. I'm sure if we went back to start implementing those, people like you who are independent.
Let me just ask this question.
So I don't feel bad to say we must recalibrate. I don't feel bad to say that if CDC think and the people who talking to Pewee think that the best solution in the process is to say, yeah.
Seleke, let me ask you this question, and let me just read a definition, because there are several definitions of recalibrate. One definition says to change the way you do or think about something. To change the way you do or think about something. That is recalibrate. And you stated here.
No, what other definition?
The other definition is talking about instrument. It has, it talked about, you say, well, to make small changes to an instrument so that it measures accurately.
Okay.
Okay, now, so you already stated CDC is a grassroots party.
Yeah.
CDC made some individuals in our society who were nobody and made them to be somebody.
Yeah.
Now, if CDC is to recalibrate, what do you mean? Are you saying that those people who were nobody that became somebody, CDC should not go through that route again? Because if it is recalibrating,
no.
Hold on. If it is recalibrating, then it is going to do something new. So, in terms of recalibration, what do you mean?
Well, I think for my definition of recalibration is, to a large extent, go back and being the party that was established in 2005. It was one who focused basically was the emancipation of our people. Every ills against our society was what we thought CDC would come and change.
Okay, for example, hold on, let me hold you right there. To make somebody who was nobody to be somebody.
It's a good thing.
Okay, and then that very person turned around and started the party on his bike.
People, that is unfortunate. We do not condone that. That is why, for example, you see me, people will get problem with me again. For example, Yeke, right? Yeke, Costa, and some people in CDC now who came around after we won, attacked the CDC in a very demeaning way. I stood my position that I will not celebrate those people as heroes when they come back to the party. But they were celebrated. We set the wrong precedent. We gave them, and now there's one thing, if the man came by, you want to be part of the party? Yeah, he part of the party. But we gave them pedestal that they did not deserve, having had one of the best destruction of the institution. So we set a bad precedent in that direction. So that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking. I'm telling you, and you don't. I'm telling CDC attracted the masses of our people when it got formed. Almost all of the major political actors today in the country were once a part of CDC. They left.
You are right on that.
I'm
Nobody is disputing that.
I'm not limited to the situation of Fala. I'm talking about the world of Verdio. I'm talking about major. I'm talking about even Tomalin George right here. I'm talking about Asva Tokma. I'm talking about Zakama. I'm talking about Julius Bantu. I'm talking about people who love the CDC. Even India had the love of the CDC. But they disagree sometimes the way they think they do that. So all I'm saying to you, we have a great party. We just need to find two. Now let me go to the major issue here. Was the issue about the Wiashin. So my brother, here's the thing about the Wiashin. CDC has been existing for over 20 years. Those people who say they love Wia.
Robert, in 1 minute, we'll be closing 8 o'clock, so we can.
I mean, Robert on this.
Yeah, what I'm about to say,
Yeah. So my brother, 2005, they were there. They love Wia, the Wia member. We never heard from 2005. We never heard the name Wiashin.
Because it wasn't coined by seditionists.
I'm coming. We never heard any of those names. By the time we won election, we started saying Wiashin. Now, here is where I want you to notice. Wiashin emerged as an idea of entitlement. It means of owning the victory. It means of owning the person. Who are the first person that demonized the CDC performance in government? Was it not Wiashin? Was it not Zoga Wesi on this platform that said they didn't do well in sports? I have no.
No. But don't call it demon. Don't call it demon.
I don't think you being fair
don't
to
call
Zoga
it demon.
Wesi.
Yeah, it's not demonization.
I don't think you being fair to Zoga Wesi.
Okay,
Because he was giving an honest opinion.
I think that was he was one of the first. The point I'm making to you, there was
he was not denigrating the CDC.
Sedition emerged as a result of
I didn't get you. What you saying?
Zoga Wesi was one of the persons that tried to discredit the CDC administration.
Go back and tell the people who think that I should not be in CDC, who think that they will expel me, who think that, tell them that I'm prepared for that at any day. Tell them I do not regret, and I'm not going to stop saying that there must be cohesion.
But I can tell you, CDC does not like dissenting views. That's the problem.
Thank you. But to your point,
CDC does not like dissenting views.
To your point, quickly.
That's not true. The sexual is false.
To your point, quickly before we move on. So, are you of the belief also that Zoga was one of the Wiashin that started attacking? Are you trying to say?
Well, Zoga says it's a Wiashin.
And so you think that the reason of the Wiashin, that the reason you guys weaken the party from people like Zoga them?
No, we are shaking as an entitlement syndrome group. And you know what entitlement
So are you saying that Zoga Wesi was entitled to the position that he had?
He felt entitled because he was a Wia friend. He felt he now had any obligation to CDC, the Vigo. He felt he now had any obligation.
Siddiqui, my brother, stop.
No man, you gotta slow down.
That top behind closed door, man. Leave that thing alone, man.
So now you tell
you know what? You are taking the whole
you are executive.
I'm saying to you,
if you said those things, what's wrong with it?
Not wrong. I'm saying to you, CDC as a cohesion force, ignoring the different shins and all becoming just sedition can be a great party. Take away all that shins and just become sedition, we can be a great party. I stay on that any day. I prepare for anything in that regard. I mean it. From 2005 until 2017, I never heard any Wiashin. Wiashin do not want to take responsibility for the party upgrade. The only concern that everybody we have perhaps if we went into this election, it will be his last election. So what it means you out. It means you out. When it is the CDC that have prepared Wia to the presidency, Wia himself has never referred to himself as a Wiashin. He always was a sedition. He has always said that. Look, we must have one name, one purpose, one people, sedition.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I would say you are a good man, my brother. I know that you are a good man. So I mean, I don't really care about the partisanship and all that stuff like that. What I will say is that every political, I still call you guys every political club in Liberia, because our political party are
No, we're
not
not club, I
institute.
mean, we
Yeah,
party,
but
but
when but we lack institutionalization. So when you talk about people leaving the party because they feel a certain way about the leadership of the party, or they feel a certain way about the standard bearer of the party or the political leader of the party, then that's not institutionalization. Because the leader of the party, regardless of how long he may last, will come and go. The
yes,
party remains, right? And so
exactly,
part of what I want to see in our country
exactly.
is political institutions and political and partisans who are part of the institution, not because they necessarily have a love or admiration for the political leader. There are
Of
people
course,
who are independent who might support a person and not the ideology of the party, because they have a certain affinity for the leader outside of what the party stands for. But 90% of that institution that joins the institution must support the ideas of the institutions and not necessarily the lacking of the person leading that institution. We don't have that in our country.
so so so
But
so,
but I think that for us to move forward, I still think that CDC is a good party.
of
I
course it
think
is.
that
And
CDC, I
I am
think
I
I
want you
think
to
that
use me. I want you to use me as an example of an institutionalist, because you are aware of the behind the scene,
absolutely,
different plans and evil and all that against you.
absolutely,
Yet I've remained. I've propagated the party. You know what? You know
absolutely.
what? You know why I
You
did
start
that?
giving them evil.
And
Oh my
even
man,
if, and even you see,
but Robert,
but
you know why I did that? You know why I did
Sylvester
that?
pick.
You know, I'm
No,
getting
you
time for
said
Sylvester, and you
giving them
know,
evil from,
Robert,
from the party to
Robert,
you.
you know why I did that? You know why I did that? And I've always done that. I've always done that to say that you cannot be in a party and make a decision when it's bad, or when they Peter in like you or pouring like
Exactly, you can do that.
you
That you're
must
not. You can't do
remain
that.
in a party.
Yes,
You must support the party. You must
yes,
stand with the party no matter
yes.
how it goes.
That's
And
Yeah,
let me
right.
tell you,
but you strike a point that we'll be leaving soon. We'll leave on time. But you just said a lot of
you want,
development evil have been done to you from the
but Robert,
party.
you know everybody, but then
What
here
kind of evil?
you say people call you on the side and say that man we take or you take that evil plan there. People,
They say
people get you false news. You say people call you, you're not in CDC. You in CDC, but people can call you and divert.
Oh, but Zidi, you don't know Sylvester. You don't gotta be a citizen to make our
I'm a
contacts.
political man.
To make
I
our
agree.
contacts.
So people
Yeah.
can call you a non-political, a non-partisan who could perhaps use that information against the party and say and lie to you about CDC. So is that
But
evil?
they make another that. The counter to that is that people will say you the non-partisan, you are more committed in pressing the party than our own partisan are undermining the party.
But,
You see the problem? So our
pressing the
own
party,
partisan calling for reclaiming the party.
I don't need to press CDC. I only need to defend a philosophy and values. What you
Okay.
got press? Do I know that somebody about pressing?
But
No,
but
not
Sylvester,
necessarily
what I
pressing,
Sylvester,
but to not put the party under the bus. But again, on that
Sylvester,
note,
but what I
Sylvester, I
also want you
pass
to do,
pressing.
but what I also want you to do though, is to say publicly, and I'm not a politician, but I will say, and there are people who are even UPists who are part of the Unity Party will understand. I think George Weah overextended himself to a lot of people who were not, seditious. I'm not sure what his thought process were. He overextended himself, and the very people that he made political giants today, that the people that he made rich today, those very people have turned their backs against him when he no longer had power. So whatever may come, if George Weah is given the opportunity to serve for a second term, I think it's very important for George Weah to do it differently. He must do it differently in terms of understanding who are those individuals that should be given opportunities, and the opportunities should not just come to people who are praise singing George Weah, but they must come to people who have the merits and the qualification to impact his change and his vision for our country. And I think there where the party was going, had they been elected to a second term, it can no longer be business as usual. It has to be about the people.
I
It has to
agree.
be about the vision.
I agree. We need to separate praises from people who value what true party is, what true institution is, what true values are. And let me tell you something. If CDC want to, whoever talking, they say they want to experiment, they can do it. But to see me at my level to come and get praise, I can never do that. I will speak the value, and I believe that CDC value represent the future of Liberia. CDC is a great party. That's the value I speak to. I know the mindset that was put into forming CDC. I know the intent that was put into forming CDC. It is those intent, it is those value that keep me to the party. I still believe that. Whether 2029, 2029, whatever year.
But
CDC
you are an executive member, so you just need to refine.
Do you agree that I got a solution that
You
currently?
gotta measure what you say on the radio. 'Cause everybody listens to you on the radio. So you just gotta measure. So is this a veteran talking about? Oh, you said an evil thing, an evil thing.
And Sylvester
But you don't want saying that now.
But
So
no, I say,
refine.
and just brought news from a plain conversation and concocted coup against me and other evil. That's
But do you agree? There are some sedition in the system, some challenges before. Do you agree this coming election that the Senate Bureau should be challenged in an open plenary?
But CDC Constitution calls
in the open primary, rather than primary.
CDC Constitution.
All parties should be doing that.
Anybody.
CDC all parties should be doing that. They don't do it. All parties should be doing that.
But nobody has stopped anybody from contesting again for the Senate.
Who will run against you?
Because somebody saying to me, they fear if they try it,
they're not running against you. We are. It was a consensus. No, it was a political strategy. It was an agreement that Winston Tubman would go on the ticket while George Weah would take the experience of VP.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an agreement. It was not a primary.
If anybody decides to run against George Weah, they will not be breaking any law. But for me, what would I would
But have somebody ever tried it before? Let me see if you can. Has somebody tried? I'm receiving a message before. Yeah, now. That somebody tried before and they won the bar side of most of the party people. Is that true?
Daniel Gayu.
Yeah.
Daniel Gayu in Philadelphia. I was heading that meet and greet situation when he declared that he would contest the Senate Bureauship. He made a declaration in Philadelphia, but he never attempted. He never registered as a candidate. He never went to the process to something. What I'm saying to you, you will be breaking no law if you decide.
Was he good faith with the party after that pronouncement?
Good faith?
Just the pronouncement. Just the pronouncement that people should. Just that pronouncement.
I think there's going election. If I'm not mistaken, he ran on the party ticket in Basel District number 3.
Okay.
So before we leave, so have you guys discussed? We got a new minister of youth and sports.
I know you come in late, man, and say you want.
Yeah, we got
the other appointment rather shocking you.
Why make it striking?
Because I'm trying to. I've been wrapping my head around it. I did not expect that. And by the way, I know Cornelia. I mean, she made me some on a good potato green one time. Way back when CDC were in power.
Before you got married? Before you got married?
I was. Maybe don't start anything yet, my man.
My
body.
But that time, even you were not married, she was married too.
Exactly. My buddy from Philadelphia. I was in town. I used to be all the way in Garguah at the time, and my buddy was like, "Listen, I got someone to make you some soup. Go pick it up." And to my surprise, it was her. The potato green was damn. It had fever. I love potato green with fever leaf, and I love palm butter with. So it was good. I met her. But I never. I know she's a very educated woman, but you've been sport minister. I didn't see that one coming.
But then, that's why I said, ask me why you didn't see it coming. She's educated. She got 4 degrees. I'm telling you, she got a law degree also, and all this, and she's political. So why did you see it coming?
Yeah, but you see, youth and sports.
She's a young person. Understand the young community.
Yeah, but when in context, looking at everything, I don't know. And listen, and I have to wait and see what her performance
Yeah,
looks
you have to
like,
wait and
you
see
know.
because
Yeah.
marginal qualification. I think she's competent. She got experience.
Very, yeah, she's very competent.
She served 2 years as deputy minister in the presidency. That's a huge thing. 2 years as deputy minister in the presidency.
So where did they put where old boy gone?
They carry old boy to LTPRC.
Wow, I know he
The
took that. I know he took that.
That been hairless for more than a year now.
Yeah, he took that quick.
Yeah, they carry him there. They probably they carry old boy, and no option old boy have to hold a job.
Wow.
If it were in my case as a lawyer, I would just tell the president, Mr. President, thank you. I will still support. I will go focus on my law business.
Bangaliko have posted congratulating the president for his appointment.
Huh? Yeah, I'm saying I know he will take it, but he will take. I thought he would take it.
But Timali, why you want to end CDC Benin?
Yeah. But Tomalin, technically, Tomalin is a Wiashe.
But Siafa D coming, we on our way out, man.
Oh my man, I beg your man.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I've been reading it here today.
Oh, and you see that? It got some real information in there, right?
Yeah, real one.
What is it about?
It's about Liberia politics, everything.
I'm seeing embassy. Who wrote it?
Oh, they said RIA light going off. I just got a video just now.
No,
What happened again to the light?
No, Robert, I talked to the RIA boss. He said that's not true.
That's not true?
Yeah, he said that's not true.
Okay, that's good.
Well, Robert said he's seen a video. So
I saw the video too, but he just
someone just sent some a video. Yeah.
No, I talked to him today this morning. First time I asked him morning, he said that's not true.
So Pewee, that book you're reading, there's a gentleman in that book by they refer to him as Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins is one of our Liberian brother that was at the embassy. He was like a political officer to the ambassador then.
Mm-hmm.
He did an exceptional job, and he was honored at the State Department. His picture is on the State Department Wall of Fame. Yeah. He worked with Marek, Blaney, Booth.
Got a historian, I told you.
Well, I mean, he worked with all the he worked with all the ambassador up the ambassador Ella before he moved to the States.
They have one puppy before the war, right? He'll be driving when he's some policeman, you know him, right? You know what? He will be the first one for the embassy. Oh, papi, I know what papi needs. He will be embassy car running. Anytime they come in somewhere, you see him moving up and down the street. I don't want that papi. I know he's not paying. I know. But look, guys, look, the thing is that
inside Africa, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but this is a good news for us Liberians and to the government too. Inside Africa listed Liberia as one of the top 10 safest countries to travel to in Africa.
That's true. I agree with that.
That's
yeah,
good.
so I thought that was amazing.
Well, Liberia?
Yeah, Liberia, the top 10, the number 10.
What I want to say is that
Liberia is the top 10 safest countries to travel to in Africa. I was like, wow.
You guys mark this. What I'm saying.
So, Ron, nobody knows this. The other boy who got up there picking that STD cell phone out.
There's
nobody wants to they don't want to steal your cell phone.
Oh, you'll be a crack in the
so if you expose that with jacket, it gone.
There's going to be a crack in the alliance. You know, watch the threat. The first person you saw this guy, the Minister of Lands and Mines. The other day he opened up a little bit. He wrote he responded to not being getting credit. Then today, another stalwart of the party, Bangaluko. I mean, I can tell you he may have a conversation with the president, but I don't know whether I will see how he performing that new role. But there's a crack in the unity party alliance. And then,
I don't think the both take Bangalu to be star of the party.
I come here,
I don't know with your CDC.
When I try to dig deeper to there, but they put bill. I was told today by somebody reliable at the mansion and said, Tomalin, there's this or this agreement, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of State, they're having a serious thing there. He said, but most cases, the president will always take the opinion of the Minister of Justice legal department. So, but he said, but this one, They want to see how it happened because it's a fight on right now. And the president say what he want to say. I know he's running for re-election, and right now he positioned himself. He needs an alliance party because if the other party is not happy, it will be a problem for them.
Ultimately, do you think that bill is targeted? And anybody can answer. Do you think it's targeted because Sekou is the MD? Do you think something like that?
No,
That's
I don't
exactly
think
what
so.
it is.
That's the narrative. I don't think so.
But that's exactly it, because everybody that's supporting the bill will refer to one man owning, one man running all the port. That's why they would say one man running all the port.
But you think Sekou approached?
But we've been having one person running the port in past
forever. Yeah, Sekou, exactly. So it just happens that he's the.
So it's just like they just want to decentralize now, not targeting him.
That's it.
But then why you think he is being believed to be the one sponsoring the opposition to the bill?
Because I think based on what I've heard,
we a lot of power, a lot of authority.
He's trying to be greedy. He doesn't like the idea of
that's it. You want to protect that space.
Yeah, you want to protect. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't.
But do you think the bill is in the interest of the country?
How much money that boy making over there?
No, but Robert, if there were intention to decentralize, like I said, 2 nights ago on the show, you think that bill was going to originate from the executive branch? Say, okay, we're going to restructure or reorganize this SOE, but it came solely from certain people from the
but these are
branch.
people who support it. These are people who have the ears of the president.
But the Congress call for that. It was not wrong for it to come from them.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong, but the people that sponsor the bill, they are allied to the government, and the bill still facing resistance. So that's why I can't understand. So I mean, if you're the president and I'm your number one ally in the legislative branch, if I come with something, you think I would get support? All the stakeholders on your side will work together. That when we put it up, there will be a path of least resistance.
This is when now you understand who has the ears of the president. The president, of course, the Dillon. Yes, it's a great supporter of the president. Conga Lawrence is also a great supporter of the president, but the president understands that is very, very important to him. The Unity Party understands that position he holds is also very, very important to him, especially as it relates to money and elections and all of the above. I think he understands that too, and because it's benefiting him. This is why they're getting pushback, because people within the executive are telling the president, as a president, this is not a good idea. This is not a good idea.
But Robert, you see, I don't like to talk about Sekou, because when we personalize things,
but Sekou has made this about him.
I come in. No, but even the people that are supporting the bill will always say one man cannot control the bill. Okay, the National Port Authority is the custodian of all ports in the country, like the Liberian Airport Authority. It just happens that we got Buchanan that has economic activity at the port, and economic activity going to grow at the port. Okay, they've been complaining for we come in to tell you that this man is not contributing to the budget. You are senator. Why will you complain? Why can't you guys summon this man and summon the entire port management, the board, to tell the country why you're not contributing to the budget? But they haven't done it. So, if you're a senator, you can't complain when you got the power to do something.
Yeah, but I'm not even concerned about that. The Port of Buchanan, for instance, 2025 made over $6 million. $6 million.
The financials? No, Robert, don't say that.
The managing director of the Port of Buchanan made that disclosure.
No, Robert
made that disclosure.
Robert, we are all educated people here. National Port Authorities are still enterprise. Public or financial, everybody can read it. We don't see it. Don't tell me.
But this is public record. I don't think I haven't seen it myself.
There's no public record.
But I don't think you will mislead. I don't think you will mislead the public. The point that I was making, though. The point that I was making, though.
There's no financial document on the website.
The point that I was making, but that's part of the reason why we need to fix that. The point that I was making is the Port of Buchanan, for instance, makes over $6 million. The $6 million, the managing director of the Port of Buchanan does not have any control over that money. So even if the Port of Buchanan wanted to institute its own infrastructure development, improve workers, the environment, whatever the case is, they can't do anything, because that they will have to send their vision over to the Sekou. Sekou will have to approve whatever gets done at these different ports. So when the conversation is held about, wait a minute, why is it these posts are making this kind of money, but the Port of Buchanan is still not advancing? You know, there's still infrastructure, you know, breakdown at the Port of Buchanan. It's because decisions are made in Monrovia. They're not made in Buchanan. The people who manage the port in Buchanan are not. They don't have access to the funds. They
Who
don't. They
owns
can't
the
do
Port of
anything. They only
Buchanan?
get paid.
No, but
So we
you
gotta
see,
change these things.
No, but you see the mistake you're making. Who owns the Port of Buchanan?
The government of Liberia.
The government of Liberia owns all of the ports.
Okay. Then guess what? You said at the Port of Buchanan, the organizational structure of the National Port Authority, the Port of Buchanan doesn't have a managing director. The Port of Buchanan has a port manager.
A port manager. That's what I meant. Yeah,
That's a port manager.
Yeah.
So the port manager doesn't even report to the MD. The port manager reports to the deputy managing director for operations.
What I'm saying is the decision is made by the MD. The decision is made by the MD. Infrastructure development is made by the MD. It has to be approved by the MD.
Yeah, Robert. The MD has a board. There's 3 statutory positions on that board: Finance Ministry, Transport, and Justice. All these people report to this president. When all these problems are happening, why they not address? So you see, why they not address? So guess what? Why they not address? So why can't these people be called for hearing to find out why these things are happening? But
okay, so they call them in for hearing.
Are you? Could you be suggesting
solve the problem though?
Could you be suggesting that the president is in the know of what's happening?
No. I'm not. I don't want to accuse anybody. What I'm saying, from an operational standpoint, these entities are set up to be the custodian of state asset. They are set up, and then we have law that people can budget what I'm saying. Every SOE has statutory seats, and two seats says on the 2 seats, 2 ministers are permanent on all SOEs, justice and finance, because of contract and because of the financial part, because the SOE also contribute to the budget. So if the finance minister is sitting on all the SOEs and those SOEs not contribute to the budget, is that something that we shouldn't know? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but there are no laws that mandate them to contribute to the budget.
No, that's a law. That's a law.
There's a law that says they must. How much? So how much does the Port of Buchanan contribute to the budget?
No, I'm not saying the Port of Buchanan. I said National Port Authority. I'm not.
So how much? Currently, what does the law say? And how much the law mandate them to contribute?
So it will be based. They don't have an exact amount that they generate.
But that's part of this bill. There has to be an exact amount.
It wouldn't be an exact amount because you wouldn't know what the revenue will raise. The revenue
capacity. If you calculate
a percentage based on the revenue raise,
if you calculate the asset of the Freeport in terms of its rent, what you get from rent, there are certain things you can do there to be able to estimate what the Freeport will generate.
These are fixed issues that we can go to.
Yeah, but you can attach a percentage, right, based on what they make. You can say, for instance, if they make $12 or $13 million, there should be a 15% or 20% contribution to the budget, right?
Yeah,
you can do that, right?
That's why the Ministry of Finance is there. The Ministry of Finance is there. They will determine. Now, when the board is reporting, so the board is comprised of the chair of the board that will come from outside. The president from outside as the chair of the board. Then you have 2 other presidents maybe from outside, but the statutory members on the board will be the finance minister, the justice minister, and the head of that institution, who of course will be the secretary to the board. So the managing director is always the secretary to the board. So you have the managing director, the secretary of the board, and the finance ministry.
So then, do you think the justice minister is the most effective person to provide that opinion, considering that he's technically a party to that arrangement?
And that's the reason, very important point. That's the reason why the Minister of Justice is taking side in this matter.
So
the whole thing is political, and that's why when Sefa was saying something, I was listening to him. But yes, one my point to that,
it's very political.
There is those in the orbit of the president. They are heavily divided on this whole port issue. Now they are setting Sekou Duke, the current MD of the NPA, is very much close to certain of those. So he managed to divide.
Yep.
And you see, the issue of money, he managed to significantly divide those groups. So the opinion.
Are you suggesting that Sekou grab the justice minister and the finance minister?
because boxing him and he tried to kind of box me.
No. I'm not trying. No, Pewee. These guys
can I answer that question?
Let me raise a serious point. The people who control this thing, the man who's already that he's on the board. The finance man who understands the country financial challenges, he's on the board. The country want money. Today, senators are arguing that divide the poor will raise more revenue. But the people who should actually advise the president on the board. So are you saying the reluctance to tell Sekou say that you think it's because you have induced them with money?
Let me say this on the record. As a political person myself, in a political pundit, if you will, I'm sufficiently convinced that there may have been some level of financial inducement in that process.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I will say this, so let me follow come and say this. Listen to the Attorney General opinion and leave that aside. Then see those people that the MD is hiring also. He's hiring, there's higher gun, right? He's bringing also to hit. And beyond that, see, why you think Costa in his podcast said he was not going to dignify Myean Gongloe, right? But he talked about 6-7 minutes talking about Myean. You know why he attacked Myean Gongloe? Because Myean Gongloe is exposing the MD malfeasance at the port.
Yep.
So Costa went for Myean Gongloe too. Costa went for Senator Dillon, went for Senator Lawrence Kanga. But is it? What many people don't know.
So is Costa a higher gun?
In this particular case, Costa it clearly seems to be a higher gun. Yeah. And I'm not the one saying this, but Senator Dillon is saying that he's a higher muff.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, he said that. I would love to ask him what he means. Leave that
aside. Right? Go back to the Attorney General opinion. Why do you think Costa emphasizing on the old Attorney General opinion?
Yep.
Because all of them in the same club.
In the few of them.
You see, I agree when you guys say the thing will not benefit from the constitution, but the other side, the flip side of it, is that it's been politicized for trying to use money, the deep pocket theory.
Don't say people, Sylvester. Sekou.
And the
Sekou is trying to use money. You know that small money that man making over there for 2 years?
But here's the thing. Why is Sekou fighting? Why if they're removing as managing director?
So Seleke, here's the thing. The people that are supporting the bill, they even fail to answer some of the questions. Because what we're talking about financial reporting and contribution. But if you see the current bill, which they refuse to even share with the public to say, yeah, there's a new bill that will benefit us. You know what I mean? There's something in this country, in our country, that this bill we will never see until they pass, they will start crying foul. So like this morning, I was listening to OKFN, they had a woman from MCC team in Liberia. She was on the show with Clarence Jackson. She telling, oh yeah, we met the finance ministry team and we talked about the different economic constraints. It's going to be a 2-year process. Before the compact kick in, we're looking at energy and transportation. Then the guy said, another meeting. The woman said we're going to meet with civil societies. The guy said, then Clarence said, why? He said, because they are stakeholders in the country. But our own representative and senator, when they're discussing bill, they don't talk. They don't do open hearing. All you do is hear the bill. We come and get after me 25 years with automatic 25 after that, so that almost 50 years. No open hearing. You see, so the people that are supporting the bill really benefit the country. Come on the show. Come on in the show. Let's go page by page. Tell us, say this how it's going to be structured. But everything we do, we just pontificating here. Let's be honest, we just pontificating.
No, but beyond the pontification, beyond the pontification here, Safa, we ought to leave that aside to go back to the issue. I believe sincerely that, and folks are saying part of the justification they're trying to give about this thing about how would the Port of Buchanan get money, and the emphasis is basically on the Port of Buchanan and Dillon and Senator Kanga Lawrence, but we are not even referencing the Port of Harper.
Yeah.
The Port of Greenville, if you will. But
Greenville made $1.5 million, I think.
Let's leave the whole port decentralization thing aside. And part of the reason why folks believe that we should decentralize this, and then we'll make most of those ports that will be more efficient and accountable. It's the accountability problem.
Yeah.
The port, the port got a lot of property. Do you know the port got a lot of warehouses? Even were to account for those money coming from the rental fees alone, can raise close to $2 to $3 million a year. The rental fees for all the,
it's difficult not to think. It's difficult. It's too
the port got
tempting.
3 sources of revenue.
Yeah.
Those rental fees.
Yeah.
One of the big revenue streams of the port is the marine services.
The marine services, yeah.
Marine services, when a ship comes into your port, when they call in, and right now we don't have it, but before, I remember we had a neighbor that was a tugboat captain. The tugboat will go on sea, and that captain will bring that ship into the pier. That's a fee. That's a revenue for the port. And that's a good amount of money. Can you imagine? And every vessel that comes. But we're not doing it. And then the operational part of the port that we go to APM. But APM is doing operational and marine services, and we're collecting the peanuts.
Yeah. So the money we pay for the, imagine the port bringing the rice. Those are the trucking, the port got enormous.
The port make a lot of money.
So nobody accounting for anything, and they're not getting into the national budget. So where are the money going? So the MD will take.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the issue, though. The port is, quote unquote, the gateway to our economy.
Yeah.
It should be able to not only create means where commercial activities will flow, but it should also generate funding that will support government's effort.
Yeah.
2 years, I think 2 years or whatever time, but it is being reported that the port is making no contribution to the budget.
Yep.
To the extent that we had a 4G, the metal steel agreement, just because we want to have that 200 million to support the budget. So it means that the issue of cash flow is a concern. So will it not be a concern of a president or anybody for that matter who's responsible for the well-being of the country to ask that kind of a question? Why is it this is not making this contribution? Except perhaps you in cahoot with it, knowing that it's generating. Look at the different money talking about a Buchanan Port 6 million, the other port 1 million. The port of Liberia, I guess, I'm sure the port of Liberia will make twice the amount that Buchanan Port is making. So wouldn't a president be concerned of why you're not contributing or accept he's part of the? So I mean, can that not be a fair guess if somebody were to guess in that regard?
Okay, here's my response. Before I go to the president, the people that are trying to do the decentralization, I'm all for decentralization, but let's do it in the right way. Before I go to the president, these lawmakers can summon those individuals on a public hearing, and they can tell the country why they're not contributing to the budget. And their financials should be made public. But their financials not even made public. So we don't even know how much they make a year. We don't know how much they make a year.
Yeah, but a president who have advocated and ran on transparency, would he want the lawmaker to do that? Or that's, I'm saying as him, that's a standard he has established. Should he not be concerned about it?
Well, I mean, that's it.
Let me. I know we'll be closing. We'll close by. We'll say on the 8th. We'll do it by now by 8:30.
But the radio station closed. No problem, my man. We want to be here. Can we not be?
Okay, no problem.
No problem.
No problem. No, I don't have issue with that. Trust me, I will not.
Oh, the radio. We're on the radio now, or it's gone?
No, the radio gone.
The radio
gone.
Okay. All right.
So yes, I want you to read it.
So let me quickly bring in Mr. Nagbe. He just joined us. So that he can.
Happy New Year, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. It's good to see you guys. Jaffa, my man, I thought you had some kind of book you sold to send me. I've been waiting for that book.
Well, you don't call me to send your address though.
Oh, so it's on me. All right.
Yeah. No, just send it to my address. I'll send it to him.
Okay, I'll do that. I will send it to the Neo Pro, then you will send it to the old.
Yeah, I'll send it to him. I'll be a conveyor belt.
Okay, but it's good to be with you.
You.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys in and out. I missed Amen's input on the former president. I really wanted to come in that time, but my wife and I were talking, and I just wanted to, if I had a chance, and I know you moved on, but if I had a chance, I just want to know whether the former president is a hands-on president or, he's just a laid-back. I know he didn't like the description that Sylvester was asking, so I will not go there, but I will leave that. On the SOE, participation, I think you're right. And Shafa, every time he brings a lot of clarification, I didn't even know that there are 2 ministers that,
3
sit on the board. Exactly. So the government knows exactly what's going on in there. I still really don't understand How is it, for instance, the port? And this is not on knocking on Segu Dukle, but we know the port is one of the, I think, lucrative SOEs that we know around here. Some of these entities have been subsidized. Money is going in, but the government is not getting any money out there. Either they're refusing to make the contribution, or they don't have. I don't understand why we're not insisting.
Let me help you on this one, Chief, before you continue. They're not that they're refusing to make that contribution, but people in the presidency are powerful.
Right.
Using that institution, the presidency, and allowing the president to acquiesce whatever decision, so the way whatever profits on, they push more money there, and they say, okay, we'll use the rest of on their own. So sometimes maybe they just put some money there, and then no one going to ask them, because if the president are not receiving anything from them, they will compare them or dismiss most of them from that, right? But
that is correct. That is correct.
Yeah, that's happening in that port. That's what happening. Most of the money goes to the presidency.
And this is where Liberia suffers, because I am aware of those kind of backdoor dealings, even down to the merchants. Some of these people, they owe government so much in taxes, but I understand those kinds of things. People go to them through the back channel and say they give $10,000 for $100,000 tax bill, and they write them off, and that kind of thing the government loses. So you're right. I think this is what is happening. People in the presidency go to these people, and where they're supposed to contribute maybe $20-30 million, they give them $1 million or $2 million, and they let them through. But again, the net effect is that the country is losing out, with suffering. I mean, look, 3 years now, this government has been going all over the place trying to get some kind of injection of funding. I heard Robert, I think it was you talking about the MCC. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of people I talked to in Monroe who are so hopeful that this MCC comes through. But it looks to me like this MCC is just dangling it in front of these people, because you're talking about 2 years. Within 2 years for it to set in, they would have had just 1 year left. So I don't know if they're ever going to get this money before they leave. So, I mean, I will give it back, but I just think that there is a lot we could do internally to tighten things up. And there is a lot of money, it appears to me, that could be made available to us internally that we are not going after. And so I was just talking to someone quickly, the CSA director. He wants to pay people bi-weekly, but would the government have the money to pay these people? I mean, they're already struggling to pay them every month. How would they be able to pay them every 2 weeks? I don't think they will have that capacity to do that.
Can't do that.
I don't know.
But Mr. Nagbe, just Robert 1 minute there. Speaking of SOEs, something I found out a while ago. I was reading the late Senator Watterson book. Senator Watterson, besides serving as Minister of Lands and Mines, he was also MD at LPRC.
That's right.
You'll be surprised, in the book, LPRC was making so much profit. LPRC was the financier of the new Matadi estate.
Huh?
Yeah, it's reviewing this book. And then it was something for employees to have first day by owning their home by the turnover to housing authority. So the SOEs look, you have port authority. The port authority have very little responsibility when it comes to capital expenditure, because the operation of the port is done by APM. You know what I mean? It's not like RIA, they got to maintain. The operation of the port is done by APM terminal. Then you got another place that make a lot of money. The regulator of the cell phone industry, LTA. If we put in the money, into the national cover, we could spur some development in the country on our own.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that there are very powerful people, and I think the port, that's a very important position. The managing director of the port is a very, very important position, and I think there are lots of I don't want to make unfounded accusations here, but I'm 100% convinced that there are a lot of money movement, whether it's with the exec mansion, whether it's folks that are getting paid to propagate. I think that there are a lot of things going on that the president, the justice minister, and others understand that any attempt to decentralize could possibly hurt the current business that's happening out there. You know, why it is true that this bill, this decentralization may not be perfect, I do think it's a step in the right direction. And I still have not heard anyone convince me that Dillon and Yeoman Kunga Lawrence have the ability, right, to want to pass a law. Or law. I mean, even if this was the doing of the both of them, they had to convince their colleagues, both in the upper and lower house, to say that this is all that doing, and this they're trying to criminalize, and this is to benefit them for whatever that looks like, right? I still haven't heard anyone, you know, explain this. How does this even make sense? But I think it's a good idea. It needs all of the questions and the gray area. All of these things needs to be addressed. But for us to sit there and say that decentralization, that it's okay that we have every decision of all of the various ports being made in Monrovia, and that we have one managing director of the port. I don't think it's I don't think it's a good idea. I think this is a step in the right direction. It needs to be fixed. All of the questions that we have needs to be answered, but I don't think it does us any good to keep it as it is right now. And Sekou understands that. Sekou understands that this is going to hurt his pocket. I think the government understands that this is also going to help. This is also going to hurt them. I'm 100% convinced that they are cash flowing all over the place, and people don't know. And I agree with Siafa, Mr. Dix, that maybe part of the decentralization is to ensure or to demand that once the decentralization takes place, that there are percentage of what each port can contribute to the budget, and to also demand that the financials are made public. We need to know what's happening. We need to know what's coming in, what's coming out. We need to know. I think the Liberian people deserve that, and there are people within the executive don't want that to happen. I mean, very, very powerful people that
But
they're
as we're
against
speaking
it
to
because they
that,
don't want it.
let me tack on the Robert and whoever is going to answer that. Even if Jumbly and Dillon are able to muster the vote in the House, doesn't the bill have to be signed by the president? I mean, because I think I say these people are able to pass a bill that doesn't come on the president's desk. Can the president still veto this bill?
Well, he can
Or
veto the bill, but they need a 2/3.
they
They
need
can veto it. They need a 2/3 to pass to make it
to
law.
pass the bill. Got you.
Yeah.
So Robert,
So
I'm okay. Go ahead, Sidiki.
now, did he veto or he sent it back? What happened?
Well, he vetoed the first time.
He vetoed the
There
first
hasn't
time.
been any decision made about the second time. It was sent back to him. I think rectification was made. They answered some of the questions, his concerns. Some of the things were changed. But again, I think that the justice minister have, based on what I've heard, have offered an opposing view on this. I think the president will veto. There are people within the executive mansion that have reached out to people personally to say that the president intend to veto this for the second time.
So the judgment gave two opinions. Did he give an opinion on the first one that was vetoed, or this is his first opinion on the bill?
He gave an opinion on the first one to the president, and his opinion was outlining the president's concerns when he sent the bill back to the Senate.
Yeah. But okay, so the thing is, I always come down to the fact that let's see the bill. I mean, if the people had good intention, they will make these things public, that everybody can read and ask questions. But
can the bill be made public before it's been passed into law?
Yeah.
I don't see why. I don't see a reason why it can't be made
some of these
public.
bills, it means you have public hearing. Yes, your first right. Most times that's what they do.
Public. Yeah.
But I think Siafa though, I think people maybe not everyone has seen the bill. I think people have contacts, but to your point, you don't necessarily have to reach out to folks in the lower or upper house and say, let's send me the bill, let me peruse the bill. I think it should be made public, and I think it's to the benefit. And listen, can we invite Dillon back? By the way, Dillon and I were supposed to have our one-on-one. Sylvester, so we got to make that happen.
So Robert,
but can we invite Dillon back since he's a co-sponsor of this bill, so we can deep dive into what's going on?
So Robert, so they argue, they say you're not contributing to the budget. We don't see the financial. So does the new bill have provisions that these financial will be made public?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the bill.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So
It does. It does. These are some of the
have you
concerns
seen
that this
it?
bill addresses.
So have you seen it in the bill? You got a copy of the bill?
I haven't received a copy of the bill,
Or that
but
what they told us?
I've
Or
been
that what
sent
us?
I've been sent some information with what's and by the way, the managing the Buchanan Port manager, I think he did an interview where he was very clear on
You're
to
freezing,
invite
bro.
him on the show. The managing director of the Port of Buchanan, I think he spoke extensively on this issue. I think he was on Spawn and he did a interview, and many of the questions were asked, and he answered those questions.
Yeah, but the fundamental problem is we do not have the bill. So you just come and tell me something. Nothing I can do about it, but just take what you tell me.
No, I agree
mean,
with you. I think the
should
bill
see
should
the
be made
bill.
public. I agree
The
with
bill
you.
should be made public. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you 100%.
The bill should be made
But I
public.
don't care how much money Sickle spent, Mr. Nagbe. I don't care what the president says. I think unless they are willing to spend millions of dollars, which I won't. I think that the government can do whatever they want to do to change the minds of those folks who have already voted for this bill. The Senate and the House can pass this bill even with a second veto with 2/3. They can do that. But if the president vetoes the bill for the second time, I'm sure that there will be conversations held to change the minds of some of these folks. And the only thing that changed minds on that place is money.
Yep.
But Mr. Nagbe, how was your trip, man?
Yes. Thank you, Robert, for asking. It was good. A lot of fun. Monrovia with all the hardship, but we still managed to have fun. And I was there with Jerome, so my wife Jerome, myself. So we were always going out together. It was a lot of fun. I was telling the guys last night we stopped at Cadiz and the sports complex. We went to Fusion a couple of times.
Yeah, Fusion is nice.
Yeah,
Fusion is
Jerome was in the Mava Point area, so we visited Mava Point Hotel as well. We a lot of places, but we didn't go to Calabash. Even though Jerome was at Alagoon a couple of times, but I didn't go with him.
Yeah, you gotta go to Calabash. Calabash is nice. I just get tired of it.
Yeah, I didn't go this time. I know Lester would not be too happy if I told him I was in Monrovia. I didn't stop by, but
well, you just confess.
I know, right? So, but it was good, Robert. Thanks. And the getting around wasn't that. We didn't run into that many too much traffic, except for the overpass they're building around the ministerial complex area. Coming from RC Losing area there, all the way down, then you begin to get into the traffic. There are times it was stretched from the complex all the way around Cali Junction Hospital area there, But you get in there quickly, they manage to find a way to get through, but still there's always traffic around there. Other than that,
what's the progress on the RIA road?
I don't know how to answer that because I saw the lights. I saw the lights that were, the much talked about lights that were turned on, and I was saying, well, where are the lights? I mean, there's probably like 1 mile or something, and you come from Rowersfield, you go where they call that place, the hill, before you get to Shefflin. All that place is still dark.
Oh, Tower Hill.
Yeah, Tower Hill. All that place is still dark, Robert. Even Shefflin, the lights they're talking about, I don't think they even reach 14 Medicine Hospital area. So I was saying to myself, well, but where are the lights that they turn on? Because all that place is still dark. The road, I would say, maybe about 60% now completed, or maybe a little more. But there is still a good piece of that road that, and Sylvester, I'm sure, will bear me out. He was just there. There's still a good piece of that road that is still not, it's not completed. So, and I don't think I saw people working on the road there because I went there a couple of times. We got in town Christmas Eve and drove out Christmas Day, and then came back again on the 31st, back and forth before we went to the airport. Maybe the work, I don't know. But to answer you directly, which I'm struggling with, I don't know if There's much progress that I can report from the time I was there from April of last year. You know,
So
I'll
they
be
said
honest.
they said y'all were driving. I mean, I heard you guys were driving CMC too, man. You know, so you guys are driving very, very good.
Yeah. The party gave us 2 vehicles, which was very good.
Was that the GMC, the SUV, the Tahoe?
No, they have the Toyota Hilux twin cabin
Oh,
pickups.
they are. Yeah.
That part is endowed with vehicles.
Yep. I knew the vessel was going to jump right in, but anyway. But yeah, you know, we got in town, my wife and you know, Musa came by the apartment.
Okay, man, sorry, I got in of the situation that happened in 2022, right? The Uvalde shooting thing from Texas.
Yes.
The jury are about to read a verdict, man. You know, the police officer, they talking to somebody to try him for endangerment of children. You know.
Yeah, they were. I think they were back in court today.
The case they're closing. They're reading the verdict now.
They're reading it now. Okay.
Yeah, they're reading it live.
Something tells me that he may not go free though. I think.
No, he's not gonna go free.
Yeah, a lot of people, including.
They just read the first count and said not guilty.
You're kidding me.
Which one is that? That's the lesser. That's the lesser.
But you know, it happened in Florida too, and the guy was found not guilty.
Yeah.
When they did the Parkland, when they did it at the Parkland shooting.
Is colleagues they projected an image of a coward?
I didn't listen good. I mean, listen good.
Yeah.
Jury Class, declare him.
Yep.
Jury Class, former Uvalde school police officer.
Yeah.
Of child endangerment and abandonment charges.
Yeah.
Declare him.
I don't know. Sometimes you really wonder whether justice in this country is really blind, you know.
And the family of those 19 children, their parents are sitting, most of them get weeding.
Yeah. Because that's a gut punch to them.
You see, he's not going back to the force. You see what happening with the guy who killed what was the kid name with the hoodie, right? I heard the last time he was homeless.
Trayvon
Martin.
But that guy wasn't a police officer.
He wasn't a police officer, but he was community. But when the kids happened at the time, a lot of people thought that, you know, he had won the kids, but you know, the after effect of it is not too good.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to the guy who the guy who stuck on the neck of what was the guy in Minnesota. So even if he's found not guilty, I think his life, is you know, it won't be any better.
George Floyd, yeah,
it won't be any better, you know.
Yeah. But talking about you know, justice and the legal system, man, the ICE situation in this country, you think only those of us in this country are the ones following, but a lot of people out of here are following what's happening. They just can't believe. They just can't believe this guy has brought America to this. I mean, this guy is.
But you saw happy at Davos today, right?
I haven't seen it, but I've been hearing a little bit about it. NPR, they say he didn't play there. He still won Greenland.
The leader said the Prime Minister of Great Britain, you try to pacify this guy. The guy proved to you that he's a bully. So let us stand together. And he had a lot of earful. He couldn't. You can't fight a whole NATO. You can't challenge them.
You can't do it.
But your boy, Louis Brown been talking tough lately. I don't know why he's like that.
My boy had a problem with Louis Brown. Louis Brown, I do it.
Yeah, but why he read like that? Why he read like that?
Oh, and the man style.
I messed up really, dude.
But I hear people saying, "Oh, they might record the man." I mean, some people running cheap propaganda.
No, better record him. Why must he speak for the A3? Why must he speak for the A3 all the time?
Brother, that Pewee, when you go to the Madia assignment, you can't talk. Say you consult Morovia. You think he act on his own? No.
Nothing he does is on his own.
I don't think he didn't act on his own. He didn't act on his own.
I don't think so.
But why is he the spokesman of the A3?
Oh, because I wanted the Somalia and Democratic Republic say he should read for them.
So they like the ambassador was he's a very good public speaker, right? And so sometimes some of the countries will waive their right to certain country to speak on their behalf. So that's what he did.
Yeah, but I agree.
And before doing that, normally before doing that, you have to confer with your capital city.
But then let me ask you something.
You can't do it in isolation.
How is it that President Weah wanted a different vote on the Israel situation? How did that happen?
And how what?
You remember the vote that Liberia took on Israel? And are you guys? Am I with you?
Yeah. Something happened somewhere. What's that?
During the former President Weah time, there was a vote that was taken at the UN Assembly. I think condemning Israel.
What on the screen, so?
Yeah.
I
But
didn't see anything on the screen though.
there's a blue screen we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean we're all going on the side.
Yes. So, but I was asking why Maya is coming. Apparently, our representative at the UN voted a way that the government of Liberia did not sanction. I remember the president very publicly, I think at his church, calling the president who voted either wicked or something.
You know, I don't want to really get that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I really don't want to really get that. And for the president to even say that, then no action, meaning that the president was not in charge. Right? If you said the person was wicked, and they're not really to get that.
Yeah.
If you said the person was wicked,
the two-fold approach.
And so they're not really to get down the seal, no.
But I agree. I think Louis, whatever position.
But Louis consulted. Now listen, the drama behind.
Yeah.
You are the representation of the country. You're representing the president at the United Nations. That is the global. It's a very powerful representation seat. And one, you have to be mindful. Those are the guys from leader ambassador can deliberately do it. And some of the ambassadors doing that now for a particular case. In some cases, they will bar them all heavily. Then they're ready for, and when they do the kind of thing, they know they will be recorded, will be dismissed. Some of the right, but it's a weird situation to see those things happen. Before you take what kind of a vote, and there was some critical time. Some guy was sorry, minister. There was some time also those things that happened. The only way you do, if you think you don't want to help most of your, there was a time we took vote on the same human rights vote on China. If we don't want to hurt our partner, we believe that part of the other thing for us, the best thing to do, we extend. And the mistake we made against China that they didn't forget up to the time we had left office, because we voted against them. And we shouldn't have done that. And that vote was meant to please Uncle Sam.
That's right.
And we please Uncle Sam stay. Most of our government officials were sanctioned, so it was useless to do that.
But we please Uncle Sam, we still got on the list of the visa.
I don't know. That's what I mean. Honestly, I was open on that. It was just a useless attempt to do that because we still got hit heavily by the Biden administration, and I thought the Biden administration didn't do well for the to the Weah administration because everything they wanted. To the extent that China was about doing some major project, and when we hit China, and they stopped everything, and that's why most of the projects didn't get. You see the overhead, the doing that, Mr. Nagbe. Yeah, that's what I've been doing ever since we had time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But Sylvester,
the Chinese they were hitting by up when we voted against them, and so we shouldn't have done.
I don't know how much we were lobbying the Biden administration because you had a foreign minister who could not even come to New York. I mean,
no, he came. He came. He came whenever the president was coming. He was he came.
Yeah,
but I mean, did he go beyond New York? I mean, DC. What?
I don't know. I will not be to know that one.
Okay.
Yeah, but Sylvester to one point.
Yeah, but I know that he came to the States. He came to the States all the time.
But Sylvester, but don't you think the whole lobbying effort was not handled well?
Yeah, it was not handled well also, and I agree with you, Safa. Yeah. One of them that I was there, we came here 2018 June. I was with the foreign minister. We came here in this country for almost 2 weeks in Washington, D.C. Then lobbying, then Riva was doing some very fantastic job for us. But for some reason, people felt that, Ben, look, I will connect to Ellie and Eddie gave with Riva. Oh, got to change the whole thing. And they stopped Riva. And then they brought Bakari. How you bring a Democrat? You bring a Democrat to lobby for you in the hardcore Republican government. Yeah. Does that make sense, gentlemen? Maybe I'm confused.
No.
Well, I mean, not necessarily a Democrat, but that's, I mean, that's not somebody that can.
And not even a hardcore person, sir.
Not even exactly.
He's
not a
nobody.
hardcore
Yeah,
dude.
in terms of Christianity in Washington D.C.
Yeah.
He's just a.
The man from South Carolina. I mean,
Yeah.
no disrespect.
He's not
to South
top.
What would you do that?
Carolina.
Was that not strategic?
But he
Reva knew how to
some money.
connect.
He is some money from the government though.
You know who
he
Reva
paid,
worked for?
yeah,
Reva-
25,000 a month. Or a few months, he 6 or 7 months, or 8 months, there for that good money there.
Yeah, Reva. When Reva started her career, you know who she was working for? She was working for Paul Manafort.
Yes.
She was working for Paul Manafort, the one that used to be with Trump.
Listen, when we arrived in River office on K Street that day, the woman had a setup, a whole setup, and a very expensive setup. She had another one story young girl working with her, but I think she was almost like she came in the country very young. According to the guy, she had age 6 years. She went to school. She went to a Georgetown, other thing. The guest, one of her major point person. She deployed, she was doing, River is doing some job for the Ghanaians government, the Sardinia government. She was doing some, lot of things, how much money River are requesting for? It's not plenty of money. We could afford that money. But River are going to do a lot of things. But one would drop her. Why you think Manasadi made out of gains in Washington D.C.? They want the same River.
Yep.
They want to see River because Manasadi they pay them, they want to see River. And when we drive River, the consequence was terrible for us. And I think
who the Bwaka administration using right now?
I don't know, bro.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh,
who
but Sylvester, let me dive for a little bit. You know, CAF has suspended your boy. Oh. They suspended indefinitely. They suspended the Senegalese coach.
Yeah, that coach will have to be suspended because he didn't act as a leader, Robert. I ain't not being for the sake of Sadio Mane. That team are going to lead the field.
Yeah. But
it would have been a disgrace to Africa because that whole game would have been disrupted.
No, but then CAF should also take some action against Morocco.
Yeah,
because there's something that happened during the World Cup.
They were fighting for the tower, the goalkeeper tower, and the players.
They had a Moroccan player trying to go to the goalie to take a tower. They had
the Nigerian goalkeeper.
Yeah, and then they tried with the Senegalese goalkeeper too, and there was a whole pushback. They have 4 balls that ran there. I mean, why would you do that?
Yeah,
they want to take a tower.
They want to take a tower.
They're asking FIFA, so CAF suspends him, but he can still come to the World Cup. He can still be the coach of Senegal at the World Cup, right? Now the Moroccans are asking FIFA to also suspend him so that he doesn't come with Senegal to the World Cup. I hope that this is resolved before June because that would be very devastating. But you heard what he said. He's not backing down. He said that they attempted to cheat. He said he apologized about his action. It was in the heat of the moment. But he's happy that he kind of tried to correct that because they would have cheated to give Morocco the tournament. But I hope he's not suspended by FIFA and missed the World Cup in June.
But you know, my surprise in that whole penalty, Bruja, the guy who kicked the penalty, did he really meet the score?
No, but he was playing star.
He's a star player now, so he thought he could play that kind of.
I mean, I was like, what?
He was stupid to believe that when even the kind of goalkeeper that experience.
Yeah.
that man is not just one goalkeeper that man got. That man is a very experienced goalkeeper.
Yeah.
I like the Nigerian goalkeeper better though. That guy saved a lot of penalties.
The president of Senegal gave those guys some good money and some land and vehicles. Yeah. I'm like, wow. I mean, I think Lone Star will qualify for next year, man.
You think so?
Nothing that will make you qualify for me.
But you're not put Bangalore then, and you put Colonel Crown.
Yeah, Colonel Crown will change your face. Colonel
Crown might do better.
I mean, that was a shocking. I mean, that was a.
That's
shocking
why I said earlier, right? I said it was shocking to me. It's still shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, my wife was asking me what. I haven't heard any reason why he was. I don't know. LRRC, isn't that a step down for him? Isn't that a downgrade?
It's a downgrade.
Big step down.
It is a downgrade.
Big step down.
Yeah,
it's a downgrade, and more or less, there's nothing much for LRRC to do now. No refugees in the country, no displaced people.
That's true. That's true. And then the other side to that is you have a father and daughter cabinet level, ministers.
Yeah, but it's not no violation or anything.
Yeah,
it's not against the code of conduct.
No, absolutely not. The father didn't appoint his daughter. The daughter didn't appoint her father. So the president appointed them.
The father and daughter just have to be lucky. So.
Yeah, but I don't know how Cole Bangle is going to take all this, because a lot of people thought he did well with the county meet, and then this. I mean,
and some people even saying that because Lofa protested and they didn't work, they pulled Lofa off.
So, Mr. Nagbe,
yeah,
I want to give me an honest assessment, right?
Yeah.
What's your take? What was your take in Liberia about the political climate? Do you think the citizen elections held today, the UP can still win, or the opposition, if they are splinter, you think they stand a chance against the ruling party?
Tomalin, before Nagbe can carry on the one, Nagbe will say CMC will win.
Yeah, I was just about to say that too.
Yeah, so it's not a fair way to ask that question.
Sylvester, let me be honest with you. Tomalin, you'll be surprised. I think because of the weakness, the feebleness of the opposition right now, I think if the election were called today, I think the UP will manage. I think they will manage to take it because, and we made this point. I wish Ahmed was here the other day. I was making that point here. He and Sarah was all over me. The opposition right now, we're not united. I don't think we're formidable enough. I mean, look at all these things we're talking about, the port deal, the speaker situation, all of these things, where is the rest of the opposition? I didn't even know. I think there are about 41 to 43 political parties in the country now.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Where is everybody else? So if the election were to be held today, all right, as much as I would like the CMC, like Sylvester is saying, but I think the UP will give all of us a run for our money, because right now, in spite of everything else, I think they are cohesive enough to pull the vote off. I think so. There is a lot of anger and disappointment in the country. I was saying that here yesterday. There's a lot of people who are still really going through difficult times. I think this government has not delivered. We saw the NAMOD report. 0.8% of the promises made delivered on. So there are a lot of people who are concerned. But notwithstanding, I think we're not with the opposition is not playing the role efficiently that it is supposed to play.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So I think that is why I think if election were held today, I think the UP will be in the second round. I think so.
But you can rule that out. You can always, you see, and that's one of the things that the ruling establishment, because they're going to have a lot of resources to their disposal, and you don't want to rule that out.
Yeah.
And
they're going to have that.
The reason why, Mr. Nagbe, in 2018, we had this. We started with this CPP, and the way it ended, it didn't end well. So there are a lot of distrust. So nobody wants to come together right now because of what happened before. So I mean that's exactly what's happening. If that had gone the way it was planned, probably there would have been a vibrant opposition today. But somebody would think that this guy would want to use me, and at the end of the day, they will drop me. So everybody just stay on their side.
But one thing is clear. If the opposition hold together and carry one single candidate, they will win it. They win election.
I agree with you. And Tomalin, this is why we need to start coalescing quickly enough so we can figure out, so we don't start fighting about who should lead us as we get closer to 2020. I mean, I know it's still early, but we need to start lining up so we can figure out how we're going to 2029. But I think waiting too long to get closer, I think we'll not have time to figure out all the kinks in the opposition community.
I'm a little worried that may not happen. And if the current ruling establishment is more strategic moving forward, in the end of next year or beginning next year, they will start to penetrate the opposition camp and further disintegrate them to ensure that don't happen. And currently, you have most of the opposition people, like the CMC cannot win election by herself.
No,
it's very, very clear here. You cannot win. Mr. Peabody cannot contest election and win. No, he wouldn't even go to he wouldn't even come there. Right? The best way to do it is to coalesce behind someone. And that whole thing is to coalesce behind the opposition CDC,
And then you
yeah, you go.
forces.
That's what I'm about to say. I don't think no opposition. I don't think no opposition, and I think even the CMC and others, in as much as I admire Musa ability and what he's been doing, I think he himself understands that CDC remains the biggest opposition political party, and so when Mr. Number talks about the opposition forming a coalition around one person, the conversation will always be who will be that person. And if this is a numbers game, CDC will have the front row seat at the table to say, listen, CDC have the numbers. George Weah is a very popular figure. He's been president before. And the conversation is who goes as vice president, because I don't think the conversation, unless George Weah is not running, then the conversation is who goes as VP, who gets this position, who gets that position, and what it looks like after George Weah leave after 2029 election. But my only thing to the opposition is I do not want to see an opposition congregating on the basis of we must remove Joseph Boakai. No, it can't be that, because we saw that happen with the CMC. Not the CMC, the CPP. We saw that happen. The opposition must have a message. The opposition must have a vision, and the opposition must be able to properly articulate why Unity Party needs to be removed.
And one of the things that we overlook are people that have political aspiration for these House and Senate seats. They will come to you because your brand is in the limelight, and they will tag on it and they will win. And if that party doesn't win the presidency, I mean, they're done with you. And that's one of the main things that affect political parties in Liberia. So the sooner these people get their act together, then that means you can vet committed people that are committed to the cause. Because trust me, 2029, some people start joining you March for October election because they got aspiration for a district, or for a district or for a county, and that would be a major problem. But
that's a good point, Stefan. And the CMC, look, we're very new, we're young on the block. We recognize that. And we're not going to be arrogant to say, we don't acknowledge the existence of big parties like the CDC and stuff like that. But we are going to be cocky about what we're doing. We're not shy about that. We're hoping that we can quickly get together and figure out the arrangement as we go to 2029. But we're having difficulties reading some of our compatriots or some of our colleagues in the game. For instance, right now, I can't tell you that with all the conversations I've had, whether President Weah is going to run or not. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Yep.
So that kind of uncertainty. I mean, we are making our pitch to provide an alternative to CDC and UP. We are making our pitch for the second round. That's what we're working on. But I absolutely agree. To think that we can win it all by ourselves, I think is foolhardy. I think I don't think that's something we should even contemplate. We would need to coalesce. But in order to do that, we have to know who we are coalescing with. I can't tell you that we have a clear picture as far as we can tell. We don't know. The CDC people are very, 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 very touchy about, they don't even want you to talk about them, because I think they themselves, they're in a holding pattern. They don't know whether the former president is going to run or he's not going to run. Everybody's watching to see what he's going to do. And so I think there's difficulty figuring out who the leader is going to be if it is not Weah, because nobody is making nobody's making it known. They don't want to anger the former president because he's so powerful. But notwithstanding, because of that, everything is held in abeyance. The former president is a UN ambassador now. He has other things he's doing. Is Jangako down the spokesperson for the CDC? We don't know. So it's difficult to figure out, what is on the other side.
But then there's another way I can look at it. They can probably look at the 1985 route where you had LAP, you had Loop, and you had UP. They didn't come together at one, but they had a gentleman agreement. There was trust among them that at the end of the day, one of us going to go second round against the NDPL.
Right.
And that was automatic endorsement. That was this grand coalition.
But didn't they have Cletus Watterson leading that charge?
No, I'm talking about 1985. 85. The one where Jackson F. Doe,
Right.
and Edward Kesseley.
Okay.
So they all ran as independent. They all ran as a separate party, but they had a gentleman agreement.
Yes, I remember now. Yes.
Whosoever go against the NDPL will support you. But these were people that there was trust among them. Yeah. There was trust. So what the key would be
crucial. That is very crucial.
The trust factor will be very crucial too.
No, but
trust factor will be crucial.
It will require, on a serious note, right? It will require the likes of George Weah, Alexander Cummings, Musa Benete, Simeon Freeman, Moniba, Gongloe. These are the key opposition. They require them sitting in a room somewhere and look each other in the eye and find out who has the best chance of winning, okay, and how they can ship their ticket, and the rest of the country can jump on board with them. They have to be intentional. They have to be honest.
Yeah. Because and I think that was CFI is going, Tomalin.
Yeah, because they can just say, so we got to make sure they know it's okay. If you're running, maybe this could happen. If you're running, this could happen, and find out who you think has the chance of winning with our United ticket. But if they decide to say, well, what they did 2023, they went a separate way. I agree with Nagbe. The UP will win because they have everything at their advantage.
Yes.
On infiltrate
the power incumbency. But Tomalin, you talking about Gongloe, it's kind of conflicting because some of the parties endorse the current ruling party. And they got other people in the government. So you have to juggle that part too. So the last things have to play out.
His VP is in the government, and he's being very critical of this government too. But honestly, they have to come to term because I don't think Gongloe will most likely how to call it what a party
LPP.
Liberia People Party.
Their alliance. I don't
Gongloe will all be a supporter, right? Gongloe will not be part of a team of opposition coming together to push something. Gongloe will sit and he's going nowhere. He will come in the next election, he will perform more dismally than the first.
Okay, I can tell Kehleboe is going to be calling in soon.
That's not about Kehleboe feelings. It's not about Kehleboe feelings. It's a national thing. So Gongloe is still going around with his broom. You hold that broom as a symbolic thing. Hold that broom around. But eventually you come back. They will still come out and go to the support. So Gongloe is an agent of Boakai.
But yes, all liar. That's all liar, right?
That's
all liar.
I think Gongloe is an agent of Boakai. They are doing something behind the scene.
Tomalin,
that's all liar.
But Tomalin, that's a key point now.
The LPP alliance.
Tomalin, just 1 minute. The LPP that we know has a lot of people in this government. Kofi was an LPP.
Exactly.
You're an LPP.
Oh, you're not active, man.
No, Tomalin, don't say not active. They are LPP in the blood.
Yeah.
They are LPP in the blood. Even Kesseley, deputy minister, they are all LPP in the blood.
No, but let me say something.
I come in.
Point. Yes.
So these were LPP in the blood. Even though they were supporting President Boakai, but they are LPP in the blood. And when the LPP get in their caucus there, those people are still influential on which way LPP will go. So you can't discount that factor.
But let me say this. The alliance, right? As I told you guys earlier, they having cracks within the alliance now. And it's going to get worse. Trust me, it will get worse because people want to get now. Don't forget that you got Yomli off a re-election, okay? And her political career is on the line because you got somebody, the Minister of Commerce, who's a UP stalwart, Madeline Dakosa. She's already contesting against her. You got Montgomery from LRA contesting for that C2. So these folks, if you only see that the party allowing these people to go against her, you think she want to stay on board? You can never tell, right? So you got you.
She was still on board with the ruling party. She was still on board and get up and explore.
You think she want? Well, you know, if she loses the election, you know that her political career ends. Except where if they win re-election, Boga get a cabinet job or some board.
They would definitely get a cabinet job if that was the case.
I think Tomalin making a good point because if you notice, the LP stay away from the UP homecoming. I think Young is able to take
He's
his
so
stand.
happy. What happy? The media happy, but I called him.
Yeah.
When they called him. They called Charlie on them when they were happy. In confidence, some of them said they reaffirm and support to UP. And now there'll be a lot of deals coming, a lot of contracts coming up, and like they're gonna go forward, they will discuss it. Because end of the day, politics is interest.
The people of Grand Bassa will not get Yombly a third term. That I know for.
And they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
And
They
look,
would beat Yombly in the election.
shouldn't.
No
and
matter what happens, they're gonna beat her.
And
They wouldn't want to do a win until they cheat, and it'd be hard to cheat in that senatorial election.
It would. Yep.
And you know, so
She
most
cannot
of the
win a third term as senator.
So in 2020, the CPP had a good showing on the senatorial front. So all those CPP senators that won 2020 are up for re-election in 2029.
Yeah,
that's Maryland candidate James Barney. James Barney
not having election now.
He was CDC, but now he with the alliance, so he's up for re-election. In Bon candidate Prince Moyo,
James Barney is not up for re-election.
He up for re-election 2029.
No. It's Barbara Brown up for re-election, not James Barney.
No, Barbara Brown just won the election in 2023. It's James Barney that won the election in 2020. Yeah.
Okay, no, you're right.
Yeah.
2020.
So that Barney.
That
Barney, Senator Prince Moyi, very influential guy in the alliance. So all these people are up for re-election, and then you got Senator Kanga Lawrence. So you got 3 stars of the alliance, and
Dillon on re-election too.
And Senator Dillon.
James Barney is very strategic in Maryland. He may still win the election.
Mm-hmm.
He's very strategic and popular in Maryland. For some reason, I don't know. But he may still win the election. We still talk to people from there. He may still come back to win this election.
And there's some chatter, in Bon County that former representative Ewa Kafai might put his hat in the race.
If Kafia come there, they will be him. He'll not go nowhere. They will still be him.
And then
he may not have the kind of money now that he enjoyed from the past administration.
And then in Margibi, you guys Senator Nukwe. I'm talking on the ruling party side now. Senator Nukwe is in Margibi up for re-election. I don't know who's going to go against him. So you have all these people.
We hearing that Musa Bilede may likely contest against him from the other end. That's what I heard from some.
We also going to follow the president.
I will not comment on. I will not
contest for the presidency.
I will not comment on that.
So somebody, what I'm saying to you, right?
I can tell you,
likely go for the Senate.
I can tell you, we have our eyes on Moi and Nukwe. I'm not going to deny that. We have our eyes on them.
I'm telling you, Bilede is trying to challenge Nukwe in Margibi County. That's so. He's currently building alliance with Magay in order to do that. And I don't know that for a fact. So that whole thing about this thing, it will change eventually. But they will say, "Oh, would they solve it?" People say, "Will not do this. So I will not contest for the presidency." The next thing you see, they will go for the Senate in Margibi County.
Let me ask you this question, right? So, do you guys think that CDC, right? I know that there will be some level of collaboration. I'm not sure when, but do you think CDC? And I'm sure, Mr. Namwe, I'm sure President Weah is running. I'm sure he wants to serve a second term and be done with politics. But do you guys think that the question is in twofold. Do you think that any campaign in 2029 that returns with the same ticket like the George Weah and Joe Howard Taylor, do you think it will be a weaker ticket as opposed to having a new VP candidate on the ticket?
You said we are Taylor?
Yeah, Weah Taylor. Do you think the campaign will be ineffective if you had like a Weah Taylor, the same campaign, as opposed to having a new VP pick?
No, but listen about Robert, because that's why if they come together as opposition, they will be compromising, because you think they will say, well, if we will give you the presidency, the Senate Bureau position of the opposition, the VP position can remain with you guys. Somebody else got to take it. One of the parties will be pushing forward. So it will be something that they have to do. Look, right now, I think all the guys, the people who are interested in the future of 2029, they should start testing their own political strength. Start doing it personally. Try and see how strong you are. Start doing your own. It costs money. You got to start going places and see, like for instance, you saw what Magay did in Bong the other day during the UP Sunday. Magay drew a sizable crowd. Now, the CDC too, I'm sure I'll be hearing about Myean won't be the chairman again, which will be a smart move for them. But at the end of the day, the UP, they are taking, they're pushing Boyka to run because they feel that he's the only person who they feel that can beat the opposition. Right. Okay? Because, and that's the point. But the problem too, with all the Boyka got all the support and thing, will he be healthy enough? Will he be, because 2029, he'll be about 84, 85. You saw Joe Biden. He the best country in the world, had the best treatment. I want to read. For example, Biden, what happened to Biden? Biden was declining. You saw it. And how causing the election, he could the person here, Gero Kamara, who had 107 days of campaign. So I would think to that question, it would be a very good thing for Mr. Weah if he would still contest, something that I know he's going to do, to still go back to Bonkante and take Manager Howard Taylor.
As VP.
It will be a very good. Now, this is what they're going to do for them is that they're going to remind the people from Bonkante, the Ter popular area, and that should help counter anything coming from Niba eventually, and Niba and Lofa. You will over 1 minute this time around win Bonkante. The Bonkante people will feel very guilty, and it will come with very good support, and you're going to get that. Now, because the point there is, if Myean was not sanctioned, that's the plan. Then you could push with Myean to go as running mate to Weah, because Myean would have gotten a lot of vote from both Gibi and Bonkante. The Bonkante people would have responded. But if you were to put Myean on the ticket, you would distract. There will be some huge distraction. You have to be. There will be a lot of things. Oh, this man is sanctioned, America may not work, and it will be a serious problem. So no. So you.
So then, how do you argue that? Because again, I think part of the argument come 2029, where we are. This will be last term. After 2029, if Weah wins, he got 6 years and he's done with presidency business. Perhaps he might only be an influencer, like on who is this and whatever, but he's done with the presidency. He will be in the same position as Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf. So his VP pick will also set the tone about who gets where he passes the torch. So if the opposition is collaborating, don't you think, since Joel Howard Taylor have already served as vice president, strategically it would make sense to pick a VP that we understands will run after his term is but so can Joel Howard Taylor win a presidential election in Liberia, or as opposed to saying, well, we need a new face? Alice Cummings, for instance, Dr. Clarence Mondoba, for instance, or Ability, for instance, whatever that looks like, who is the person that will be serving as VP that will run, and the CDC and the opposition will support that candidate during the next election? I think that would be very important.
Joel Taylor would be the best. Now, let me push it backward and remind other us here, and remind you also that Mr. Weah stated in Bonkante that the feature of the party, he referenced Joel Taylor that's the person that will replace me as feature of the party. He did that before the election. He said, I was very clear of it. If they had won, he said, this is the person that will replace me. That's the feature of the party. He referenced Joel Howard Taylor. One, in terms of being the electability aspect, if she's electable, of course, Joel Howard Taylor comes with lot of packages that we push out to be elected. One, the Bonkante scenario is one. The Lofa scenario is two. That means challenging after if we may have left power, right? You talk about Lofa, she will get sufficient ground in Lofa County. She will get very good ground in Bonkante. The Nimba people will look at her from the NPP perspective of the Charles Gangé Taylor relationship with her. The man people, so she and the women will see her and they will rally behind her. Trust me. If Mr. Weah, and that's my own 1 cent, but if Mr. Weah were to go back, because that's the ticket that was going and they got unfortunately defeated. And it was just that Bonkante people they were not aggressive in voting. Sometimes they were lacking behind. If they have voted aggressively, they will have countered that vote from Nima. That's something that has.
Okay, let me play.
So that's the best way to go.
Okay,
get through our Taylor Round.
So then what becomes of ANC? What becomes of CMC? What becomes of Dr. Clarence Mondoba? These are the new faces that are coming up that will be important to the collaboration.
Robert,
that's why in
the next few years, they opt what they need to do to make their case. They need to redeem themselves. They need to make that to expose themselves well, make themselves formidable. You got to do 2026, 27. Make yourself so that people say yes.
Tomalin,
I can't. 1 minute. But then my question is, in Liberia, right? I'm talking to you UP folks, and the whole goal now. I want to ask you a question though. They said the whole target now is the 2026, 27. They focus on the southeast. If they carry road connectivity in the southeast, if they carry development in the southeast, you think will still affect the CDC or President we have vote?
Who now the Unity Party?
Yeah, they carry development in the southeast like the roads and other.
It's not so road when we are president. So going there. It's not going to change anything about their voting perspective. Most of the road building, if the Liberian people are hungry, they're not seeing things coming good, they will vote against Baka even if they build road all over the place.
It's only road, I think.
So Sylvester, so you don't think though? I'm thinking Joy Howard Taylor, she's been around for a long time.
Rather, your best bet there. If you try it.
So then what about I'm thinking more so of we are positioning himself as, listen, not only am I thinking about 2029, I'm thinking about beyond 2029. What happens to Alex Cummings? There could be an effective deal that says, I mean, they don't have to say it publicly, but there could be a deal where we are, have 6 years, he wins. Cummings goes at, you don't think the opposition can still win with Cummings at VP? I don't think Cummings will accept being VP.
And that's the problem. Cummings will not accept it, but Cummings will be a very good leader. He will not accept it.
The thing is, when I talk about these things, I would love to focus on, let's build vibrant political institutions. Then all these things will fall in place. Let me give you an example. When this guy was president of Sierra Leone, Seleke Kromah, his vice president, you know where the vice president came from? The vice president already in Minnesota here working in Tomalin. He went back home and they just put on the ticket. He didn't have to go around the country to prove himself. So the whole thing about this person has to do this. Look, there's so much an individual can do, but the main work is done by the political institution. Until we build vibrant political institutions, we put so much burden on a single individual to do a lot of impossible things just to be recognized. George Weah doesn't have to do anything. George Weah got what we call rubber, street cred. You know what I mean? He got street creds. So nobody can do what George Weah had done before. You know what I mean? So,
but that what made the man powerful. But unfortunately, the CDC, the same way they didn't pick, they had a coalition. The coalition made them to pick Joy Howard Taylor. So Joy Howard Taylor is an integral part of George Weah and the CDC, and I believe to Sylvester's point, I believe he trusts Joy Howard Taylor. I'm thinking beyond 2029, and I'm thinking about what are some of those conversations that the other opposition leaders will come to the table with. I think Cummings will be a good leader. I don't think Cummings will be willing to accept a VP deal unless it's a deal that says George Weah becomes president. He served for 4 years. He resigns, and Cummings take the last 2 years and runs into the presidency and serve 2 years. That's not possible either.
Bro. You see, you see the guy in the Gambia. You see Adama Barrow in the Gambia. The old politician came together to make him to beat Jammeh, and he said you're going to be there for a certain time. He stayed there today.
That's not possible.
He stayed there today. I said, Tomalin, I was screaming, looking funny. What happened?
I know, but I know. I know.
Yeah.
Well, what IT man? What did you do?
No, my man, I'm modern media. I don't play with modern media stuff, dude. Yeah, I did. No,
but look, I'll tell you the truth.
So how old is Joy Howard Taylor now?
You are 63.
Yeah, that's 63.
Oh yeah, but she's still young. She's still young, and I'm sure she won't become president too.
Of course,
my man.
That's why my first question I asked Mr. Nagbe.
Then if there's no Cummings conversation, Tomalin, 1 second. Then if there's no Cummings conversation in the whole 2029, if they were to convince him to run again, and he doesn't win, then that would be the end of. Then that means Liberia going to miss out on Cummings, because after 2029, I don't think Cummings will run again. I mean, I think that would be it. We're going to miss out on him.
My thing is this though. Right now, if they, I'll tell you up front. I told Mr. Cummings too. I think Pewee were there. I said, if Weah is running, don't bother to run. Okay, don't bother to run. And my advice to any of the opposition: if Weah is running, don't bother to run, because you will always So just spoil the vote and you end up going second round again, and then we decide a binary choice. But here's the thing though, if the UP right now they're in power and the fight, you told them right now, the fight is to make an impact in the people's life. I don't know whether they have the time, but I told you, I said 2026 is your movement. If you cannot deliver 2026, you guys will have a challenge on your head. But here's the thing though, to the advantage, if they don't deliver, but also if they remain splinter, they still have the advantage because they have the resources, they have everything in their favor. So the opposition, if that's why it's important that the opposition start talking. But for I would say 2026, everybody should build a party. Focus on your party, build your party. So we go to the table, you come there with a bargaining chip, something to say, yeah, that's what I come with. So for the whole year, build your party infrastructure, make your party formidable. But if I will repeat, I don't care who on the ticket for the opposition. If they remain divided, the UP wins a second term. I tell you for sure. I've been seeing election cycle, the ruling party. And then I don't CDC out of us. I still trying to figure out how the election left them 2023. But they should not have lost that election. But I still trying to figure out. But if they remain as it is and they still go in split up, the UP will get a second.
But given the performance of the UP, I don't see how they win re-election in 2020.
But Tomalin, guess what? So can you imagine if that referendum had passed, that President we are doing for a 4-year presidential term, they would have been year number 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
No, well, 5 year.
Oh yeah, 5 years. Okay, I'm sorry. It would have been year number 3 out of 5.
But 5 years is reasonable. I think 6 years is too long.
Yeah, 5 years. So you see, it'll be year number 3 out of 5. And honestly, I think Mr. Nagbe can allude to that. When you get elected, you got 9 months of honeymoon. That way you set all your policy in place. Because everybody want to give you that time. Then when you get into year number 2, the things start kicking off because the lagging indicator, don't think it takes time. We're not in America that can sit there and print. They can print billions of dollars tomorrow. But we got to put plan together, go seek resources, then implement it before we start seeing the fruit of those work. And if in year number 3 and you still planning, so then what time the people will see it? You know what I mean?
So you being generous. That's why over here they talk about the 500 days. You know.
Yeah.
After that, you start running out of financial, political equity. Yeah. You're right. When you come in, and that's why a lot of us are concerned when this government appointments alone, were taking them forever. Yeah, and like you all are saying, this is the midterm year. I mean, this is they're midway in now. We just heard the MCC. I think they're saying another 2 years from now. By then, they would have been 1 year left to do whatever. So, and I think they want that compact money because right now they're struggling to generate, bring money into the country. And a lot of the promises that they made, are still, I agree to that some of these things are lagging, they will probably begin to show up when they should have left, but it will be difficult to run on them for re-election because people will not begin to realize that they're doing stuff, obviously. But
yeah, but Nagbe, I will keep on warning, making this caveat. If the opposition remains splinter, take it or leave it, because the guys are involving. Like right now, they are at a conference in social. I want to hear what tomorrow because you got the investment commission chairman there, the foreign minister and the finance minister. Okay, I will hear where they got out of that economic summit because that way they work the most powerful nation with the best economy. That way they're all present this week in Davos, Switzerland. Let's see what comes out of them because at that kind of event, you just gotta make some connection. You gotta come with some in the goodie bag.
But I would have got a little read. And the foreign minister already have a press session. I thought we would have got some.
Yeah, but Tomalin.
Yeah, she had a final minister that she spoke to them. Yeah.
Tomalin, what do we want as a country? You go to Davos with a bag to bag, and at the same time you're giving your resources out for peanuts. I mean, what do we want? I mean, Tomalin, let's be honest. Because guess what? Davos is not a begging place. Like I followed Davos today. They were talking about the African Free Trade Agreement, and they have Mara be on the panel. These people are talking about trade. They're opening new markets.
So the question is,
I come here, Tomalin, I haven't finished. They are opening new fronts. They are opening new trade fronts. You know what I mean? The last time they went to Davos, they were talking about tax haven. You know, so I'm just look at we got an NRC chair there that sat down on the IMCC and gave him money. They gave him the poor money for free. We're not even shareholding our resources. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. What do we want as a country? We
So,
want
but the question is,
the question is, let me tell you, I don't sing praises of people that go sit with white men on a table and look good. What are you doing in the home front to empower your economy?
Yeah, but the question is too.
Yeah, let's be honest.
Okay, so the alternative, who the alternative to the alternative are they? Do they have this division that you're talking about?
Tomalin, we are giving ArcelorMittal a 25-year concession agreement that we're not even shareholder in. Guess what? I mean, it was driven by the same NIC people. Then you drop it in from the Senate. No open hearing. Then you go beg for money.
So
that's why I bring my point when I said we dissolve the system because then the case. Who have ruled abroad the last 20 years?
So then to answer that question,
but I want to tell you, what do we want?
To answer that question,
last 20 years.
So to answer that question, Tomalin, this is where I was going to go. When you talk about the opposition unity, I continue to say I don't want an opposition unity on the basis of just removing Joseph Boakai. So when Siafa asked, when Dix asked that question, I think this is an important question to form part of the conversation as we gear up for 2029. CMC, for instance, if CMC don't have the number or the political capital now to win the presidency, CMC can go to the table. They've already qualified people within the CMC that have expressed interest in running. Like for instance, Fatima. You got Mr. Nagbe right here. You got other people within the CMC. The CMC could form come to the table and say, listen, we got 3 individuals that we want to run, and we think these people are qualified people. You talk about all of these concession agreements. These are people that can go in there, join other members, and make a difference in the Senate or as representatives. And so they can say, listen, we want 3 we want the opposition to support 3 of our candidates. It could be Fatima, it could be Leo, it could be I'm just throwing out names, right? It could be Mr. Nagbe, it could be whoever, right? Mr. Ability is already doing something else. He want to run for Senate. If he want to run for Senate, that's what he wants. That's fine. All I'm saying is there are significant conversations that can be held both politically and strategically in the interest of the country. But bottom line, we still need to get to what the problem is: the lack of true political institutions. Until we fix that, we're going nowhere.
Tomalin.
Can I just quickly?
Will not give us political institution right now. Now, listen to it carefully. Our population, 60% of the population right now, they're below 35 years old. The people that voted for the first time in 2029, they were born 2011. Listen to me, the people that come and vote for the first time in Liberia 2029, they were born 2011. Now, these children, they're looking at the group that they're right now. They want hear like what Fiafa say, right? About what do we offer. They want hear because it's not about because Mr. Nagbe is he controls the party. No, 1 year 2 leaders talking with vision. Say yes, this is what I want to do. This is what if I'm elected, this is what I'm going to do. 1 year. Let me frank. That's what I'm saying. If you think people just say that because you bet on the scene and they'll vote for you, no. If somebody emerge and start to talk the rest, they Gen Z 2011 vote. They try to lead. If you serious and put your money on the bloggers, the young folks, they can lead to victory. Take your leave it.
Then Clarence Modiba will be the next president. He's already talking. He's already having that conversation.
If Clarence continue and he gets it,
will be the next president. No, but Tomalin, it won't work. It doesn't work now because if that's the case, we won't be talking about the most popular political figure in the country. If that's the case, we'll be talking about the most substantive political figure in the country. It doesn't work that way. I agree with that. This is the kind of politics I'm used to. The kind of politics. I'm used to the kind of politics of substance, where we debate the issues on healthcare, we debate the issues on job creation, we debate the issue on resource, we debate the issues on corruption, so forth and so on. We don't have a political system that political decisions and elections are won based on who presented the best platform and who articulated that vision. We don't do that, right? So if it's based on popularity, then we have to be strategic. So to your point and to Dee's point, if we need people in the house that can move the needle, CMC can come to the table without the number to win the presidency right now to say, listen, guys, we want to be part of this collaboration, but we have vision. We have standards. These are some of the things that are concerning to our people. We need development. We need oversight in the house. And we got 3 candidates we believe can go into that house and start moving the needle. They can present that 3 candidates. That could be part of the conversation. ANC could come to the table and say, AMC could come to the table and say, listen, we know our candidate is the best candidate to be president, but we know that the candidate don't have the numbers. So Joe Weah can say, okay, if the candidate don't have the number, I have the numbers. I've been president. I'm the most experienced right now. Can you convince just Alex Cummings to be my number 2 and we start a conversation, or whoever? What I'm saying is the political standard structure right now, the new generation, or whatever the case is, the new generation are not educated and exposed and informed enough to start making these decisions that we all want. We all want. So you got to deal with what you got right now. If Joe Weah runs, Joe Weah will become the
2011
because Joe Weah is very popular.
I'm telling you a true story. If this election are coming, if what I'm telling you, the HRM majority, they will break the glass ceiling, and you won't believe it.
But the parents still got influence on the children.
Let me just say it quickly, right?
Think about the future. I think about.
Firstly, I want to go back to Siafa. When Siafa said, "What is it that we want from Davos?" I think what he's asking for, in my understanding, before you go to places like Davos, you should have done the homework. Almost all of the assessments we get of Liberia, what are 2 major, among everything else, rule of law, the lack of transparency, the corruption in government. So we don't take care of these. We do nothing to address these, and then we go to Davos. What is it that we think we will attract from Davos? You have to attract people that want to come to the country. Everybody comes here, they have a problem. We don't follow the law. People cannot depend on our system to say, I will submit myself to the system and the system will see me through. Almost everybody in government, when they tell you, you go here, they won't bribe. And even then, when you bribe them, most of them don't deliver on what you want. That scares investors. So that's one. To Robert's point, and then I will give it up. I think popularity should not be the basis on which we should judge, we should elect our candidates. I think President Weah is a typical example. I like him myself. If you were to, I could probably elect Weah over ability if we came to a popularity. But I think we should drill down to the substance. And that's why I think we're saying the leaders should put themselves through the fire now. Let the people understand what is it they're bringing to the table. Alex Cummings, for instance, I think he's waking up now, but he needs to wake up quickly. I really think Alex has a lot. Musa is bringing a lot. President Weah has been there before. Let them come in the square. Let the people examine them and select who they think is best fit based on competence. I don't think popularity, if it is popularity, yes, President Weah wins hands down. And this is why he's bothering a lot of people, because they know he's popular. But he's not saying much. He's not doing much. He just laid back depending on the popularity, and it's unfair.
But unfortunately, that's what it is.
You see, I keep on saying it, right? I'm telling you guys again. You all said Tomalin, you say the people that will capture these children that were born 2011, that were born, they put out capture that group, that segment of the population. Because trust me, what they want to hear, what you just said, Mr. Nagbe, what Siafa said. They want to hear vision. Somebody who will talk to them and tell them about, look, tell them that I wish you have the computer in your classes, your classroom. Look, they want to hear tangible stuff. And now most of the people you guys talking about, they've been tested before. Okay? Because if the person that run against them say, people that run against me, they've been tested. They will give a similar thing. There is different results. The person, no, it's just that person that need to emerge. That will capture these children mind.
Tomalin, we already have those individuals.
Okay, Tomalin, let me come back.
Clement, you got 1 second.
Go ahead, Robert.
You got Dr. Clemens. You keep saying you talk in the future. Listen, we can have multiple of those individuals, and I think we've never lacked people who will come out and articulate their vision for the country. I don't think that has been Liberia's problem. If we're being very honest, I've seen multiple elections where there have been intelligent, intellectual-based conversations held on the issues. We last elections, we heard Commies. Commies made multiple rounds on televisions, on radio stations, including our network, articulating his vision for the country. He came in third, right? And people laugh with the whole 1% nonsense, right? There have been multiple candidates. In fact, the youngest candidate in the election, Dr. Clarence Manuba, everyone liked him. He has always focused on the issues and what he wants to do for the country. He always focused on the issue. I have not seen any young candidate who have articulated themselves as well as he has done. And so if the young generation that you talk about, which I would love to see in my lifetime, if the young generation that you talk about are more interested in those kind of conversation, then they have to prove that beyond just social media. They have to prove that at the ballot box. We have to see those trans those crack at the ballot box. But again, I know for a fact, CDC is a party that includes a lot of young people. A lot of young people are already admirers of George Weah. Maybe George Weah needs to start having those kind of conversations. Maybe his surrogates need to start having those kind of conversations about the bread and butter issues that impact their lives, jobs, technology, whatever that conversation looks at, education, whatever it looks like. But to say that we don't have that candidate now, and we're waiting for some miracle to happen in 2029, no, we have that candidate now. I can point to multiple of them. But at the end of the day, population wins election in Liberia. I don't like that idea. But it's
this group of people, this group, if somebody capture this group, they capture the particular group, trust me, they will break the glass ceiling. They will stop.
So what do they need to do to capture? What do they need to do differently to capture that group?
Talk to the issues that.
What Dr. Clement Mauduba and Alex Kwame have been doing over the past elections.
But guess what? You start speaking. For instance, right? You use the bloggers, you use Instagram, all the things that the young people find themselves on, and you feature yourself there. And here is you talking things that they want to hear. That what you would do for them, to how you will help them. They won't hear about my project. You started a project. My project you started. We started a project. They won't hear that one.
Okay, Tomalin. So Tomalin, I will take you about Davos. Mr. Nagbe, when I said, what do we want as a country? Davos is not a place that people go begging. Davos is a place where global leader meet, political, corporate leader meet, and they talk about the issues that face the world, climate change. When Madam Sadi was speaking at Davos, she was speaking on aid, how the world should reformat aid, women in leadership. Our delegation at Davos will be pedestrian. We just pedestrian there. You know what I mean? We'll be pedestrian. We'll go sit in this breakout session. Tomalin, let me tell you something.
But you say that because you know what you're see. They're networking too. You just say that. They're networking.
Bro, you're networking.
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm sick and tired of all just begging for things that we have. I come in. I can't have a shirt. I give my shirt away. Then I go beg my neighbor for a shirt. And that's what we do. Look, let me give you an example. We say we got a company from Sierra Leone that's all Bay Highway on a public-private partnership.
And they can't even raise $275 million.
Tomalin, the company has a Gmail email. Gmail.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, listen.
People have been up for the last 20 years.
Bro, somebody listen to me. They see people that bringing the company into a Gmail company to our country that they put go sit down in Davos. Are we serious? Robert, you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
absolutely.
you bringing a Gmail company into my country to get a 25-year concession to own a road and collect toll.
But what I'm saying,
let me finish, bro. And the investment commission man that promoting that, then you go to Davos to go to where?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And the $300 million they're talking about, they gotta still go and borrow that money, and the interest falls on us. But and we're already coming out with over $100 million.
But guess what, Robert? They're gonna raise the money. They're gonna raise the money based on our ratification of the deed. They will use that. They use that ratification to go raise money. I mean, what is that? What is that?
But then, I've been saying the same. These people have been controlling power for the last 20 years. That's
No,
what
not the
I'm
people.
saying.
I'm talking about the people that in power right now. The people
Yeah,
in
but
power
there
right
is still
now.
people there, all of them.
Yeah. So then, so I mean, we get excited because people say with white men in a room and they're talking. We say white men every day.
Tomalin, just now, I go to Liberia. I go to Liberia, I start connecting with the people, and I say I'm running for president. The first thing they will say to me, and you can bear witness that the first will say, "Hey, my man, Rababa, we'll let you in, but you're not even you too young. You got time on your side, way small. Joe, we are coming for second turn. Joe, we are got popular. Let Joe, we are win. After Joe, we are win. That's 6 years now. They will say, well, man, but you're still young now. Relax. Let's see. Listen, this is the mindset we have in our country. So I agree with you that we should focus on the issues.
We are going
And this
to disrupt the system.
this idea that George Weah
We
can
disrupt the system this
this
year.
idea that
We
George
create
Weah
an
can talk
environment for the
about
president to
this
make it.
this idea that George Weah can talk about the issues. I think George Weah can talk about the issues his way. George Weah can connect with Liberians his way, and I think he's exhibited that in the past. The people have tried to shield him, but I think if you put him out there, he will never sound like the Alice Cummings. He will never sound like the Dr. Clarence Monoba. He will never sound like the Ability. He will always sound like George Weah. And whatever he says, whether it's the subject and verb agrees or not, there will be people who sees themselves through George Weah, who believe in George Weah, and there are a lot of them in Liberia. They will vote for him. So again, this is why I continue to say, let's look beyond 2029. 2029 can't go. Alex George Weah will be gone. But the only thing I feel sorry for in my lifetime that we will not see, we may not see Alice Cummings presidency, because maybe Alice Cummings might decide, listen, I don't want to be president when I'm 80 years old. I don't want to be president when I'm 81 years old. Maybe things might change. He might have a different ambition, right? But after the JMB, after George Weah, the conversation changed. This is why I keep continue to say, who is the next president
Robert, let me ask you
will
this.
go?
Robert, let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this, and I know my friend Magnus Kasser will not be happy, but let me ask you this, and see yourself. I supported the CPP the last election, right? But let me ask you this: if Alice cannot manage the Liberian political scene and he can break through, you really think he's really ready to lead Liberia? I mean, with all that he's accomplished, he looks good on the boats, but yet he can't seem to break through the Liberian political system. Should that not be concerning to those of us who think he's competent?
Yeah, but Mr. Nagbe, to answer that question, I don't think it's Alex's fault. I think Alex, to some point, to some extent, Alex has spent money, okay, donor money or his own money. He has been on the campaign. He's communicated his vision. He's been out there. He's consulted. People know who he is. He's no stranger to Liberian politics, right? And so when it comes to connecting, listen, it's difficult to change the status quo. And I think part of the connection we talk about, a lot of people can relate. People who wants to change the status quo are always objected. And so the reason why I think he has not connected, the question is, connected with whom? He has not connected with the power and the political influential, the political power folks in Liberia, because they don't see him as one of them. They think that he's the guy that's going to come in and really stop that chopping floor. He's the guy that's going to come in and use Tomalin's word, and disrupt the system. People kind of get offended by that because they don't want things. Listen, I work at a company now where some of these folks has been working in the hotel for over 30 years, Mr. Nagbe. People are offended by change. They're used to doing things a certain way. So a young man like me I got people that are managing that are 25 years older than me. And now we got to come and say, listen, a new sheriff is in town. I don't care how old you are. I'm a professional. I will respect you. But I'm here to help you do better. I'm not here to step on your toes. I'm not here to take away from you. But I'm here to help you do better, because service is not what it used to be like 25 years ago. It has changed, right? Guest demands are not what they were 25 years ago. Things have changed. And this is the promise that I made when I was doing my interview. But it's difficult. There's a fight that comes with it. People are going through unions to keep the same standards. So when Alex is not connecting, the question is he having difficulties connecting with the people? or is he having difficulties connecting with the power that be? If Alex had the connection and the trust of the people, Alex would have been elected CPP Senate bearer without and not Joseph Boakai. The people felt more related to Joseph Boakai, and they felt more entitled that listen, this guy just
our
came
security
here.
was completed. It was, I think, the fact.
So
It was
no, but
not
the point that I'm making, let me
necessarily-
close on this, Tomalin. The point that I'm making is, I think Mr. Nagbe asked a very important question. I think a lot of people blame Alex Cummings and question his ability to lead because he has not been able to break through. But I don't think you should blame Alex Cummings. I think the question is, what do Liberians really want? Because if there is an alternative to say, listen, all of the politicians you've had before, you've tested them, you tried them, you still don't have no jobs. You still don't have good health care. You still don't have good roads. The country is not connected. All of these guys have said will connect the country. 6 years, 12 years, the country is not connected. Then what do you want? Do you want to try someone else that have said to you, I have the record to change this in 6 years and I can deliver in 6 years? If you don't try something different, you're not going to know. So it's the Liberian people that have to decide. I don't care what Alex Cummings do. If the mindset of the people is still the same, like this is a new guy, he just coming, what has he done? You know, people are questioning people who have vision for the country and tell them, what have you done? What was your last project? What do I have to do for you? The people you've elected, what was the last project? The people that you've been paying money, you paying them. What have they done for you? Why are you asking me who wants to help you now? I have to have a project first. What is the people who you've elected, you paying them thousands of dollars? What have they accomplished? But so the politics in Liberia is very confusing, it's very frustrating. So until the mindset of Liberians change, to Tomalin's point, until we have the voting population that wants to talk about the issues and wants to debate the issues, then serious-minded people will come and say, listen, I don't care how long this man been in office. I don't care how long he's been in Liberian political system. I'm telling you, he has been tried, he has failed, and here is what I can do. It's up to you to decide. What do you want? So it's not Alex Cummings' fault. It's the people. The people want who they want. And I don't care what you do for another judgment day. They will still take who they want.
I maintain, and I keep telling you, that's why we disrupt the system this year, and our disruption will give you alternative. Trust me, because the young people that were born 2011, I keep telling you, they're looking at the people that have been there for 20 years. They're looking at them. The children looking at somebody who different, who will speak their language, who will speak to their desire. That's what people look at. On a serious note, you think no. Other countries, the trends who have other countries. See the leaders are taking over. Young people taking over other countries. And Liberia might be doing the same thing over expecting different result. Let me frank.
Yeah.
What would you? 2039, I want mission because we will fight. That's why I say I want movement with disrupt the system. You watch what happened this year. With disrupt
Listen. I will be, and I thank God, guys. I still got age on my side. It will be very interesting, Mr. Nagbe, to see. After Joe Weah is gone, Joseph Ellen Johnson is already gone. Joseph Boakai gone. It will be very interesting to see the dynamics of the Liberian politics. Who is that new? Who is that new phase? I mean, these guys will still have influence. I'm not gonna lie to you. The CDC will still be there, but George Weah will have to think about the CDC after George Weah is done with politics. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf didn't really think about that. She supported George Weah. She didn't support someone that came from her party. I'm not sure what Joseph Boakai plan is for Unity Party, but if his plan for Unity Party, if his plan for Unity Party is the current vice president, and I'm not sure who else, then that plan will fail because I don't think Jeremiah Cohn can win an election in Liberia. But I want to see what happens after Joe Weah is not in the midst. Joseph Boakai not in the midst. Who is that face? And this is the question I continue, because again, I strongly believe that Joe Weah will run in 2029 because he has unfinished business. And given the results from the last, listen, Joseph Boakai, I strongly believe that Joseph Boakai was shocked that he even won. Joseph Boakai didn't win by a landslide. George Weah could have still taken that election. So there's something within CDC that believes that they still have that second term, and they still may have 6 more other terms to come based on the foundation that is put in place for succession after George Weah. But what becomes of Liberian politics? Who are the new faces after George Weah, the Joseph Boakai, the Alex Cummings? All those faces are already gone. Who is the new president? And this is what we should be thinking about. And I would love to see the Gen Z and the new generation that change the dynamics of Liberian politics from popularity to substance and to the bread and butter issues, because this is where I strive. We need to talk about the issues. What have this person done? They've been there for 6 years. What have they done in those 6 years? What are some of the promises that they made? Well, this is what I've done in my career, and this is what I guarantee you that I can do. I have a few businesses in Liberia. What kind of business this person have created before they became? You see, these are conversations we should be having. I don't think we should continue. There's nothing wrong with electing, because I'm a poor boy too. But we need to elect career professionals in Liberia, Mr. Nagbe. We need to elect people who their livelihood don't depend on politics. Their livelihood don't depend on receiving paycheck every month from Liberian government. A lot of the career politicians in Liberia, their livelihood depend on Liberian politics. This is the reason why they go so broke when they're not elected no more. Without government, they're nothing.
That's about them well. Elon Musk people met with the team today. Elon Musk folks from SpaceX. They met with Sarah and them today. So see about talking about it, where they put met with them. They put in marketing Liberia investment.
But Chief, and they put already got Starlinks in Liberia.
But they put trying to do more. You see?
Okay.
So,
But that's good.
Starlink is working because my parents just connected theirs today.
Yeah, so the people met with they put meeting with Elon Musk people today in Davos.
Yeah, Tomalin, I saw it. So what does that do? So white people.
They marketing Liberia's investment climate to the world.
Elon Musk.
This is what the post about Liberia.
So Elon Musk.
They do nothing there.
Tomalin. Unless we can inferiority complex to say a white man that accomplishment.
No, they put. I listen to the conversation. They put conversation. They just talking about inferiority. No, come on, don't you the put it out.
So you sat down. Guess what? You sit down. Somebody sing praises of you.
Then you accomplish a lot from that discussion. And
what tangible accomplished? You tell me what accomplished. What accomplished?
They will tell you about that. They finish. They'll tell you.
What accomplished, bro? Come on, man, bro.
These are three smart people they got there.
Tomalin.
Garguah and Syrah, they are smart people, man.
Jeb Libo was smart. He was not going to write a letter he wrote 6 months ago to Asal Mitar telling them, say, you're going to have the real exclusively, you will be operator of the real. Really? Let me be honest with ourselves, man. Let me be honest with ourselves, bro. I mean, you look at national asset, you come and you are giving it to a company for free. The people have to intervene. Really? I mean,
the guy accused Robert, not Robert. Colonel, you know Robert never buy more coming. Stop it. Don't do that.
Yeah, but don't mind this guy, man. Don't mind these people. Why would I buy mob? Because my connection. You see, this is how lies. You see, but Tomalin, to your point, this is the reason why we go nowhere with politics in Liberia, because people believe in gossip more than facts. You know what I'm saying? My only friend in CDC is Kalasco. Kalasco is my best friend, and by the way, he's been my friend way before CDC. When I had my nonprofit, when I was so involved in nonprofit work in 2009, Kalasco was selling his little car. He would come up Rock Hill, and he didn't have everything he got now, but he would donate 10 bags of cement to the Liberia project we were doing in that place. So my relationship has always been the same. But even if I had connection to CDC, what does that say? What does that have to do with my independence? What does that have to do with the fact that my country is always beyond politics? What does that have to do with anything? I've always stated that Cummings will be a good leader for the country. Cummings will be a good leader for the country. Cummings will be a good leader for the country, right? But the political system in Liberia does not embrace individuals. I mean, not just Cummings, Dr. Clarence Moduba and the rest of them. So it's not just Cummings, but where have I
Robert,
bad
you know what I do, Robert? Robert, you know what I do? You know I learned over the last few years when it comes to discussing Liberian politics. I do not let it call party. I do not let it call individual. I would just put the issue down, let everybody speak to their conscience. Because as soon as you start naming, nothing wrong, everybody different. So you start naming individual and party, people back into the corner, and then everybody start to build up a wall and all that different stuff.
But the problem, the thing the people do in Liberia is they expect. Here's the thing: the reason why they said that I'm connected to CDC is because now that CDC is in power, they expected me not to go to Liberia and see my friend. But guess what? Now that CDC is not in power, I still go to Liberia and see my friend. Now
You
that
see,
CDC is
but
not
you
in
see, you
power,
guys,
you see?
are lucky. Me, I the only
Now
person
that
that
CDC
can
is not in
show.
power, I still admire and love my friend. Now that CDC is not in power, my friend is still my brother and my brother for life. But you see, this is the problem because these guys don't know how, they don't value relationship. Their relationship is based on politics, and politics is belly driven. Their connection is only about what I can get now. But what do I need from any politician in Liberia? What do I need? I don't need anything. So this is the misconception. The misconception is and by the way, they're not talking about my relationship with George Lobo, because George Lobo is one of my best friends. He stood in my wedding. They're not talking about that. They're not calling me a UP partisan because I have a friend that is like a son to the president, but I sit here and criticize all the time, right? And I'm very constructive in my criticism. But because I'm friend with
The
Siku,
way Lobo portrayed he and Boga, I thought I would have seen him with Boga General so close.
My man. The
no,
only
that's
thing I can
different
say,
thing.
the only thing I can say, I'm the only person on this show that don't have no political friend.
No, but no. Don't say that. See, my friend and not politics business.
No,
I have friendships.
you know, guess what? When I say no political friend, I mean friends that that friends that are in government, all that thing. That I don't have no friends.
Yeah.
But
But imagine that one of
all
your friends now, right?
side.
Imagine that one of your friends now that never worked in government before were to be appointed by the government. Somehow you go to Liberia, your regular relationship, you go and talk to your friends, and you don't even talk politics.
So
Now
my
they will start
next
looking at
move,
you.
so
Oh,
the next time I go Liberia, I gotta go find friends that in government. So anybody watching the show,
I
you
mean,
please
that's
contact
ridiculous.
me in my inbox. Look, Tomalin, let me tell you something. It's unfortunate that in this time we are signing some of the worst concession deal that any country can sign. It's unfortunate when we have the opportunity to redeem ourselves and we go back to the same well. And guess what? And the funny thing, the deals that were signed in the 50s were even better. Liberia had a seat at the table at these entities. Right now, we just sit and we are just pedestrian in our own country.
What I'm telling y'all. The people that did it, the people that the last 20 years, we need them. We need emerging people. That's what I say.
We are pedestrian our own country.
It's not the system. Oh, you're the fun.
Yeah.
You're saying they got it serious. We'll shut that country down. You don't believe it. Watch it.
Where you want?
Watch it.
Yeah, man.
You want to
shut it down. When we shut it down, then the new group of leaders will emerge for 2029. Oh yeah.
Who are they? Who are they? Name one.
We keep it. You'll see it. When we shut the country down, leaders will emerge. Yes, we emerge and we'll break that glass ceiling. Okay, you all say, "Oh, who knows this could happen?" You saw the ball.
Who they call Fode Kemo? He say are very corrupt.
Look at that. Look at that. You know the man.
Fode Kemo. No, man, I just laugh at him. Fode Kemo, I never worked in government before.
You see? You see? Look at Abu Kamara. This is a man, Abu Kamara. This is a man who benefits from the current ruling party. They Abu Myean. This is a man who he did not say not a damn thing about what the government feel. The government not feel because he protecting what he protects, right? Me who not in government, me who not have party. He ain't see me register with no party in Liberia before. He ain't see me vote for I have never voted for no president before. He's using my friendship, my relationship to call me a sedition just because I criticize the government. Can you imagine that kind of thing? But today, Mr. Nagbe, if I was seeking person to JMB, he'll be calling me comrade.
But
honestly, if I join a political party, I would join the United People Party.
Progressive.
That party say run.
Yeah, Sylvester eating behind the scene, talking to her while he behind there.
The man say he's sorry. He said he meant to say you correct. He said
no, my man. I just laughing off.
No, man. No, UPP still around. Yes, right now we're struggling, but
I would join the UPP.
I think Apple
I joined the UPP.
Apple, right? I don't know like Apple.
But you know something, Mr. Nagbe? Just looking back, when they lifted the ban on politics, and Gabriel Colette came to the stage and just took it by storm.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Sylvester, you ready for bed? You got your robe on, eh?
Yeah. You know that interview he had with the BBC where they say, "Are you serious to run for president?"
Yeah.
Is that serious like a duck killer?
Yeah. I mean, Gabriel Colette. He came out to the stage. He came to the stage with no money. Nobody knew him before. I think he was a school teacher,
right?
Yeah, teacher. Yeah, I think he was MCSS school teacher, and he was a major political force.
Yeah,
he was a major political force.
The school teacher.
LUP, right? I think.
Yeah, LUP. Yeah, LUP.
All right, guys.
William Gabriel Colette.
And I went don't look for those are the UPP.
Somebody say, man, I broke out. Man, I get money.
Is it I ban no two trouble?
No, but I unity convention the other day when Emma announced Dopoh as president, he like when I showed Dopoh he in white suit.
Yeah.
William Gabriel Colette.
Yeah.
They
say they will
right. He took the state by storm. That's good.
October, right? October 15. Then the next month, November 12. 2 o'clock. I want to. He said, "I'm president. I'm Samakanya do president elect. I'm in complete control." I said, "God damn it, shit."
Those said they will count the public. The crazy having behind the scene. They can't pay me for money.
That those two Bishop Kula.
All I really like is
Bishop Kula preaching on degree in the AA. So those say, so when y'all go to your popular preaching, but I will put it right in my hand.
I will fuck you more honor.
I
said they will come crazy on me.
I said, Mr. Nagbe, why you on cutting down?
I left there 89.
Okay, but then my cousin was there. You know Douglas Thomas.
Yeah, Doug.
Yeah,
Doug. I mean, I know Doug was in the math department.
Yeah, mathematics. Yeah, he in the DMV era there.
Okay, yeah. I ran into Doug and not too long ago. After so long, but yeah, Douglas. Of course, Douglas. We used to call Douglas. Yeah, he's a smart guy.
All right, guys.
And then his sister,
good night, man.
Was
hey, man, good night, man.
Yeah, good night, guys.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah,
okay, guys.
If
I'll try to send I will send you my address, man. I want to.
Yeah, point in the chat room. So Tomalin, you can go celebrate Dopoh, yeah. Tomorrow temperatures on white people again.
My man, I just want to hear what we got.
Put networking.
Bro, let me tell you something.
All right, good night, guys.
Let me tell you something. We got a deficit that we need to overcome. And the deficit we have an infrastructure deficit. We have an infrastructure deficit. And then eternally with ourselves, we are giving up things to people for peanuts. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, you carry concession deed to lawmakers to rectify for a company that get Gmail account, and the company put a billboard up in Liberia with Gmail. You see it?
I saw nothing.
Really? With Gmail? You and I, Tomalin, if I go bid for a government contract, I get Gmail. They will say, my man, they will say that what kind of man he get with Gmail, yeah. They will use it against me. You won't better will use it against me.
And I brought a joke, man. We joke too much in that country.
Oh, you saw Trump today. They were talking about Greenland. Man, you got confused. Talking about Iceland.
Yeah, but you saw the British Parliament guy, right?
Oh yeah.
The guy didn't play with Trump, man. The guy called Trump a narcissist, called him a bully. And then the leaders that want together, they say we're still strong against this guy. How can he flip?
Yeah, because guess what? If you have one leader from EU or NATO, you had a crack in there. You are going to change it. You are not going to change the tune.
But
he made a united front.
I said the guy just praised himself all day. He said all what I did. They even give me credit. I know what I'm doing. Then he said Putin and Zelensky, if they don't make deal, stupid. See, they are stupid. Look, they will be stupid. He said,
if it wasn't for me, it would be World War III.
Yeah, it's all the thing I'm doing. Then he said, I came Sunumani, I came Baghdadi, and I bring Maduro. Instead of giving me credit, he said, no, we ain't treat me good. No, we ain't treat me good. The guy, I know.
I say, bro, who is Fixed Electronics? He's a.
I know the guy always on the show.
He's a regular follower.
Oh yeah, exactly. I did myself. Wait for that.
Fixed Electronic and what's the other person they call him? Actual Factual.
Oh yeah, the regular.
Too. They're very regular. Even before they came on regular.
And they informal. Fixed Electronic informed. Most of the time we're talking, he always.
I think Fixed Electronic or Actual Factual. One of them have been in the Seattle era. Because we're talking about way more and talking about they had in Seattle yesterday.
Yeah, he always informed. He's always making sense to the debate.
Yeah, then Alvin Logan and Martin Willie. Yeah, I see Nora today though.
Nora there. Nora been there. I saw her earlier.
I think I came late. I see Nora.
Nora
and then Caddy K passed away too. She's regular.
Well, you know who Connect? You know Connect?
Oh, I know Connect, man. I know Connect.
Basketball man from IE.
Yeah, but man, I know Papa K. Papa K.
I said, whenever he play for IE, the man, he used to be the guy. He fit out all day. He tie your fit. They see.
Papa K, when he come in, he got the sneakers in the bear. I see the sneakers.
Yeah. Myean, I was printing blue. What it calls? I was calling for. It turned blue. I was printing blue. I know what happened. I was printing blue.
Yeah, I think he put it in presentation mode. Because normally when you're presenting, everybody go on one side.
Yeah, man. Man, look, I understand what you're talking about, yeah, about like our country, but that what happened in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
When I hear about the 20 years would have been in our power, I don't know about it because they have nothing will change. I want that's why we say what the whole thing to do now is run the system and let people emerge. Because on a serious note, if you're in Davos, Switzerland, and you're not networking, you're making some connection, something to talk that was might as well. Let me give Liberia a try. Let me visit Liberia, and you waste of time. Let's be frank.
This Actual Factual person yesterday, we related.
For you. We cousin Siafa. Maybe you.
Actual Factual, I gotta find it.
That Nora.
Oh, Nora, how you doing, my sister? Nora's a loyal follower.
Oh, she got Nora got all boys. Her boys, all boys.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's a blessed woman, man.
Yeah, all boys when they get ready, they can treat her good. I see that on the when they go treat her like that, I see that in the picture. I say, wow. She's blessed.
Yeah. I mean, how the weather on your end? It's freezing cold.
It was cold in the morning. It was cold. What? Some of the morning it was negative. I was talking to people out in the food in the morning. I said, what, -3. I said, I went to the gas station. Oh no. That you can call gloves. It's a joke. That leather glove is a joke. You prefer buying the real, the warm, comfortable one.
No, Tomalin, let me tell you what about. I was saying the picture. You don't wear gloves. I buy where you guys don't get that cold. I wear mittens.
No, I need it.
I wear mittens. My own, I got to shovel snow and all.
Yeah, I need it.
I wear mittens.
Money. As I went to the gas station, man, I could see I said, no, if I continue, I will freeze to death.
Some always lucky I work from home, so I just drive.
Well, I would go to the gas station for something in the morning. Yeah, I would go there. I said, nah, what?
I can't do it, man. It's gonna be cold the weekend. It's gonna be from tomorrow evening. It's gonna be like -19.
For true? And we're going to funeral in North Carolina, in Raleigh.
I'll be driving on Saturday. I'm driving from Detroit to Tampa Bay.
Y'all do well. Y'all gonna drive? Y'all do well.
No, my son moving down there, so I gonna fly
as long as I can drive 4 hours. After that,
number one, I gonna drive. I fly into Detroit, and he and myself will do the drive.
Wow.
Yeah, but we'll stop in Georgia. We'll do halfway in Georgia, then we'll do the other half.
I'm going to Raleigh, North Carolina. I arrive on Friday. I'm going there
Friday.
Oh,
you go for Jura, yeah. Hey, Jay Farm, man. Still rest in peace, man.
Yeah, man, get that. But I'll ask you today, right? there's no Liberian restaurant in Raleigh. I was asking the people today, they said, no restaurant there.
You can carry your food frozen, my man.
That one I true, but
you carry your food frozen.
What?
Or I mean, they will have the repass will be Liberian
No,
food.
but I arrived on Friday afternoon. When I get from the airport, I go to the hotel. I go sleep, but before I sleep, I want to eat before I sleep. But I don't know where to chew.
Yeah, but then carry your food. Freeze your food, carry that direct flight, right? Carry your food.
A direct flight, 1 hour 10 minutes.
Right, carry your food.
So y'all little Raleigh, man, y'all hook me up.
But I'm gonna hook you up.
Yo, I'm actually having something even to her, but can we busy, man? When I get to town, I ain't renting car. God, they too cold for all I want. Uber kept me straight. God, I come out Sunday morning. So I get to the airport, get my Uber. I carry no bloody stuff for me. Get from there straight to the hotel. I check in. I want sleep.
Yeah.
When I get up now, then I'll tell my time and then maybe I'll go to a place in the evening. Yeah.
I'm gonna play.
And then they talk about the funeral. They now going no grave, so it do cremation, so that's good.
Okay.
After the funeral, we go to the repast. Yeah, your Nimapo will be that plenty of your Ganda people.
Oh yeah, Yekepa, man. Yekepa. I love. Yeah. I mean, that one place. If I leave Minnesota, I could live there easily. I just like the older guy let it be in quiet places.
Where in Raleigh?
Oh yeah, older guy let it be in quiet places.
I
mean, I think, for the last 3 weeks, I haven't been Brooklyn Park. You know, yeah. I mean, I just stay home. I just
I'm blaming my man. When no going that place, I'm blaming man.
No, I mean that thing doesn't bother me, man. It doesn't bother me.
I'm blaming you.
I guess.
The other day, I'll in Trenton. Somebody said, "Oh, ICL." I said, "Let me get from the area because now that I just don't want to come in. I want to get the message stop and go to there to kind of harass you. Then
I was talking to somebody from Liberia, you know, the guy told me, oh my man, all the thing here, it will be easy when the people just stop you, just show your ID. I said, bro, you stop me, you fake cover, and show your ID. He said, oh, I said, tell you, a policeman stop me, I show my ID. But you fake cover everything you identify. He said, I show my ID for. Yeah, show my ID. I say, and I started the illegal search and illegal search. Yeah.
I just avoid them, man.
Yeah,
the thing by the time your lawyer get involved, they put not do it, not do you already.
But look at it, as I saw today, the picker. I saw Senator Tina Smith. I was senator from Minnesota. The picker one they get from outside her school. They carry her for almost 2 days. Then they release her. I was saying the screenshot. Yeah, somebody from school. So okay, that's why you are talking about when the people were in protest at the church. You say we're wrong. You're going to school to teach children. Then I'm not protest in the church. Where the man working with them in the church.
You see, pastor, in the day he Iceman.
My man. The slave owner, the people that thought that black men were less of a human being were going to church every Sunday, right? And they were building churches.
But the evangelicals, I don't respect them.
I beg you, man. I beg you. People, I got a simple name for them. I call them modern day Pharisees.
They are, man. They're fake. Man, I saw the other one, how to call it. They went last week. They went to the pool restaurant. They put 7 and they ate. Then after they put 7, they ate the restaurant in the Ice Garden. Then they came back the rest of the people.
But guess what? They're so shocked. They know Minnesota people used to cool. With all the freezing weather, the people stay outside every day.
Look at that.
The people stay outside. Actually, they're cool. Once you're wearing the right boots.
Yeah.
And your ears and your fingers.
You on your show?
Yeah.
I mean, I do.
Even up to 11 o'clock in the night?
Yeah, my man on the show, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that Kehleboe, right?
Kehleboe, yeah. No, my man. The scene I've been seeing in Minnesota, man, I don't understand, yeah. And then they said they carry Alaska National Guard coming go there too. Because they used to cold weather, so they won't send them for.
They won't do anything, they will just walk the street.
But the Pennsylvania county attorney, the guy said, you come here, arrest you and I will put you in jail. He said, the good thing the president has no, he can't free you.
Yeah, that's state law. You can't do it.
But when your child are still crime, it's the governor, the only person, not the president.
The governor pardon, yeah.
So that thing you're doing, even that do that shout out woman. I think he free. He said on that.
Oh, don't come after him. Don't come after him. But the people resign in office, the U.S. Attorney office in Minnesota, the people resign.
Man, how the people go do something that the people charge people? I mean, just to take the weaponize against the people. You got the first chairman. The man said he cost the man today again. The do is unconventional. He didn't care about. He can just say anything he wants to say.
But the woman from the Fed, the Lisa Cook woman that
I listen to the argument.
We're
okay.
I mean, let me tell you something, Tomalin. That's the beauty of this country. We respect the presidency and we respect the law, and we expect the president to respect the law. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Our own country, my man, our the president, what the president get. Then we say democracy. You know what I mean? But you see, can you imagine Lisa Cook? The boy said, my man, oh man, the man want you just forget it. Just go go negotiate. You pay off.
You can't for president. Give me a break.
You can't for president. You're not for the president.
I just found out too that when Jerome Power term expired in May, he has an option to stay on the board for 2 more years on the Fed board.
Yeah, but he will be on the board. You'll not be chairman. You can put a new chairman there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But so the Republican, I just sorry for them. The party, just let the party just go that way.
They will be all right. They'll be all right.
You got your man. You say your man. They got in Davos too. Your man Gavin Newsom.
Oh yeah.
The boy ain't care about.
My man, the man is in Davos. Like we talked about California last night. But when it comes to global trade and transfer of technology, you know, California is a tech hub. You know what I mean?
The 5 largest economy in the world. Can you imagine?
Yeah. You got a state, you got Apple, you got Google, you got LinkedIn, you got Facebook, you know, then you got a bunch of other tech companies that we know about, you know what I mean? They are just as big too. So they are all global players. So all those CEOs go there and they carry the governor with them. Yeah. They're going to open trade market for them. Yeah. So the man is there. I think he's the only governor that is there.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know any governor that is there. You don't know governor that is there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, and you know he is said to now he get presidential ambition. So
the flip. I know Roy Cooper. I know and JB and JB.
Roy Cooper running for Senate in North Carolina.
So Kamara is running. She might not run.
I don't know, but people talking about JB Pritzker
and Newsom. And
then possibly the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear.
Huh.
And then probably your governor to Shapiro might put your hat in the
Shapiro won't run.
Yeah, so that the 4 that we know right now. I don't know anybody that will jump into it.
And then Republicans I see Marco Rubio and Vance, JD Vance. And maybe Mike Pence will run too.
No, Mike Pence will not run.
Yeah,
and they will just have some crazy person kind of make no either thing. Like, remember they got Herman King, 999.
Yeah, he died.
He died. He said, when I'm taking the COVID vaccine, he got COVID, he died.
Yeah. You're trying to COVID.
Yeah, so we'll see, man. But anyway, by September, and then it will start getting live because of midterm election.
Yeah, midterm October or November.
November. But you know, then because so all the guys are running for all the guys that get presidential aspiration, they'll be on about campaigning for candidates.
Yeah, then so that next year now they'll start the primary then start, right?
Yeah, then next year people will start putting an exploratory committee together, then kick off. Then it kick off like late 2027 because early 2028, I think February that
the first primary is in
I think I know whether they have changed the calendar, but it will be Iowa.
Iowa first,
yeah, Iowa caucus used to come. And then after that, but then you will know who the real players by October 2027 when they start showing fundraising dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys see down there, I thought Rubio and Vance had a shot, but when they see down there, they screw themselves.
But you got no choice, man. You got to play to the tune of the boss. You got to play to the tune of the boss. Yeah.
The judge session probably lost. You retired by force.
Whose session?
You got Moscow Beach. be retiring too. Mitch McConnell.
My man, you know how old is Mitch McConnell?
It is only you. I don't want you. Pelusi 85. I don't want you.
Yeah, and you know how old?
Almost strong.
You know how old is it? You know how old is this
85
guy?
years. I don't want you. I said, what?
Do you know how old is the guy from Vermont?
When I start seeing the woman to start talking now. Honey, she can't stand Trump. Honey, man, that black woman.
Oh, you talking about Maxine Water?
Yeah, I don't see her on your ball.
How about that? Yeah.
Oh my. Then the other Christian guy, Al Green, he probably always talk about impeachment all day. For the man guy over the first day he said about impeach the man. Al Green, the other point also. American politics.
Oh, this guy, this senator, I think where he from, Vermont or where? Senator Patrick Leahy. That man 85 years old.
And he's still in the Senate?
Yeah, where you go?
And he retired?
Did he retire?
Yeah. Who Vermont Senator who now? That Sanders and who?
I thought that Sanders and Leahy.
But Bernie Sanders, when he retiring?
I mean, once they make a win election, he was still there. Oh no, my man retired. Patrick Leahy, the man was senator from 1975 to 2023.
Look at that. So who the senator now?
He's succeeded by Peter Welsh. Yeah.
You know what? Democrat, right?
Yeah. Can you imagine 1975 to 2023? Yeah. And he was, yeah, I mean, and he got it everything. No term limit. He can be there for the longest. Yeah, the third longest serving U.S. senator history for the 80. Damn it.
Who that?
They probably talk about Patrick Leahy.
Look at that.
Can you imagine you get elected to the Senate in 1975 and you. Damn it.
What? How old is he? Let me see. How old is he?
85 years old.
Bernie Sanders. How old is Bernie Sanders? 84-year-old. Hey.
Yeah. But my man, the Senate get plenty of old people.
And he worth $3 million. So millionaire what else?
My man, $3 million have plenty of money in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, but I didn't have millionaire senator in there.
Why the man doing better than you are?
And like bro senator there, they can go there broke, can't get there now yet.
But that type of serious people there, man.
I put joke about. Me see my from Rhode Island.
He been there for a long time to Senator Jack Reed been there for a while.
Let me see, how old is he too?
Probably in the 70s, right?
76-year-old too. Oh.
Yes, Senator Reed been there for a while now.
Yeah. When he came to the country, he was senator. When he came to America, he was James Langevin, and then they had Lincoln Chafee from Republican side.
Lincoln Chafee. He was one of the Senator Jack Reed was one of the pioneers for Liberia to get permanent status.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he one of the pioneers for that.
Who's the kind of Washington D.C. to come march you, boy? To come march for us, man. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, he was always on the forefront of that.
There was a year, my man. I said Bush almost. I said the immigration reform bill. It was short. I think it was short one vote. Oh man, Bush push it. Hey man, some Republican joined Democrat to vote for it, but it was short one vote.
Yep.
Yeah. You're a compassionate Republican, compassionate conservative. Bush was my man. Bush was my king.
My man, Bush. I got nothing against Bush.
I love Bush. I love my king, my man. My king, yeah.
Not in Bush.
When my king was running, in fact, when it started with Hillary Obama, I was for Hillary. I said, they both got drafted. Where you going? Then when I look, Obama, the bill Obama went for the first primary.
The Iowa caucus. No, the Iowa caucus. Obama won the Iowa caucus.
So the first one, the B.
No,
yeah.
Obama won Iowa caucus. Then Hillary won New Hampshire.
Okay, because she bounced back. But then
Yeah,
when Ted Kennedy endorsing or the dagger.
But my man, you'll be surprised when you read that book, Game Changer. Do you know that more than half of these Democratic sitting senators were against Hillary?
Oh, really?
I mean, you read a book, they were against Hillary. That endorsement by Senator Kennedy, he was the one that said, you know, I've been to hell with it. I'm coming out to put stop to this thing. Because you'll be surprised when
Obama said, it seems as though I voted against both the Democrat Bill Clinton and Webb.
Because when Obama had a presidential aspiration, one of his first meeting was this hotel in Washington D.C. in a book they call the Willard Hotel.
I think I played Baga.
Yeah, it right across from the White House there. But guess what? They scheduled a meeting with Senator Dasher. They had a meeting for dinner meeting, but you know you can't do it in the open. So they scheduled
on Dasher.
Yeah. So what they did, they had a meeting in the kitchen. They fixed a dining place in the kitchen for them to meet. And I went. He told Obama, he said, "Look, they send it now for you. Run for president. You got our support." All of them were behind him. They were pushing it until when Kennedy came up. But this guy was one of the chair of Obama fundraising committee. The current Senator Eleanor Pritzker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was the chair of the fundraising committee.
But you know, when I saw Obama at the Democratic convention in Massachusetts, where Kerry got a nomination,
in 2004. Yeah, in 2004.
When he said, "There's no blue America and red America. There's United States of America." I said, they bought. I said the full up. I look on the full up ball. They drive full up ball coming from somewhere up the knee. That's the boy say, "I can be shake you."
Yeah.
Barack Obama.
I mean, I know, man. It happened so fast. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, but his second term, he fought, man. He fought. He cried that night. Yeah. Well, his second term, he fought. Hey, man, to get reelected, he fought against Mitt Romney. Yo.
I mean, look at it, man.
I think he said, "I don't all I need to do. I want to count on you now." I say, "Hey, my God."
Look at the man. Look at the man age. He 2-term president. Obama, the man had 2-term president in the United States of America. The man left presidency a long time ago. Since 2016.
Yeah, was he
64 years old.
He's still young. That boy is blowing your left, yeah.
64, and the man left the presidency in mid-50s.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Barack Obama.
Because the man left the presidency January 2017. And when Trump took over. January 2017.
No drama, Obama.
That was 9 years ago. The man in mid-50s when he left the presidency.
But I want to ask you a question. Why Trump can't stand women body? Because body being?
I mean, Trump would allow you to step on people. That's all.
He said today, Biden, one president ever in the history of America.
Yeah, you can imagine you go on international stage.
Yeah, he said today air price. And making that call numbers. He said air price down, all the prices down, and all the positive men they're talking about.
The making that day, the message all the criminals start showing paper, and this one very bad one. Start showing picture of people that say that all the criminals they arrested. He can't call it knee and no call it crime. Just show picture.
He said bad people. They come from they taking them from crazy camp, from jail, and send it to our country.
Yeah. All right, so you know, I mean, Obama thing was it was shocking.
Hell,
myself, I will not so onto him until when he won Iowa now. Then you know then I said, oh, everybody like, oh, they got a serious guy. Then while Hillary beating in New Hampshire, then they went South Carolina, he beat Hillary. The rest was history.
Yeah, was it. But the Democrats, they started with behind Hillary.
No, they were not behind Hillary, my man.
They started with behind Hillary.
Dude, when you read that book, Game Changer,
yeah,
these people, the people felt that they took a lot of beating for the Clintons. So they didn't want her dead, but some of them was scared to come up openly in the beginning. You know what I mean? Because political blowback.
when I went against Trump, man, look, I sat down in the chair, you bought. I said, I said, Sinclair, he wrote on a page, he said, and let me go get my wine and wait for the announcement result. And the result, yeah, I got me history, my man. I sat down. See how far I sat down in the chair, my man. I was chilling. I was going to celebrate. My man, when he said Michigan, when he said Wisconsin, I said, hey,
my man, dude, that thing, you looking at something in real and you can't accept the fact that it's real.
When I saw John Podesta, all that came up. They said, well, we are not, election, the votes are still being counted. Every vote on the count.
I mean, as soon as they say that thing,
yeah,
beating you.
When I look at it, they say, then CNN broke and said, Hillary just placed a call, the concession call to Trump. I said, whoa.
I call it TV right away.
I said, I know went back on. I was watching TV for months. I know you look at the inauguration set.
No, Tomalin, you won't be surprised. I didn't watch cable news until COVID.
Yeah, my man. I said I was down. I said, man. I thought it was what I wanted. I said history in the making, man. Hey, man.
Yeah, I mean, nobody saw that thing coming.
He must beat the man 5,000 votes, 5 million votes more than him in the popular votes. But even Kamara too. I thought Kamara was going to that night too. When I saw struggling in some states, I said, hey, in the
she was struggling around your state, Pennsylvania.
I said, nah, man.
Why they call it the blue wall, Pennsylvania,
blue wall.
Michigan,
man,
Wisconsin.
Man, won all the blue wall.
Yeah. Wisconsin getting to be tough nowadays. My neighboring state, tough nowadays.
And then when he invited him that night, when we went to bed, Trump was leading. So Trump was leading. But then the people said that they only they vote, they check what it seems they vote. So Trump there gave speech. When I looked down that morning, my man, I look at the TV, they said, take the lead.
They started dumping no voting in Georgia.
Trump said, yeah, he called the guy, he said, my man, I beg you, man. Yeah, give me. he said, hey, man, yeah, give me. Say, what's that run for I need, man? Yeah, give me the vote, man.
He said, why?
God.
He said, I need you to find me.
Find me, yeah. What? Man, I got to feel. The man, he told the declaration said transition nothing. He take part in nothing. Now my
and that's why I disappointed the people that try to defend him, because one day I know America, while in America doesn't like sore losers.
Yeah.
And that behavior there, and some people that try to gloss it over. I'm like, no. Oh, they fully came on here. I think I know the person here. The person living not too far from me. The person living, I won't call his city name, but he's not too far from me.
But in Minnesota?
Yeah, in Minnesota, yeah.
I'm going to Minnesota. Last year, I'm going to Minnesota. Oh.
You can. I thought you were here last year for that Maggie thing there. Where we pick you that day, me and Chriso.
No, not our year go Lazo.
Damn, man, time go by fast.
Time go fast. Right now, one more in February. When look.
Oh, my man. You just be looking forward to spring and summer now. But next weekend, the month finish.
Yeah.
You try to pick them when they put in jail for 90 days, they don't be crying. Say, dude, don't worry, I'll be right back, man.
The train the country back. When the sentence there, they come, they say, Mr. George, guess what? I said, how much? He said, hey man, that judge, man, you know how much she give me? I said, no, she give me 20. I said, 20 years? I said, yeah, man. I said, but I said, and you laughing? 20 years of life, you just 20 years gonna be. So I said, and the big phone ill. Oh man. I said, but what you did? And I shot somebody, man. But the person didn't die. I said, look at that.
But I said, bro, we got to do a sports. We got to plan doing a sports show, eh?
Yes, but I know we want to bring it.
Do a sports show. We got to bring our legend and back.
Yeah, I can bring that.
So we can find probably one Sunday. I know where you schedule on the weekend, but
we can do it for next week Sunday.
No. Next week Sunday. Yeah, next week Sunday will be a good Sunday.
Yeah, because this Sunday I'll be for our funeral. So next
Oh no,
Sunday.
yeah. I mean, we can do the weekend myself. Yeah, I mean, we can try to do. Sometimes I do like people are talking. People say some Fridays we're trying to do like open mic, but I mean, it depends on our schedule now. Everybody busy, but but some weekends we can get a sports show on the weekends. You know what I mean? Just get the legends there. I mean, that show we have with Mr. Richards. That show. That show.
I want to bring it back to
Yeah.
I want to bring it back with another person. This guy, man. What a man name?
Benedict.
Benedict know a lot of. Oh yeah,
Benedict. I mean, all the guys. Yeah. Oh yeah, George. I mean, we got Tano. Yeah. You know Tano Myean?
People see that, right?
Yeah. But you know what Tano told me?
No.
It shocked me. Tano said all he left playing football in Liberia. He never went on the field unless he playing. If he not playing, never went on the field to watch game the ADS. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So we got Tano. Yeah, and then we got the former captain Solomon Sibley in Minnesota too.
Oh, Sibley in Minnesota.
Yeah. Solomon Sibley in Minnesota. Then Sibley we are in Michigan.
We got two in Rhode Island, Sakpa and Vinicius Charlie.
Yeah, Vinicius Charlie. Yeah.
In Rhode Island.
Mm-hmm. And even this guy that used to be at the embassy, he married my auntie. That's it, Christopher Nepe.
Where here now?
Right, Nepe in Maryland there.
You're at the embassy for a long time. He in there, right?
Yeah, no, you're not there no more. Yeah.
I mean, it is so.
No, man. It is small. Because the man, Mabu Richard, were teammates. They played football together. I remember it.
No, Labrador goalkeeper.
Yeah, goalkeeper.
He's calling A1. He might against Germany, say.
Yeah, Christopher Nepe.
I remember way back when Barrow was. I thought I was baby man. Your Barrow goalkeeper.
Because there's a story. They want to confirm the top of a football player. They say he came to America. He didn't want to practice. I know actually they call him Abraham Williams. I know actually you know the Abraham Williams story.
No.
He was a very good player. I know how to it. I know how to it. Yeah, we can bring them back, and then later on, then we can bring her. We got to get in contact with him too. Is Charles Wadsworth.
Yeah, Charles Wadsworth. Yeah, yes.
Another good sport historian. And they'll open it up and do an open mic, and the people.
Yeah, I'll work on it. I'll contact them.
Yeah.
Well, we'll bring Mr. Connell. Ain't gonna talk about basketball too.
Yeah. We'll bring the basketball crew there.
Yeah.
We'll bring Connell. So Connell will talk about the 80s.
How Barrow won a championship 3 times in a row. Beat them.
Oh, we need to beat them, man. I mean,
we have Abu William. We have Melvin Hall. We have
Abu Kaba, Lucini Kaba.
We have Suku Walker, Patrick Thomas Walker.
Ball cover.
Yeah, but Barrow had the 1-3-1 Zulu defense. The Barrow defense, there, man. What?
Yeah, then we can bring the we can bring the
Patrick Williams. Patrick Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we can, so we can do that. We can probably catch them some weekends.
The woman I saw a post about her. She just passed away. Former IE president.
Who?
Thelma Bernard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Bangu posted.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. She was a big IE supporter there.
IE president.
Yeah. I think that was like in the late 80s, right?
Yeah.
87 to 89.
I think she succeeded Lawrence Doe, I think.
Yeah. But she's Lawrence Doe or Archie Bernard?
Archie's sister, but I know.
But once upon a time, your man, what time Archie was president of IE?
Archie was president during Dota.
Yeah.
Remember, there was one game Barrow IE was playing, and then IE player refused to shake Doe hand, and Doe complained to Archie about the IE player behavior.
Okay, Mr. Conan, can you confirm that for all your IE men? What time they put IE president? If he's still online.
Remember that.
For the Kemo, I didn't want to call where you living, but say you call where you living, you live in Oakdale. I live in Cottage Grove, bro.
Yeah, I remember when the guys in the Liberian Basketball Federation League, but one time they had one. He passed away 3 years ago. Jonathan Hammer. What the guy name? The Hammer guy. Jesse. Jesse Hammond.
Oh yes, Puerto Rico. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Then the ball. Or what we put, they call him Jordan.
Yeah, what put on St. Patrick?
Yeah, we call him Jordan. Yeah, brother. Yeah, son.
Nobody, nobody. When we Yanson playing high school together, Yanson graduated long time was.
No, I play for Barrow, right?
Yeah, play for Barrow. Yeah.
But the guy came from the States. When he came from the States, man, the guy was like a star. I call him
Richard Martin, fish.
The fish. Man.
But you know what somebody told me? They said Fish was one of the best high school players in Rhode Island. When he came out of high school. Or childhood
man, I got to score from any part of the court. Any part of the court you score from. What?
Yeah, Fish.
When I spoke commission, that place to be jam-packed. It will be jam-packed.
Okay, yeah, Moby Connor confirmed the thing about Abraham Williams. He said that he said it's true. Yeah, and I hear people talk about that story. He said he was a gifted player. Yeah.
Is it what happened to him?
He was a gifted player at King America. They brought him to play football, but the man said he can't practice. He just play. Okay, Nora Hook said 87, 88 was actually was president of IE. Oh, Connor Nakan. Connor, you won that thing 3 times when we're tired with it, man.
Come on, man. Connor 3 times.
President
Hedges, LBL championship. Barrow won it, man. Crazy.
You only won that thing because Stephen Toe left Barrow and went to IE. I won it.
Another 3-point specialist there too. Steve Toe. Hey.
Yeah, so but for Connor, you might get your team, get your crew ready. You got a Connor, Anthony Fano.
I found out in Worcester.
Yeah. So Connor, get your team ready. We'll bring your own too.
The guy, Connor, the guy is be serious, my man. He tie your thing. He see you coming with the ball. He feel your tie. I said, man, so.
Yeah, guys, we can talk about the LBF league and high school basketball league.
Yeah.
Because the people that Freddie, people them from Zion.
Oh yeah, Freddie Bay, he's put all of them from the Alligator. Yeah.
But man, you know when during COVID time when Freddie came to America, you heard the story about him, right?
No.
Well, you know he was charged. He had some federal indictment or something on him.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think what they call them. I will find the thing. Something during the civil rights time.
I saw a story that.
Yeah, I think his name was Bronson. His picture is on it. His name was Bronson. And then when he finally got the pardon, I mean, he got it clear from his record. Then when he came to the States, but he left. He left and went to Africa. Yeah.
I don't know where were you, but I remember I was in Zion Community College. We went to play Cotton. Our club name was Ozidi. We went in a big bus. Play Cotton. We play either Mason or somebody want to play in Cotton that weekend. Yeah. We drove from Monrovia to play Cotton. Our club name was Ozidi.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the thing here, they say wrongfully convicted civil rights activist exiled for 40 years.
That friend Moja?
Yeah, he was wrongfully convicted.
That's true. The hydro tournament, it will be a good one too. Yeah, that tournament. Oh man, Football USA. You guys will come. You know how what guy when he got stuck in like bro, and then Bravo.
Yeah.
You got people you go like bro.
Nobody man when the first time he came out, he went again.
He gets stuck there. He's still around.
Yeah.
Walk ahead on. Yeah.
Yeah, Connor, you won it when we're tired with it.
Don't mind.
You're one when we're tired with it. When we had Mr. Minor as the coach of Barrow, you couldn't come close to that thing there.
They had the guy Pellon, right?
Yeah.
Jerome.
Yeah, Jerome Pellon.
He's still alive, right?
Oh yeah. And he on Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, Freddie was part of a group they call Wichita 8, the Wichita 8 activists. Yeah, they were wrongfully charged and convicted in 1969. Then he fled to Liberia. He was a great guy, man. He was a big lover of basketball. He brought a lot of people. He brought a lot of guys to the States.
Yeah. You're bringing out the Livingstone College.
Yeah, right in Salisbury there.
Yeah,
big,
he's bringing
big
that.
guy. Yeah.
Even the guys in Rwanda, Mura.
Yeah, Mura Walker, Abu William, all the guys. And my man, then the man open. I think I met the first open community college in Montreal, right?
Yeah, right, Moja.
Yeah, because the UP where UP headquarters is, that was Zion Community College.
Yeah.
I remember when it opened.
Oh, up the hill there.
Yep.
We have classes down the hill, down the hill to here. You walk, you go down.
Yeah, Mr. Corner. Oh, you went Zion?
Yeah.
You went Zion Community College?
Yeah, I go to work, and then after work I go to class. Well, then when I walk in, they what else? Yeah, I'm there too. Yeah,
I was a freshman. I was a freshman at the university when they walk in.
Yeah,
I couldn't wait. If it wasn't for the war, I was going to leave the university after that year. I couldn't stand that thing.
Yes, I entered Zion '89. Yeah. You know. And walking.
Yeah, Conan will bring Mr. Wadsworth, yeah. We'll bring Mr. Richard.
Yeah, July 2nd. Yeah, because we stopped going to town July 2nd. Yeah. July 2nd, when the rebel hit Dopoh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw my man, our man running for office, be having his campaign launch this weekend.
Yeah, that's why he told me, he said that why he's not going to the funeral for.
Yeah, having campaign launch this weekend. Russell is running for, I think, I forgot the district, but it's
I like your resilience. I ain't care. Russell run.
Yeah, I mean the man lost his seat by 42 votes the last time.
Wow.
Yeah, so he stands a chance this time.
Liberia people, they can get vetted. I mean, they get vetted because the man criticized, and they get vetted. They will vote against the man. Man, we had all people.
My man, we just like a crab in the bucket.
See, I saw the woman today. She got mega house. She crying. She checked the mail. They cut her food stamp. Cut us. I said, "Boy, I voted for him. I vote for him."
But I'll go to the White House to get her food stamp there.
The man told us, say, "You will do what you. The man said, you do it. You're there." Enjoy, y'all.
We'll bring Nora Hoes on. We'll bring Nora Hoes on doing the sports show because she got some sports background. She said she talked about 87, 88 at you were president or IE.
Yeah, I gotta call Mr. Wadsworth tomorrow. I think I will get his number. But one man I want to bring before. I'm gonna bring that man. That man is a historian. What he need? In Maryland. What the man need? Markham says we hope with the man. What the man need?
Oh, Dr. Dunn.
Dr. Dunn, yes.
Dr. Dunn, yeah. Oh, yeah, Dr. Dunn. Because I think Dr. Dunn was Minister of State for Presidential Affairs when the coup came. He was deputy, but the week of the coup he was in then Rhodesia. He was on an advanced party waiting for President Dopoh.
Oh, Dopoh should have left that weekend, right?
Yeah, Dopoh should have left. I think Sunday or Monday.
But they were independence of Namibia, right? Rhodesia.
No, Rhodesia turned to Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yeah.
And Dopoh was OAU chair.
That night they had a program in Monrovia. He came from a concert.
They were the Baptist convention.
Yeah, but they say he should have slept to Bento, but then he tried to go to the mansion. Yeah, and he ended up going. And there's a man who in Pennsylvania. He said he know he gave a story about what happened during the coup. One man, I sent me a picture the other day. I said he know exactly what happened during the coup. That day, my man, that one morning, or in her bell Firestone and announced nothing happened. Yeah,
I mean, I was a young man. I didn't even have a clue, dude.
Yeah, we just heard it. My papa was making noise. He said, "Oh, the government make what true. We had time. We just baby there. Oh no, lawyer. What? Hey,
I come here. Okay, yeah, let me read it by Tomalin.
Yeah.
Bill and I spent the day at Bento seeing the final touches of the new house we had just built there. Originally, Bill had planned to have the house ready by June 1979, in time to entertain our guests attending the OU summit. The plan had not materialized, but on that day, that is on Friday, April 11, he was pleased to see the progress of the work. and he wanted me to oversee the arrangement of my bedroom furnitures and direct arrangement of other furnitures, including the African artifacts. And we had collected over the years. That was Friday, April 11. You know that house where they say the house on Pennsylvania where they say President Torgbean the big house, that the house they were looking at that day. They haven't even slept in the house.
Oh, who writing that?
That's the book by the late First Lady Victoria Anna David Tower.
Oh, she was writing about that?
Yeah.
Hey, Willie Tower. Man he was president of the World Baptist Alliance. He was chairman of the OAU. He was also he had 3 positions. The Reverend Dr. William Richard Tower Jr.
Okay, he was scheduled to leave that Wednesday for Zimbabwe.
Look at that.
According to a book, yeah.
He already made work to make peace and secure the people independence.
Yep.
With Joshua in Zimbabwe, in Komo there, right?
No, Zimbabwe Mugabe, yeah, Mugabe and Joshua Komo there, yeah.
Now Mugabe became president.
Yep.
Robert Mugabe, Frontline States. Hey, Dr. Toba. Yeah, that brother never became the same. On that day, that brother never became the same. Yeah, that brother. Yeah, our country.
I come here, But the thing she said in the book that night of the coup, how he was tense and stressed. Yeah, Lord help us.
Oh, she slept in the room that night?
No, she said it now the coup when they came back from that Baptist convention, they came back to the mansion. And President Tower were all stressed and complaining how people are not satisfied with what happened in the country and all what he's doing.
Yeah, man. When did that book?
A book called Lift That Up.
Oh, okay. It on Amazon?
Yeah, it'll be on Amazon.
Damn it, she wrote. So she explained about how you were captured all?
Yeah, she talked about the night.
But she didn't sleep in the room with the man, how she would know that one?
No, but in the book, she stated in the book that she heard a shooting and she left her room and went to him and said the shooting, and he told her, go back. Anything I would hear from General Riley.
Hey, General Charles Riley, right?
Yeah, and the shooting kept going on according to a book. Then she went back to him, and then at that time he had dressed up and was praying. And then when they came there, and supposedly according to her, he opened the door, and when he took the shot.
Oh,
yeah, and he dropped, and then they grabbed her. When they grabbed her with the 2 boys that were in there with her, and they took her down to the bottom of the mansion. That when she saw some of the guards and some of the people working in the mansion in the cell with her.
So, people get on the 4th floor, the 6th floor.
That's the mystery, though. That's the mystery in Liberia.
Yeah, nobody know how the people enter. Well, who did it? Who didn't do it? Yeah. Towards a hotline. Towards it, he said the Palestinian rights should be respected.
Yeah, she said, I heard a shooting. She said, everyone said shooting. She said, no, go back to bed. And she said, call. Then she said, I don't know his number. So he said, call Riley. So I don't know. I said, call. Okay, then call Mr. Dempster. So he never gave me those numbers. Yeah. He went back to the room. He was getting dressed. Get dressed. He told me I couldn't dress in the situation that I replied helplessly.
So they want to kill him, man. They want to capture him, want to kill him. Yeah, my bro. That bro became from that day. That bro changed forever. Killed the man, then they rest. 2 weeks later, they put 13 people in the pool and shot them.
Country has never recovered, though.
No. And I see that America was celebrating. Country woman born roll, born soya, born roll.
I think it's an African team we just like to oppose. We just like to oppose. The poor call of German the when something happened. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You read that book? I think I read that book like over 3-4 times, man.
Is there anyone in the book?
Book is called Lift That Up. The Victoria Toba story.
Okay. Lift That Up.
And if you read you should read you should look for Senator Kehleboe Watterson's book.
Yeah.
He talked about that. He talked about that United Conference Center thing that broke the coalition when he chose Larry Tookpa and all that.
Yeah, but that thing there, I see because you see Ellie, she said the people ran. I think they did her battle. You know what for the woman? But she said she won't run.
According to a book, she was non-combatant.
Yeah.
She was non-combatant according to a book. But you know that Liberian party, according to a book, she was non-combatant. And then when they decided to move her head, then she came to Liberia, and so they couldn't change anything for her. Yeah. Because he even mentioned Senator Setoma in a book that they kept asking Setoma, you got confirmation from her all that thing, yeah. So
when did he on a book too?
What's that Watterson book name? Acceptance. Cletus Sigbe Watterson. Acceptance, the story of the Pandaka boy.
Yeah, the Alliance of Political Party. Chatted up, beat the guys, then he play with them. Whip them. It is 40% of the vote.
But my man, I don't know how they could have beaten him. Before the man got elected, the man was living the president already in the country.
Yeah, God, one night I said, they said, Mr. President, they said, Mr. Taylor, don't start the money. He said, well, let me start doing it because I was going to be president. Let me start thinking already.
When they say bullshit your way to something,
you know,
nobody did it more than him. Nobody did it more than him.
He said,
and then he lost his son, man. Former vice president, he lost his son.
Yeah, I saw the president visited her today.
Yeah, sad situation.
Very sad.
Very, very sad. Yeah, very sad.
Yeah. And man in jail, when I see his son, Tony said.
Yeah. Yeah, can you imagine he can't get that kind of news?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, you got Jerome.
But the daughters at the foreign ministry, she's doing exceptionally well according to people. Yeah, well, I think she assistant minister was Charlene Taylor, assistant minister.
Yeah, for Afro-Asian affair.
Yeah.
European affair.
She's doing exceptionally well, yeah. So.
And her mom, Agnes daughter?
I don't know though.
I think one of the Agnes, I think she at LU. One of the vice president at LU, I think.
Oh yeah? Oh, she moved back to Liberia now?
Yeah, she has a PhD.
Okay. All right, my man. Yeah, do let's put that weekend stuff together. So
yeah, we'll do it, man.
And we gotta get our boy Rodney back on the show. We gotta get our boy Rodney on the show one of these days.
Oh yeah, man. I talked to the man today. So yeah,
he back in Liberia now. So
we got a lot to talk.
You see the Wahala he did with the representative. She was trying to take glory for her cleaner.
Oh yeah, he did it all. But listen, you do what you want to get their credit for.
But I mean, how could you do that?
Because you do what you want to get their credit.
You know, the first instinct she thought that the person who was doing that project got aspiration for that seat.
You know that.
You know, it actually happened to my old man. Where she stayed, she did a cleanup campaign. Somebody can ask her, who, what you're working here for? I said, that woman. I said, was she running?
Yeah. Look at that.
Because nobody can do community work for free.
Oh no. So I told the man in Magibi, I said, I come for that seat. He said, you show, are you, he called me, he said, you really running for Joe? I said, I'm ready for that seat. Think about Joe.
My man, the man Bear Bridge the other day.
He was very tired. He thought I check already.
The man Bear Bridge the other day. I said, I said, I meant only got to go pay on a bridge.
No, I ain't saying that. Yeah. Man, look, politician, don't you tell the people. I think people can say that I will give my whole salary to the people, all the thing there. When you get elected, all the thing there, tell us that I will make sure they put money in the budget for the district. I'm gonna go to bring 100,000 every year for the budget for y'all. Then we decide what we'll do it.
I mean, they put a set themselves up for failure.
Yeah. No, but what you should do, you get in that place, you're good. You tell people, say, okay, what you want for also, what you want for our development plan for next year? You're listed. They post like one high school or one clinic, and they do the estimate. Yeah, kind of 250,000. So your goal when you go to my goal now, I go to Monrovia now, I go fight for that money to be in the budget. How you do it? Say, but tell them, so the money in the budget, and we're not giving anybody. I mean, I'm not gonna baby say you can give you bad baby Dopoh or they want to the money for that purpose. If we do it now, then we'll have a family survive too. Hello.
First thing for it ain't easy. This I know when they get in, they 30,000, all that thing they set themselves up for failure.
Yeah, but
30 grand.
You get a put they cut the budget, but they don't get a 150, so they get 100,000. Then the representative get 75,000.
But only somebody if you send it over Monsanto County, they give you 100,000. What can you do 100,000 Monsanto County?
What you do, you send it on now, then when you will call you call the meeting and tell them say, yeah, the money they give me. But that way your goal, see your main goal when you go to Monrovia is to fight for your county.
And bring money there.
So okay, we identify the project. We want to make sure that the project is well funded. How much it costs? It will cost 200,000, 300,000 to do the project. So your goal in Washington DC is to fight to make sure that money is in the budget for that project.
Yeah.
The guys that go there, they care. They care for it. They can't say, oh, I bet my project. Man, they piss me off.
I mean, the thing is, look, you gotta. I mean, most of the Ghana in the rural county, those districts are so small, they're not heavily populated. The main thing you make sure your district get a junior high school, if possible, or junior high school and a high school. And if you can bring 200,000 to your district in the rural county, that's plenty of money. Just make sure the project is done.
Yeah.
But once that money comes in your hand, you will always be accused of eating some of the money.
Yeah. So you saw that development council say, okay, their money, they say they put a call Liberia Agency for Empowerment, a list. I think they do the project. So okay, they work along with y'all. They put out work in the project. They coming from our county or our district.
Wow.
You hiring from our district. Yeah. You get everybody ready, and you go away. Don't go suddenly and say, oh, you give me share. No, man. They put in the county. Your money they pay you, they take care of you.
I mean, they give you car, they give you money, they give you gas, and you still going after that one.
You know.
I mean, I like, come on, guys. You know what's that other one?
Yeah, what they're greedy about? They're greedy. I'm joking.
I mean, like what talking about the SOEs? Tomalin, the SOEs can make a big impact into the country.
Yeah. But they're not giving nothing. They just put the money in their pockets.
Right now, like I mean, you that one entity that generates a lot of money for the government, but nobody know. LTA, they regulate the cell phone industry. They generate a lot of money.
Yeah, they control the GSM, everything.
Yeah, they control a lot of money because the cell phone company, there's a bunch of different fees those people pay. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. NPA generate good bit of money.
And they said it might contribute to the national budget.
Yeah.
Where that money going?
Well, I think we all know where that money going, my man.
Man, I swear. That's rubber.
Look at that thing already. They roll from Broadway to Bobolu, 90 kilometers. You converted to mile at 53, 55 miles. When people go in there, they say they're going to Timbuktu. Almost a whole day. And you know the worst thing you have in that country, political campaign would be so easy.
Oh, easy, when they put to get to the voters they have.
Yeah.
Then you need to you gotta get card to carry the voting booth on election day. All that in there. Man say, I'm working all that didn't go vote.
You gotta pay the man to vote. And you get t-shirt, you get vest.
People like t-shirt like so, hey. That t-shirt, sit down with it. One t-shirt, look at that.
I read the last election where he called it high going. Everything going fine. The only problem, the people they put it at the acting stingy with the t-shirt. All the t-shirt in the room, they want to bring the t-shirt outside. I said, oh, t-shirt?
T-shirt, Beno.
T-shirt? I said, no. Yeah, but guess what? I think the State of the Nation address is on Monday, right?
Yeah, on Monday.
Yeah, so
fourth working Monday.
Yeah, so that'll be a good show.
Yeah. They might not get about a long speech at all.
So they're going to talk outside. They're going to talk outside again. Yeah, because my man, this guy who the guy speaker, the State of the Nation address is on Monday. We didn't even know the venue yet. He just and they return that burn. What kind of guy the guy?
Maybe weak. Yeah, no force in your voice, nothing.
No, I like. You're not a gabber. Take it back.
Look at that. It's a joke. A joke or I'm joking?
That guy.
Complete joke.
What?
The speaker.
Take it back.
He told us on the begin. They say woman loving, strategic loving.
Strategic loving. They got I got all right, bro. I mean, wrap up, man.
Bro.
Gotta be early in the morning. We'll talk tomorrow. Before they come on, I'm better make it a Wilfred thing on Saturday. I'll be out of town. I told him already. I was going to see him tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, when Russell talking, we'll go there, go get him support, man.
Yeah, hopefully my man will cross the finish line this time. Because that would be good for us, man.
Yeah.
We need a seat at the table too.
I know, man. Well, I bring it out, Mayor. One guy, Mayor, that you did it for earlier. You did it for 110. Why?
Yeah, Mark Elliott. Well, they had that fracas when I was shot that ball that was in his city in Brooklyn Center.
Oh.
It created all kind of scene. And they were the mayor. But the problem with those small cities that those mayors are now full-time job. The person that got the full-time job is the city manager. Yeah. So now you gotta take the heat for something that you do part-time. Yeah. So, but he's a good guy. I mean, he's doing a lot in the state there anyway. So
that's good.
Maurice Duclay nephew.
Who?
Mike Elliott.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Maurice Duclay nephew.
A Liberian guy, right?
Yeah. Mike Elliott, mine's a Liberian. Mike Elliott, mine, and Maurice Duclay's sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw that day in Tapla Church.
Oh, okay. Ebenezer Church, yeah.
Spend there. I remember goalkeeper new. Spend there. Yeah.
All right, bro, we'll talk, man.
Okay, bro.
Our guest there enjoying Liberia.
Oh, Theodore's there in Liberia?
Theodore's there in Liberia.
Oh.
Then the other guy, they got it ready from Minister of Youth and Sports to Refugee Repatriation Chairman.
Come on. I see them on your paper, Your Excellency. I man, stop that thing. You don't know how.
Yeah, dude, man. Come on, man.
And they say they did some amendment to the due position, strategic. All kind of put it on there. Give me a break.
To do what kind of work you got to do over there?
I read a release, strategic. All kind of things they put it on it to face, to be involved with the national integration, all kind of stuff.
Wow. Yo, that's a shocking.
For the district number 2.
that addition number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm giving the additional districts though.
Yeah.
Because that place there from the highway straight all there, that place has grown immensely. They need to.
I give you counted.
Like you choke on that Trump, all they say 14 seats. I know how the man.
But in what puzzle?
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, we need more seats. But I mean, we got a sense that they go map up the place. They just came on one day. They say 14 seats. Then they'll vote. Then they'll start fighting on where the 14 seats will go. Yeah.
You already get 173.
Oh, my man, that one that's reality. As the population grow, we get more people there, my man.
It is 7 times 45,000. 3.9 million for the car. Then you giving it is 7 times 15.
But no, so that's 3.9 million that times 2, because every 3 years you get a new car now.
Look at that, yeah. No drama, Obama. Again, about June, right? About June, my bro, about June, my syrup, my regular syrup, put that thing on it. I mean, about June, big yeah.
As if for the Kehleboe district number 5 in what county? Right, district number 5 in what county?
I will be running district number 5. Why for it? It's not in Magibby.
Magibby district number 5 at Peter Bell.
Yeah, man. 40 Kehleboe.
Kehleboe. Oh, which party? Say you talking about I better question.
40 Kehleboe, which party?
40 Kehleboe that scans man.
Man.
He scam man. He put a real picture on his page, yo. But I see you're friendly you friendly with one of my childhood friends.
Who?
You friendly with Rosetta Breeks. Rosetta Breeks Trotterbury.
Yeah, she's about Trotterbury.
Yeah. But you know that guy myself was in 3rd grade together for Yeke, but we went to Bangladesh.
She live in Labrador, she live in New Jersey.
No, that her sister Rosalie, New Jersey, Rosalie Breeks.
I know. I went to college together, yeah.
Yeah, so Rosalie and Rosetta were in Yeke together with the one to Bangladesh.
Okay. Then they had 2 sisters though in Europe. What I need, man. Then the 2. Hey man, 2 of them. What I need more. Hey man. But you knew the guy. When he passed away also. You knew born with it.
Ah, my shoe. Dude, I bet I'm my best friend.
Every was it.
Every was it.
I cried like I feel you, boy. Hey man.
I remember myself.
I met you come. You working UHR. He and Megan go with them. They'll come.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll come. I met play. We come there on Friday. He just put on the drink, my man. Then the cooking. He like eating Benny. He say you get the poor money. You be cooking the food for all. We flip it. After that,
sure.
Yeah, after that we'll go to eat.
I remember saying you get back together. We in elementary school. We in Kamara High.
Yeah.
And then when it was so funny when we moved to Monrovia. My first day at Cathedral. As soon as the car put me down, the next car I put the person down, like Edwin, they put him down right there. We started again.
Hey, boys,
but you know the men who live around the corner of Kerry and Lane Street there, right over there.
Yeah. Very free-headed guy, man. Nice guy.
Oh yeah.
Man, he died accident.
No, they say he was sick though. Our year when he died.
Yeah, I went to the funeral. But yeah, man.
He used to play basketball. Then he started playing for Barrow.
Yeah, he Barrow man too. Oh.
Peter Ray. We used to call him Peter Ray.
Always. When you come here, that one, you HR car coming from all the time. Is it your car coming?
Oh no. Let me tell you, Tomalin, when they say a free-handed human being, anything in hand account, sir.
See, man, I said, man, I'm not also hanging together. Make on Garguah area.
So your man, Prophet Key got a letter from Emmanuel Gongloe to the president listing all the financial improprieties from the MD for the port.
Gongloe wrote it?
Yeah, go to the Prophet Key page there. Gongloe wrote it. He said annual covert and security expenditure 700,000.
What?
I go to Gongloe that use of discretionary funds reportedly costing MPA over 500,000.
Wow.
Monthly withdrawal for anywhere from 30 to 37,000 every monthly withdrawal.
Look at that.
You play with too much money, man.
And Gongloe, what kind of report?
Gongloe, what report?
So, 40.
Yeah. Payment to former chief of staff 90,000. Fire truck acquisition 300,000.
All in US?
Yeah.
Damn it.
A medical waste disposal contract 90,000. How can somebody play with money like this and nobody know?
I swear.
Yeah. That's what I don't get.
You see that most of the institutions, the controller and the controller and them all work together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But you just play with money like that.
Oh.
I don't get it.
No.
Oh, bro, let me go. Let me go back and intro my wife.
Okay, bro.
Okay, then.
But listen did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political money in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're a political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across because many times you notice that
child failure is the problem.
he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of dollars. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.